Oh, okay, that's a big one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how's Bybit been for us? I mean, I can answer my own question. Nothing major. But the more exchanges it's on, the better.
Sorry, you're just cutting out a bit. It could be my computer.
No, it's probably mine.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Hold, sorry.
Hold on one second. Let me see. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was expecting Bybit to affect us more. It hasn't, and that's fine. It's just the more exchanges you're on, the more people can purchase it in a more diverse way, right? And I mean, it's basically like we have a product, and previously we were in a couple of stores like Uniswap and some others, but now we're in another store, Bybit. So that should mean perhaps more people have access to buying it. Is that a good analogy?
Yeah, and also selling it. There's way more liquidity on, pretty much infinite liquidity on these big exchanges.
Okay.
So that it can equal out the other way, where people are like, "Sweet, now I got liquidity to sell." Right?
Yeah.
For a lot of people, that might be a signal to get rid of some, because you kind of achieved a goal, and you would expect things to kind of restructure, I guess.
So let me ask. Okay, so let's say I bought it. Let's say just I bought 100 ticker Bitcoin on Uniswap, and then it gets listed on what's it called? BitBuy?
Bybit?
Bybit? Okay, then it gets listed on Bybit. That means I can sell on Bybit just as easily as I could sell on Uniswap, right? It's not like I can only sell on the exchange. Okay, so I see. So basically, yeah, that can open us up to issues as well. If people get really excited, they can take all the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 mil and sell it on another exchange. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but
totally. And the other exchange has liquidity that's not the same as our main pool, right?
Right. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so
let me give you an update on the fantasy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new fantasy football league. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. So up to the minute standings. Not that it at all matters. I've heard the quote before: the only person who thinks that your fantasy football team is interesting is you. But it is about you're gonna know like everybody in this thing. So the league is $1 Million Muggle, which is Mike D. Scroto, Yo Yo, Team Hurricane Nate, No Coom All Boy, which is Crypto Broke 88, the Spastic Spatulas, which is uh, Halloween 2008, Sproto 69ers, which is Sproto 69er, Black Cats, which is Schiller of Truth. There's Red Cloud, there's Bitcoin Forever, there's VMU, there's Speed Demon. Okay, that's basically it. All right, so here's what happened. At the beginning, do you know how fantasy football works? Do you know how do you know how fantasy football works?
Well, it just depends on the kind, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we started with the draft, and when we drafted everybody, I think I won the draft. I really do, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is how your guys do. But I got the number one defense, the number one kicker, the number one receiver, and the number one tight end. Like those are number one categories for most of the positions. So it's like, how the fuck am I not going to dominate this league? Oh, very easily. The number one kicker has a historically terrible year. He's not just the number one kicker from last year. He's the number one kicker perhaps in the history of the NFL. And he has a terrible, terrible year. The guys with my defense, a lot of them got hurt, and their offense didn't do really well. So that means they had to play a lot more. Just basically, things went to shit for me. And so I went from like thinking like, oh, I'm going to win this fucking league to being like middle of the pack and then towards the bottom. So there are ways in fantasy football to like mess up the league, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to. I really like the people in there, and I don't want to cause any issues. So what I did though is once my team was like out of contention, I mean the name of my team, it's called 2024 champions. Like I had this bitch called. Like anybody who made a prediction that they were gonna win, I was the person. So I figured, you know what? If I can't win the whole league, I want to lose the whole league. Like I want to be the absolute worst without affecting anybody else, because that's not cool when you take all your best players and let them go, and then it's this free for all. Nobody likes that. But what you can do is just not play your best players. Uh, that's fine. Like you drafted them anyway, so people could kind of tell what I was doing, and that was fine too. So I draft, or like it's called on waivers. It's like free agency. I took Tom Brady, who hasn't played in a couple years, and like another guy who hasn't played in a couple years, and I just put them on my team. Why? Because then I can say I had Tom Brady on my team, and what's the importance of that? Well, he doesn't play, so that means he's not going to generate any points, and it's a lot easier for me to basically get absolutely dead ass last place in the league, and that's what I want to do. So I'm on track for that. One person, uh, I'm not even going to call them out because they, I mean, one person, I could look it up, but I don't want to put them on blast. They were like, that's like, they saw the trades that I made, and they're like, that's not fair. And hello. And I'm like, what's not fair about it? Yo-Yo comes in, and Yo-Yo's like, I see the trades that he made. All of those would be fine in any of the leagues in which I play. And a bunch of other people came into my defense, and they're like, yeah, like, he's not hurting the league at all. Let him do his thing. He's allowed to start whoever he wants. He's allowed to, he's already number 10 in a league of 12 people. If he wants to be number 12, let him be number 12. It doesn't really matter. And I understand as well, it's not like I was what's called collusion, where I say to the guys who I'm playing, hey, do you want to win this week? All right, well, give me $5 or whatever, or $500 or whatever, and I'll let you win this week. There's nothing like that. It was just basically I wanted some players on my team who were retired, and just because so I can say that I had them. I mean, all my life is recorded, so I think of this as like a historical archive. And one day, if this goes big, then I'll be like, yeah, Tom Brady, I went and got last place with you as my quarterback. What the fuck, man? Not necessarily thinking that's exactly what I'm going to do, but it's just kind of in my own, for my own team. It's kind of hilarious to me. If I'm not going to win, I want to lose. There's that saying from uh, Talladega Nights: if you're not in first, you're last. And so if you're going to be last, go last all the way. So it caused just a tiny, I don't even want to say drama. It caused like 1 hour of drama, which is fine for like a league. If you have 1 hour of drama, no big deal. So everybody came to my defense, and they were like, he didn't throw the weak, and he didn't throw like he's still playing as well as you could play. It's just these are guys on his bench. So guys who wouldn't play anyway. So it doesn't really matter. Anyway, one person, just one, the guy who at the time was in second place, was upset because he wants to be in first place, and he thought I was perhaps in collusion with someone else. None of that took place. Anyway, I've had such a good time with this fantasy football league. It has been, for Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu, it has been one of the highlights of my year. I really mean that. And the funny thing is, I spend so much time on it. Not really, but like in comparison to some people, I spend more time than others because I have the time to do it. And just to see every single Sunday my guys not do exactly what I want them to do is really just kind of how fantasy football goes. But nevertheless, the league has been absolutely so much fun, and now it's the playoffs, and I'm in what's considered the toilet bowl league, the losers bracket, and so We'll see how it goes. I mean, I want to lose, so I'm like kind of trying to throw the whole thing, but it's like, who cares at this point? I have no chance at winning, and so let me do what I want. We have a friend here.
Yeah.
They are a Firmasha. I don't know how to say that name, but they are from Poland, and they've been a really cool friend. I've been singing a lot of karaoke at night. Um, One thing that has happened to me is,
Just got that still a little bit. You got a Polish friend? Sure.
yeah, I might have to restart my computer. Yeah, so she's joined us, and she's just been a really cool person. And I recently have been singing a lot of karaoke, and that's how I make friends on Discord. And I've been making a lot of Filipino friends because Filipinos love fucking karaoke more than like anything. And that's great because I like it as well. So that's been good. Um, yeah, so aside from that, just living life, watching the ticker, dealing with tech issues, and all the other things. How are things in your neck of the woods, GB?
Yeah, you got a lot of tech.
You got that right.
I'm just chilling, honestly.
Excellent. How are you at Fortnite?
Just chilling. Oh, okay. I mean, like, sometimes you're good, sometimes you're not so good. Sometimes you play against people that are really good, but usually, like, top 10 with my buddies every match.
Okay, how many people are in a match? Remind me.
100 people per match. If you play on teams of 4, then there's, I guess, 25 teams of 4.
I gotcha. You must have a pretty good.
Nice words, Rabbi.
Hello, how are you,
Thank
Aframasha?
you so much. I feel good. I will go sleep for a moment and thank you. I am as you remember you have a big plans about this world. I am doing something in Poland. You are doing something on scale of the world. It's amazing. We are supporting themselves ourselves. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome, my friend. As you can see, she's a very nice person.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Yeah. So at least with Fortnite, it is. I find it to be a really heavy game. I mean, I could be wrong, but it slows down my system, especially when I'm trying to do so much at once. Like I want to live stream what I'm doing at the same time, so that means I need OBS open and like all kinds of things. So it's gotten to the point where I can't really play it that well.
Yeah.
Are you playing on a console or on? I'm sorry, on a PC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, playing on my computer.
Excellent.
It's okay. It's nothing crazy, but it's a computer. It's like a 30 something.
What's a 30 mean? A 30 something.
The graphics card is a 30 series.
There you go.
Like 3060, I think it is.
Yeah, that's what really kills me is these computers are just like business computers and they don't really have. I see that I'm cutting out. Hello. Apologies. I see I'm cutting out. I'm gonna have to restart this computer. It's not even really a computer. I guess it is. It's a Chromebook. Anyway, the graphics card on my PCs are just not strong enough to really game the way that I want to. It's something that I really want to do because I get asked about it a lot. But
Right.
it's one of those things. Do we have any events in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu coming up?
I don't think so. Might be a thing in Austin, I guess, coming in like the next month or something.
Okay.
Not so tuned in to events because I'm all the way up here.
Yeah. Are you? Have you been in? How has the Twitter Spaces been?
What's happened with the Twitter space?
Yeah.
I haven't heard one in a while.
I haven't either. The last big one that I recall was the election.
Oh yeah. Well, there's been some sayings, like unofficial ones, but yeah, I guess everybody's been pretty busy these days.
I understand that. I think, well, the best thing that the coin could do if it really wants to go viral, I mean, who am I to say, but is to have Twitter spaces set on a daily basis.
Yeah, or like a certain daily.
Yeah, but yeah, that would be fine. Just
Yeah.
weekly even, where people can plan around it and be like, okay, great. Um, what I do or what I have done in the past,
Totally. I know Kev was doing one. Kev was doing one for a minute there,
what I have done in the past is,
but it was like
go ahead.
shitcoin saloon. It was like shitcoin saloon. It wasn't H Pops.
Okay, well, just like one focused on Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic Teninu. I was doing 24-hour spaces for Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic Teninu, which, in my opinion, is not a good way to do it. You have to have like a set, okay, guys, we're going to meet now, and then everybody comes in. If not, what happens is like one person comes in and they'll talk for an hour, which is absolutely great, and then they'll leave. And then 2 minutes later, another person will come in and they'll be like, oh, where is everybody? And I'm like, oh, if you were just here an hour ago, you would have been able to, match up with everybody. And it's just when it's going all the time. But frankly, I think it's also the best way to do it. It's just maybe my accounts. I mean, I'm like persona non grata on uh, Twitter, just from all my spamming. Whenever I don't want to say whenever I create an
The
account.
algorithm's brutal.
Yeah, it is. Just nobody sees my shit. And so even if I'm like, hey, we've got a Twitter space going on, come join it. People come in and they're like, okay. And the other thing is we just don't have that much to talk about. And I know in the past, like we would do trivia and like I think we could perhaps do karaoke and some other things that might be beneficial. But, you can only talk about the ticker so much without getting into talking about other coins and everything. And I'm watching what you're doing right now.
Oh, for sure. It's kind of like the whole crypto sphere type of thing.
Absolutely. Oh no, this is what our friend is doing. Oh, excellent. Yeah, it is like the crypto sphere. In my opinion, it would be beneficial. I don't know why the people with bigger Twitter accounts don't request to be guests on some of the big crypto shows. That to me would be very beneficial. Do you know why we don't do that?
Totally. I don't know. I guess because like so many kind of crypto shows, if we don't trust like a lot of people call it.
I get that, but I mean, just to get our name out there.
And they're building their own thing. We don't really trust like crypto sphere people because they're all like cryptos. So it's hard to find like a solid person to go on their platform. I think.
That's true. I'm in agreement with you there. I think though that we're
Integrity.
we're well known enough as a coin though. I mean, if I mean we're well known enough as a coin that I feel like we could get in with the more reputable people. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
GB,
No, you're totally right.
GB, just hold with me for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna restart my computer, and we'll hope this gets better. Okay?
Yeah. Just be good.
Excellent. Beautiful, my friend. GB, can you hear me now? GB, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Excellent.
yes, sir.
Have you heard any good podcasts recently?
Actually, I haven't listened to some in like a week.
All right. I'll give you a recap on the Joe Rogan
What did I
Experience.
listen to? Probably I listened to like a tinfoil hat. So that was pretty good. Yeah. I still got no, unfortunately.
Yeah, I see that. I don't know what exactly is going on. Let's see here. I'm gonna refresh. Let's see here. All right, let's try this again. GB, my friend, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe it'll work. I mean, I'm just doing so much streaming that I get lag. I know it happens. I hear it cutting out. All right, I'm trying to think how.
Upload.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how.
Maybe I'll check on Telegram. Just up on Telegram.
Telegram usually is fine. Yo, dog. This should be a lot better. Can you hear me, GB? GB Pimp. GB, can you hear me? What up? Okay. Go back to Discord. Go back to Discord if you would. Can you go back to Discord? Yeah, go back to Discord if you would. There he is.
What up?
Test. I see that it is not working the way that I want it to work. It's very delayed. Now, if I play this, well, I'm going to play the podcast. Let me know if it comes in clearly.
The non-playing character, you have more,
Yeah, so it's just this device that I'm using. It's just, I think, a little overwhelmed, perhaps. You know, Let's see if this helps it. Just one moment. What up, bitch? How you living, pimp? I'm kicking ass, taking names. How are things in your neck of the woods? You Word, dog. Well, that's time well spent. Excellent. Hey, just one moment. I'll get GB in here. Hey, GB, if you would, apologies. Go to the Telegram. We got a bunch of people in there.
No, hop on Telegram.
Excellent. Hey, I got GB coming. Special guest GB. Tell all your friends. GB. Oh yeah, GB's coming. It'll be huge. There he is. Take it away, GB.
got to know these, and you were talking about state government operators, and I got to know dear friends who are near friends who was by people out of North Korea. And so from that point on, he surrounded me. And one of them, Mike, which is interesting. He's actually on the ball. And so, we got to know each other as we go through. And I think what happened was, we were placed on for surveillance. Find out what the thing was about. And it wasn't right up front, like, see surveillance, what kind of visa, everything like that. And suddenly comes down and attacks their surveillance. They step in, kick the shit out of the gun. So, like a good guy, and that's what we're doing. I don't know. Is it the Turkish kind or is it you have to know an espresso? Yeah, but he was a medic during the war, and he was a medic, and so he was kind of identified as somebody who knows what's real work. You're a medic, and so I was scared. Make a determination, a medical determination. I still alive, or I better put it in reverse and try them over again a couple of times. I do that all the time. All the time. We're getting on the top. They think they have a photo of the guy who whacked that insurance CEO. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they think they have a photo of his face now. Oh, they do? Well, I would think it would be not a camera. They would pick it up later. I think, every camera everywhere, and that's part of the problem with someone. I don't think this guy was professional. I think this guy, if I had to guess, some guy got fucked over. Apparently that company is really bad on denying claims. 34% denial rate, something like that. Yeah. So, poor guy. I don't think anybody's gonna keep crying too hard over maybe his family, but that's about it. Yeah. It's a very dirty business. Business of insurance. It's gross. Especially healthcare insurance. Well, actually, all insurance. I live in California, and all of a sudden, because I live adjacent to any kind of open space, that nobody will insure my house because of fires. Right. So suddenly, it's like I have a house that's insurable, and it's not just me; it's everything. So, yeah. We're trying to sell a house in California. It turned out it was $125,000 a year just to get fire insurance. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, but I was actually a drink. I used to live in California. It was fucking. It was rough. I think I did I'm almost afraid to say it because I've been living in the South that I've never. Any of the fire stuff has never happened. Yeah, it is just rough. Yeah. The benefit of your exposure, you're going to helicopter accessible. They're just going to dump all that fire retardant in. literally at the top of the hill on the second block. Right. The whole place just turned into a inferno on the top. Yeah, I think that's like it's been there a while. It's withstood all sorts of calamities.
Yeah, when I was going to your factor, I talked to this guy who was a fire guy, to a fire department. He said, it's just going to be a matter of time. There's going to be one day where a fire hits LA and the wind is the right way, and we're not going to be able to stop it. It's just going to go right through the ocean. Because it's just a matter of time. We all know it. So I was like, what the fuck, dude? I go, the whole city is the whole city. He goes, when those big fires get going, it's not a chance. Like, what happened in Malibu a few years back? Like, those are, I always thought Malibu, like, rich people.
Well, that was the first. Yeah, that was like around 1950 that actually happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction.
Really?
Yeah, there was a Malibu fire. The Malibu fire happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction. So we actually set up a TV on the set because Bruce Willis was going to maybe lose his house. And so he was like, actually, so we had to look at TV area so we could, like, in between takes, we could watch what's going on with the fire. And they're like, and there was all these reports that, no, Bruce Willis and his family are on top of the house with the water hose. And I go, no, it's not, he's right here.
Well, the thing is, the fires were normal. Like, they used to be when I was young. I grew up in California. And so when I was young, fires would burn through Malibu constantly. But now they put all those houses in there where there never were houses. I mean, because the fire is a natural process. It's kind of right. Beneath the land. It's normal. So when you put all that kindling in there, it can end up like super stick fire. Yeah. I think it's overkill because of the insane fires.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable, but just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food's fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size, to their personality, to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy foods at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Yeah, but cool place to live. I'm not going to stop people from developing in Malibu. It's just too nice. Just take your chances, roll your dice. Yeah.
Well, you roll your dice. You take your chances and you roll your dice no matter where you go.
Yeah, it's just fucked up when it happens. Like,
Oh my God, yeah.
I drove home once. We were filming Fear Factor. We had to stop the set early because the fire was so bad. This was like 2003 or something like that. And driving home took me 55 minutes on the 5 to get home. And the entire time, the right side of the highway was on fire for 55 minutes. Everything, like Lord of the Rings style.
So 3 different times you got evacuated from the house.
Yeah.
And so what is like, okay, so you decide what you're going to take with you? Kind of
Yeah, the last time was the last time. It was the last big fire in LA. And I came home from the comedy store at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And my wife and I are looking out the window, and the fire is like maybe 500 or 600 yards away, and it's coming over the hill. And we were looking at each other and said, let's just get the fuck out of here.
I don't want to say the stupid guy, but I'm the guy who for some reason always decides I'm going to stay. And like I'm gonna and oh you're the hell guy. I live near a fire department. There's a fire hydrant across from my driveway. The flood is happening. Yeah, that's me. Like my family went away, and I was like, well, they're gonna close it up so we can't get back in. I'm just gonna hang out here until like they know that it's at a certain point there's fire, like pressing the ridge, and kind of watching. Ran down to the fire department to see, hey guys, it's coming. I can see it from my house. And they're all there, like hanging out, eating sandwiches, and like not even worry about it. I mean, they kind of looked over that. So it was, yeah, you're a little too blase about fire. By the way, my spec ops friend, he's like, fuck those firemen, man. Fuck them. They get so much like credit for like nothing. They barely do anything. They're on these incredible mission plans. Like, he's like, hates firemen.
Well, Guinness is a great job, but you can't get mad at someone for having a great job. There's a buddy of mine that I steal pretty cool.
Look at that. You pump it into another country and kill somebody.
Well, he's got a real tough job. He's not getting enough credit. That's what it is. That's really what it's about. Well, that's the way you say it. Yeah, that's the reality of our world today. Those people don't get enough credit. But the firemen, you know, it is a great fucking job. But I get it.
Everybody thinks they're heroes. They're not heroes.
Well, it's funny because they're just doing their job. The firemen are very comfortable with fire. These people are very comfortable with people dying. Dying because of that. You know, they just get real. They get blase about murder.
It's not murder if it's sanctioned by your own country.
Yeah, I had an interesting thing. You know, it's like, you know, when you live in the Hollywood, there's a thing that case, you know, pretty decent property taxes. You get there's a little business on it. You know, you get a reason when you're, you know, you don't have to wait 2 hours during when you're during election. You just go to the local elementary school. You're in and out in 5 minutes. All right, when it comes to the election day. But also, like one of those stupid things that you use to kind of what was an idiot when you turn on the burner and you like leave the room for a while. All right, and you come back and all of a sudden your kitchen is flaming. And so, does that happen to you? That happens to me once. And so the alarm goes off and I hit the button. With fire department out, and then I put it out like pretty much easy. And then maybe 5 minutes later, it could have been 3. 5 minutes later, the fire truck is at my door. So I didn't have time to say, hey, it's you know, it's okay now, it's okay. And so there's an entire fire truck at my door, and I left the night, guys, I'm really sorry. I was too soon. You know, I left the room and there was a pot on the stove and it went whatever. And anyway, and so I'm really sorry I wasted your time. I'm really, really sorry I wasted your time. Having said that, it's nice to see that you guys are here. Yeah, I'm sure they were like, oh, are they really? And they were like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, right. Yeah, you said your private tax is or something. Are you sure you don't want us to come in and just make sure?
The problem is sometimes you have to chop through the walls to make sure
Yeah.
fire shepherds inside.
Yeah. It's a hard fucking job. It's a hard job, though. The thing is, most of the time they're just chilling. You know, they get to cook, they eat, they work out.
I take ice cream down to our guys. Like I'll go out and buy a bunch of ice cream or some pizzas and take it down just on a random day.
Well, I think it's funny. Well, I'm okay with the fire job. Well, it was actually funny because it was like one of the things that was attractive was like the local fire department when we worked with video archives and video shows. The local fire department was a customer, and so they rent different movies, but like it was almost out of 5 movies that they would rent 4 of them.
Yeah. Their careers work together.
Yeah. No shit.
That's how you get that.
Yeah.
Wow. Video archives has been
Yeah, that's from like 84. Yeah.
Wow.
For about 5 years.
Yeah. You've been in the before.
Well, I started officially in 84.
If you were a customer before.
Well, There was a lot of unfortunate church in the 80s. Everybody was confused. They cut the drugs off in the 70s. No one knew what to do for 10 years. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you would never thought back then that industry would completely vanish. You thought Blockbuster Video was going to be around forever.
Well, one of the things that
I didn't think film was going to vanish either.
yeah, exactly.
I didn't think the theater experience was going to go away either.
But one of the things, though, that was the death field in video stores that no one ever like. When they're talking mom and pops, when they're talking old people, they're like, hey, you retired from your business, you've got a nice little nest egg. If you want to invest in a nice little business, if you get to work with your neighborhood and be in a nice little store with your family, video stores, that's a good business. People help you, help you choose the title. So there's a lot of people that like invested in this stuff, and it seems like a good idea. The reason that it seemed like a profitable idea was the idea like, well, I sent you this video, and you pay for the video, but the minute you rent it past the point that where you pay for the video set yourself, then everything else is cheap. All that other money that you make from here on in is just all profit once you pay for the actual set. And of course, you'll have sets that don't rent as well, but that's the way it works out. It should work out great. Well, again, that sounds like a pretty good business model. Well, if I spend this money and then 5 years from now, everything is profitable. Where it all fell apart is the idea that you always have to pay for shit. Because life it's not a bookstore. It's a bookstore. You need to get your stuff too, but it's not a library. Life doesn't stand still. Every month there's new titles coming out, and you have to be competitive. You have to get the new title. And so even if that were the issue, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But if you're a mom and pop store, you only have so much room. So
It's a space, it's literally a space self-service.
within 3 to 4 years, you're bursting out of steam. You're just bursting out. You've got no more room. And so now all of a sudden, rather than having your face facing out, now everything is, sideways,
Fine facing.
and you've got to really, and it just never stops. It never stops. Next month you got to get this. Next month you got to get that. Next month you got to get that.
You need a Costco size building.
Yeah. Well, again, if you have 4 different video stores, if you have a chain, you can move things around and it's easier. But when you're a mom and pop, that's what you get. Mom and pop store, and you have a bike store. You don't have to keep getting new bikes every month. You have a pottery store. You have to keep getting new
Regardless of your
every
inventory.
single month. Yeah.
You constantly have to grow your inventory.
Every 6
There's no-
months you get something cool. You don't need to get it every month. And you're defined by you having to do this.
And then there was another problem when companies that were massively funded like Blockbuster came onto the scene. They would go in and they would kind of do this sort of gray market purchasing where they buy 50 diehards. And a mom and pop store can't afford to buy 1 or 2 diehards to satisfy your clientele.
Yeah, you spend the money like one of our big titles in the early days of video was Pop Perfect. So you get you'll get with the mom and pop store, you'll get 12 or 15.
Because everyone wants to see it, and at some point it's going to be out, and it's going to be checked out. So you've got to satisfy
Well,
your
you'll rent all 15 of those for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be, good, but then now you have to sell them all. For $10 a piece. What's the desire has died
It
down.
largely fell on us because we were a smaller store and we had a Blockbuster a block away.
Not even a block. We're talking about the same fucking.
Basically, it was
It's not a block away. It was in the
on the block.
Yeah, in the shopping center that we were in. And look at where you're missing the best. The most interesting thing is not about that's what it is. That's every mom and pop store has to deal with that. Dealing with sure friend.
Yeah.
What
It changes your strategy.
But what basically they were teaching them. It's like, okay, we're gonna go into this town. Okay, we're going in Manhattan. What's the biggest video store? What's the most popular local video store in Manhattan? Well, that would be Video Archives. They're right up they're right across the street from the warehouse. All right, which is like one of the big, right before Blockbuster. Warehouse right there. And they still manage to survive across the street from warehouse. And then what does Blockbuster do? They buy the Shakey's pizza that is in our shopping center. Our shopping center. And they moved into Shakey's. Yeah. Because it's like, well, warehouse, these video archives guys, well, this is obviously the place to be. So they just bought up Shakey's pizza and opened up, and they still put the stress down. Wow.
I'm sure they have the attitude of rushing aside.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course that's how they
And so, consequently, because you don't get 3 or 12 Top Guns, whatever it is, it's not as many as Blockbuster is getting. You end up having to focus on, like, how am I going to convince my clientele to watch something other than Top Gun this weekend? And so, well, landed on us to basically say, oh, you can't get Top Gun. Well, how about this movie?
Well, but you don't see. But it's the difference between being a cool coffee place and being Starbucks, right? You know, or a franchise bar and a cool little Joe's bar. All right, the bartender knows you. Right. You know, so it's like, look, if you just absolutely positively need Top Gun that weekend, then go to the across the street to the warehouse. All right, we have what we have, but we had customers that like came in every fucking day, and part of their day or every other day, you know, when their parents were due, and they were people of the neighborhood, and they came in, and not only did they rent stuff, they dropped stuff off, and then they rented new stuff out, but like they came in to talk to us for 20 minutes or 45 minutes, like every other day.
And there's no algorithm to tell them what to do. We're the algorithm. You have to know, oh, this guy, they're on a date night, so they're going to want this kind of rom-com type movie, or this guy, he really likes, Vietnamese hooker porn tapes. I got to make sure to find something like that for him. And those kids, they're going to want, some skate stuff, so I've got to learn all about the Bones Brigade videos and stuff like that. And so, you just kind of figured out, like, how can I upsell stuff that they haven't heard of? Because invariably, anybody who comes in,
But you're making it sound a little bit more cynical than it was. You are making it sound more cynical.
more like the challenge.
You guys are like a married couple.
Yeah, totally, we're like a married couple.
It wasn't that
Enough about it.
Tell them the whole story, honey. We're just telling the whole story. We were just hanging out, and they're coming in hanging out too.
Yeah, and we would pop a movie on, and like, pop the movie on and be watching scenes and talking about the scenes. Then a customer would come in, or many customers would come in, and we just become part of the conversation. And we would have like, a chat room in the.
There was about like 15 customers that like, I talked to 5 hours a week, every week for 5 years.
Yeah.
Because they come in and like, let's spend at least 40 minutes every other day. And I expected to see this. And I watched what I watched on TV. I saw what I saw at the movies, and then they saw what they saw in the movies. They watched what they watched on TV. We all talked about it. They talked about the videos and what else we're going to get, and
If you like that, you're going to like this.
About our lives and everything, yeah.
So at what point in time, while this is all going on, you guys decide?
Well, it was always the case.
Well, we were always thinking. Well, Roger and Roger had another friend that he was the guy that connected me and Roger together. It was a guy named Scott who took his own life.
His father owned another video store that I worked at as well. And they quite used to come in.
But the thing is, though, that while I was just thinking about making movies, Roger and Scott were like making movies on Super 8. Yeah. And they were making little horror films and little zombie movies on Super 8. And they're like
supernatural thrillers.
And they're shit. The worst part is the zombie movie.
Yeah, it's kind of a zombie movie. More than Afterlife.
Okay, maybe after that. But you're making like legit horror films. I'm just thinking about this stuff. And these guys are like Sam Raimi, like Sam Raimi. They're making their shit in their backyard and they're working on it for like 3 months.
Yeah, and like I was friends with all the punk guys. It's like LA punk. And so they were always in my movies. All the punks were in my movies because they were media literate. They loved movies, so they were easy to pull in and be in the film. So they were always a gang of punks who beat somebody out or something.
So it must have been cool working at a video store though, because it's essentially like it's like an education.
Well, when the time came where we actually wanted to be making movies, where we were talking about making movies, because I can remember when I think it was around the time of Sex Lives and Videotape, or maybe She's Gotta Have It.
No, definitely Sex Lives and Videotape.
But I remember you coming to me and saying, the moment is happening.
Yeah.
It's happening. Like a small movie is possible to get made. Like it's happening for us, for guys our age.
Yeah, I mean, the one, you know, the Sex Lives and Videotape was sort of like the Seattle band that broke. All right, but I was already looking at Blood Simple. Was my in.
Yeah, that's great.
Was my in. All right, where that was okay. It's an artistic movie. It's arty. It's funny. It can play the art house. It can play the art house circuit. But there's a genre base to it.
Yeah.
There's a genre base. It's like, you know, it's a thriller. It's a film noir-y kind of thriller done in a certain kind of way, but it's a genre base. Yeah, I go, that's the way you do an art show. You do it, you make it a genre base.
If you keep one foot in
it's entertaining.
Yeah, you keep one foot in exploitation in some way in genre. If you keep your foundation in genre, then you can do whatever you want. Like my favorite filmmaker is Stanley Kubrick. I love Kubrick movies. Okay, one could pretty much look at all of his films and say each and every one is a genre film. He's got a science fiction movie, he's got a horror movie, even Barry Lyndon as a costume drama at the time.
It's a costume genre. It's a genre.
That was a solid, bankable genre.
The book is definitely a pulpy genre.
Oh yeah, the book was serialized, wasn't it? It was like Thackeray wrote them in like an episode. It was like a soap opera.
But that was a very popular book at that time.
Yeah, and so it was all. If you can, and I knew this making my first film. And Quentin, you were talking about it. This was the conversation we were actively having of. We have to make sure that we make a movie people want to see, like a genre film. Like, and I was calling it an exploitation movie. I'm like, I want to keep one foot in exploitation. And then, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I kind of also want to make like, you know, I want to elevate it as much as possible. And so when the time came for me to make my first film, Killing Zoe, you know, it was like I knew it was going to be a bank robbery because I wrote it around the location. You know, we found this while they were scouting for Reservoir Dogs, Lawrence Bender, or maybe you also scouted that location. We found this bank location. And Lawrence called me up and was like, hey, I'm calling all the writers I know. I found this bank location. If you have a script that takes place in a bank, we can kick together $200,000 and make a movie here. It's like this complete, solid, amazing location. And I said, oh my God, Lawrence, this is your lucky day. I happen to have a script that takes place in a bank. And it's quickly booked on. Based on the location. And as I was writing it, I was thinking, okay, you know, I know that it's going to be a bank robbery. It's a bank. And so I know it's going to be a bank robbery, and that's my solid, bankable genre that I'm going to stick with. But I knew I wanted to do something more with it, and I had just traveled through Europe, and I'd been telling Quentin the stories of traveling through Europe. Oh, you should do a movie called Roger Takes a Trip. And
I still think it should be.
Look, I think it's a different movie. I don't think it's a.
No, you kind of think Roger Takes a Trip. That is bank robbers.
I had been in Paris. I had bumped into a guy that I knew from Los Angeles who was a French guy, and he was like, "Oh, show you the Lido Paris." And I went out with me and his friends, Henri, Jean, Claude, all the characters from the movie. I went out with him and his friends, and we, you know, he drove me through Paris. And the next thing I know, he's doing heroin. And I'm like, and it started with you. No, not with me. I
know we do heroin.
Yeah, it was like, now we do heroin. Hold my arm. I did hold his arm. And it, like, I had never, I had never seen anything like that.
Like he tied his arm off, like hold my arm.
No.
Hold my arm.
He was the tying on.
Yeah,
Roger,
hold my arm while I shoot up.
Jeez.
So,
but he doesn't quite know that this is all going to happen. But everything else has been a preamble to this.
yeah, suddenly that happens, and then
He just needed a heroin partner.
yeah, and his friends are like, oh, 3 years in the nose, doesn't even affect me. And I'm You know, things like that. And I'm like writing these lines down, like, this is great shit. And so I came back and I told Quentin like about this whole story and about these guys going, driving around the Champs-Élysées. Fags show themselves. Now we go into the nightclub down below and we do more heroin. I'm like, what are the police gonna say? It's safer here than like you can do heroin anywhere in Paris. And it was like, no, I work at Le Mans. Like all of it was like basically everything in that movie was stuff that I'd actually seen. And so when the time came to make it as a bank robbery film, I just, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, it's a bank robbery movie, but it's going to be about these guys. And it just became a movie about the guy going someplace and everything that he thought he knew was wrong. Like, you think, you haven't seen your friend in a while and you see him. Okay, it's all about that kind of friendship and misconception. He's downstairs at the bank. Johnny Gunlock, the bad guy, is upstairs. Chaos is going on upstairs. He has no idea what's going on upstairs. And so this kind of just became what the movie was about. So I just quickly wrote the script, and then we ended up not even using that location to shoot the movie. It came together later. We were shooting a long time ago. But it was the seed was planted. So the idea was, okay, I'm going to make a French film out of it. Because I'm like in LA, I'm making a film. What can I do that would be different? Like that would make this more than just a bank robbery movie because of the experience I just had. I'm going to make a French film. Okay, I had no business making a French movie. I didn't even really speak French. I just thought it would be kind of cool. I like, cool French girl and like greasy, dirty French guys, French criminals, and I always loved, Alain Delon and the samurai, the way he wears a suit, and the way he carries a gun, and the way he walks around. And I just just adored all of that. And so, like, let's put all of that kind of space that's in my brain into the movie. And then movies tend to take on a life of their own. They tend to be like children. It starts off as a concept, as a conception, has an infancy, and then you're raising that child to become the movie. And along the way, you're really just kind of protecting it, trying to allow it to grow into what it's going to grow into without forcing it to become something that it's not. And it's a little bit of a balance. You have to be a good parent, which means you have to give it a little bit of freedom to grow into something you don't know what it's going to be. But at the same time, you have to be willing to, be strong with it as well.
So that's a very underappreciated movie. It's a fucking great.
I think I'm really good at making underappreciated movies. I think I built a career with underappreciated movies.
Those are the classics that you would look for in a video store.
Yeah.
You look for the movies that were really good that no one knew about.
Dog Day Afternoon's not in, but he can get you Killing Zone.
Right.
My favorite moment in the movie. Well, I like it when the guy gets burned alive. All right, the hamburger scene.
So that was,
But I remember they were trying to find me to cut out of it, and then you can't cut that out. I'll take my name off.
yeah. No, Quentin did that. Actually, Quentin was a great gorilla to have on my side at that time.
But
Why would you tell you to cut that out?
well, I think, well, I don't know.
Everyone is afraid. Everyone's afraid. Everyone operates out of fear.
I'm taking my name off.
The only people that don't operate out of fear, I think, is the director and the actor. And those are the ones who, if everything's working right, you're fearless.
Those executives.
But my favorite scene is the scene with Huron Long when he walks into the club.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just like, wait a minute. He's like remembering what he heard, and he realizes.
Okay, so that's a good example of, because the movie was shot for,
It's fun to see better.
the scene was shot, the movie was shot for very little money. We had no money to make it. So I had to shoot the entire upstairs first and then the downstairs, because it's like doing a company movie. But I knew that, when writing, and this is sort of a kind of a rule that we had was, one, make a genre movie. Two,
Explain the scene.
I'm going to.
I said explain the scene. Don't tell me what you're talking about at that moment.
The scene was a replacement for another scene that was in the movie that was too expensive to shoot. That's the short.
What is that for? What I like?
What I replaced it with was, and I had to fight for it, was a single shot. Because originally he goes downstairs and he sees a bunch of guys coming into the sewer. So he starts machine gunning people in the sewer. And there was like a little sewer manhole in the bottom of the bank. It was full of smokestack. And so I had this whole thing. And the bond company showed up, and you're behind schedule, and you've got to you got to cut pages, and I couldn't cut anything, and I'm shooting upstairs, downstairs stuff, and so it's like I had to have something if he leaves the scene and then comes back angry. And so I knew I needed to have something, and originally I had this whole scene with the cops are coming in, and he reacts to that. And so I said, well, okay, I just need one shot, because it's all I could have time to do. Fucking bond company. And so I set up, which were actually really cool. They were actually so funny. I just set up a single camera. I asked for a kind of a Kubrickian lens, a nice wide, like maybe a 14mm lens. And I just had John Duke walk up into a close-up, and I just had him I said, just walk into a close-up and start looking around and just start seeing things coming out of the walls. And no, is that the shot you're talking about? He does like a little magic trick beforehand, like, no, that's not the one you're talking about. No, that's the great shot. That's a great shot.
No, the scene I'm talking about is, but that's why I wanted you to explain it because I hadn't seen it in a long time. But it was.
There it is. Is that the shot?
Well, that's the shot.
That's the shot I'm talking about. Look, he's looking into the wall, looking around.
But I thought the whole idea about it is the idea that
I added those lines of dialogue in.
no, but I thought the whole idea is he puts it all together. He realizes there's something going on, but the cops are doing this, or Aristotle is dirty with him. All this, and it all hits him. He's ready to do something else, and he walks into a close-up, and it all hits him. But now we, the audience, know what's going on.
Yeah.
And then he's just like.
Well, it just shows that sometimes if you can't do what you want to do, what you come up with is better. And this was an example of it rained that day, and I had to use the rain. That's sort of the example.
The frustrating part for me about what you said is like I don't care how the sausage was made. I like the sausage. I wanted you to talk about the sausage, not the factory.
You don't want to know what's in that sausage.
I wanted
You have no
I wanted to
interest
hear
in that.
about the Italian sweetness.
Well, it was very sweet, but it started off sour. It started off sour because I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And so I just came up with something that was, well, he puts it together in his head.
I still think that sequence is exhilarating because it all falls down to an actor's face.
Well, I had Tom Savini on the set because, and I couldn't afford Tom Savini, but I found his number, and before I shot, I called him up in Pittsburgh. So Tom Savini's a makeup effects artist who did Dawn of the Dead.
He did all the effects of Dawn of the Dead.
And not to mention all the great Friday the 13th, all the slasher movies. Like,
he's the superstar of practical makeup effects of horror films of that era.
he was in Vietnam and saw some shit. And every time I'm talking to him about stuff, like, he's like, oh yeah, if you're bleeding from back here and there's only 2 small veins, you can go up because your head gets knocked out. Like, he's seen all this stuff, and so this is his way of processing. But Tom came in, and I couldn't afford him. I called him up on the phone. I was like, hey, do you think I'm a young filmmaker? I'm your biggest fan. I like the makeup effects, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he flew himself out. We had no money to pay him. I think we paid him like some tiny amount. He flew himself to LA, put himself up, worked on the phone, and he made that burn makeup on that burn guard in the vault out of Vaseline paint and tissue paper. And I watched it. It was the most unbelievable thing how he made blisters and burn effects. It was like watching one of the great artists work. Tom is incredible.
Well, you were asking earlier on about working at a video store. Did you ever think, when did you start thinking about making your own stuff? Well, I was thinking about making my own stuff for like a long, long, long time, but these guys were actually doing it. But there's the trick. While I thought about it like for a long, long time, and always figured I would do that eventually, I did fall asleep for a few years. It was because working at that store, I just got caught up in the little lights there, and it's interesting because you spend your 20s going to comedy clubs and building a career. So I'm still in my 20s there, and my dream. This isn't what I wanted to do working at a video store for years. I wanted to actually make movies. It's not my dream, what I'm doing. But it's dream adjacent. It's close to my dream. It's close to my dream. I get to watch movies all fucking day. I get to talk about movies all fucking day. I don't have to work at a pizza parlor. I don't have to. I'm not delivering pizzas. I'm not busting ass as a bartender. I'm not busting ass doing menial jobs. I mean, this is the kind of job that I do if I'd go to this store if I wasn't paid to go. So it's like but for a couple of years it didn't put me to sleep. It did kind of put me to sleep. Maybe it put my ambitions to sleep a little bit because I was happy enough.
Yeah.
I was happy enough, and just one of these days
Right. You didn't have a fire.
I didn't have the fire, and when I got the fire, when I eventually got the fire back again, and it was a life-changing thing. It was. We had a buddy of ours named Steve.
Yeah.
And he was one of we had different living arrangements, and at one point in time, he and Steve were living in the same house, renting it on the back, towards the back of the store.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah, because we were able to hang out. And but now Steve was older than the rest of us, so it's like he was about almost 5 years older than us, but he didn't seem like he was a young guy.
Yeah, like 5 years younger mentally. Or emotionally.
Yeah. And but so he gets 30, and he starts changing. He starts changing drastically. He's like one of the funniest guys I ever knew. He's just really, really funny stoner dude. Really cool. Now all of a sudden he's angry about it. Now he's not quite as funny, and now he's got this issue. And so we're looking, and there's this one night that he's kind of he's kind of disgusted with his life. And he starts ranting, and he's describing a situation that was very common if you were a kid growing up without a degree or anything, in the 80s, especially in California, where it's you can't get any really good jobs, but you can work at Licorice Pizza, and if you're an okay employee, you could work at Licorice Pizza for a couple of years, and maybe you could even become assistant manager or a manager. Maybe they send you to another store, and maybe you work there for 3 years, and that's really great. But then all of a sudden the district manager doesn't like you. You run afoul of somebody higher up in corporate, and all of a sudden next thing you know, you're fired and you're out the street.
Again, it's management.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you just spent 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Now you can get a job at TRW or some places like a real job. Or those are kind of hard to get. You can work at Warehouse Records and Tape tomorrow because you just had 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Same thing with Wild West Clothier. Same thing with Miller's Outpost. Same thing with any of these kind of stores. Next thing you know, you're 28, and the only jobs you've ever had are minimum wage jobs behind a counter that were designed for kids to pay for their gas.
Right.
And you spent your entire 20s.
And then you start getting bitter.
And but he was not just that bitter about the job. I knew things. Can't you tell me the truth? I'm learning something here. Because he goes, Quentin, you think that we're this really great team, we're this really great crew. Well, we are. That time in your 20s, we're like your group of friends or your family. And well, we are. Quentin, at 20, I worked at South Bay Cinema, and I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. And some girls there too. But a bunch of guys just like you. And then I stopped working at South Bay Cinema. Then I worked at Miller's Outpost. I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. We did everything just like we do. We went to movies together. We went out and we dated amongst the girls there. Everything. Yeah. Then I worked at Licorice Pizza for 4 years with a bunch of guys just like you. I wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you. And they all go away at a certain point. And I realized this guy's kind of telling the truth. my own little, okay, well, what have I done with my life so far? So far, fucking nothing. So I'm having my own little anxiety hitting 25. But I've seen what it's like 5 years from now when you turn 30.
A window to the future.
When you're 30 and you're in this situation. And there was like one night that I had what I used to call, I would do it every once in a while. I haven't done it in a long time. I would have a quested test where I stay up all night long, and rather than give myself excuses, I would look at everything that I'm fucking up in my life, or everything I'm not doing, or whatever, and just not give myself any fucking excuses. I just like nail it. And I would spend like all night laying out everything I'm doing that's wrong, and then I would spend the last 2 hours figuring out how I can change it. And as opposed to just doing it and then going to get some sleep, and then you forget about it and fall back into your routine. I decided to change my life. I was like, look, the problem is that I'm living in the South Bay, and even though I drive to Los Angeles, I gotta not worry about this job anymore. I gotta just move to Hollywood. I gotta get involved there. I gotta meet other people that are in the business. And if I have to work manpower jobs, where you just work like 4 days at this place and 4 days at that place, well, then that's fine. And by the way, I shouldn't be making money until I'm making money doing what I want to do. And that was it. All right, but then the next thing I knew, I moved out of the South Bay, and then I couldn't move into Hollywood. I couldn't afford Hollywood, but I could afford Koreatown. That was close enough. And literally the minute I kind of moved out there, I met a guy who wrote low-budget horror movies, and then through him, I met other guys that wrote low-budget horror movies, and this guy who directs a few low-budget horror movies, this guy who produces a couple. And you meet one person, and that introduces you to 3 other people. Now, all of a sudden, I actually knew people who were actually making movies. And the other thing about it was like, also, well, if these guys can do what I can do, because they weren't too special.
Right. Yeah.
That's
the weird realization that you end up having.
Yeah, and then literally, it wasn't like everything changed, but like within a year and a half from moving out of the South Bay, moving into the Hollywood area, within a year and a half, I was finally able to make a living as a writer. You're getting like $7,000 for this rewrite on the script over here. $4,000 for this polish over here. Another $10,000 for this rewrite over here. I mean, I make $10,000 a year for all my 20s before that point. So, like, if I can make $15,000 from writing, oh my God, that was the greatest thing in the world.
Wow. But it just takes being around people that are actually doing it, so you realize it's possible.
Well, it's the realizing it's possible, but it's also a situation where it's like, as opposed to talking to your buddies about comedy in Minnesota, your buddies who like comedy. No, you're at the comedy store and you're dealing with comedians every fucking night. Yeah. And you're in the place where the shit happens, and you're hearing how the laughs work. But also, like, what's going on. Oh, Caroline's Comedy Hour is doing their tryouts for this. Yeah. And, Chuckles is doing this thing or that thing. Oh, and there's a sitcom going on. There's the funny neighbor guy.
Yeah. At any moment,
you're plugged in.
Yeah. At any moment, there's a circle of people rising in any industry. Yeah. And it's just a matter of finding those people, and those people will all gravitate towards the same things. Yeah.
Yeah, they have the thing where they're like, hey, Betty, we have a spot for you that can be really, I can't do it. But my friend Joe can do it. How about we give Joe a chance?
Yeah.
Okay, will you back Joe up? Yeah, I'll back Joe up. Okay, yeah, let's call your friend Joe. Can he be down here at 9? Yeah, he can be down here at 9. Well, that's when you get a fucking gig.
This is exactly what we tried to do when we built the mothership here. What we've done. Yeah. We decided when we left LA, like, we need a place where comics have a hub. And when we were all in Austin,
Joe Rogan podcast. Chickadoo. Chickadoo.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
The Joe Rogan podcast for me. Okay.
So you're saying that someone was telling you how to kill someone with coffee? Okay, so I got to know all these. You were talking about his name's John, some operators, and I got to know through a friend, through a billionaire friend who runs this thing, Clinton, flies these people out of I think North Korea, and so from that point on, he was surrounded by these guys, and one of them, this guy Mikey. Which isn't his real name. I think he's actually they name them all after the archangels. So he's like Michael, the other guy Gabriel. Like they take on these. It's got the keep it in an acid with biblical name. Archangel. Yeah. And well, and so we got to know each other because of our mutual friend. And I think what happened was he and a couple of other guys. They were placed on me as like for surveillance purposes. Find out what this Avery guy's about, maybe, or just keep an eye on him or whatever. And they told me right up front, like, be nice to your surveillance, like don't try to lose us or anything like that. Just, I heard stories about how they're surveilling somebody wherever, and suddenly some gang attacks their surveillance. They step in, kick the shit out of the gang. And so I got to know these guys, and naturally, I'm a writer, filmmaker, and so I, of course, want to talk to them about stuff. And they immediately start volunteering. Oh, yeah, all these different ways, like operator, blah, blah, blah. Learn how to kill people without, and I was just making a list now of the 10 ways to kill someone without leaving a trace. Just like when I told Clinton about this, I'd like to hear things. Everybody wants to hear things. And so one of the ones that I think is the best one is you inject someone with coffee, like just you inject coffee into their bloodstream, gives them a heart attack, and it's untraceable. Later on, they do an autopsy and discover caffeine in your system. That's it. That's it. It's just right in their blood, coffee to kill you. Sometimes the simple way. Like it's right into the jugular in a syringe. Yes. After extracting whatever information you need to get out of them. But he was much coffee will kill you. I don't know. Is it the Turkish kind or is it Folgers? An espresso. Yeah, but he was a medic. During the war, and he was a medic, and so he was kind of identified and knew how to kill somebody very easily because you know what will work. Yeah, because you're a medic, and so I would hear. Some diplomat or something in the Philippines, get out of my car and look in my rearview mirror and make a determination, a medical determination of is the guy still alive or
it's like, hey, you know where he's staying.
Would have been reversed, tried him over again a couple of
Shot
times.
the guy's head off like, hey, you know where he's staying. You got there early, planned his escape, planned everything. Yeah. I listened to a speech because one of the foreigners was a speech.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care. He wasn't compromised that one kid. Schizophrenia and stuff like that. Kicks in under 20s. I tell you, I don't think the drugs he was taking. I don't think he's any of that. I think he's under a lot of pain and then becomes a winner.
I think the guy, if I had to guess, some guy got fucked over. Apparently that company is really bad. The 34% denial rate for normal guys.
When has that ever happened? When has that ever happened?
I don't think anybody's gonna like
When has that ever fucking happened? It's great. I'm gonna slap the person calling it. Slap him. It's not my wife. Yeah. I'm gonna slap John. Don't slap the dog, especially the girl.
Like a scrape scar.
I live in California, and all of a sudden, because I live adjacent to any kind of open space, like nobody will insure my house is fire.
Right.
So suddenly it's like I have a house that's uninsurable. And it's not just me, it's everyone. So, chaos.
Yeah, I have a friend who's trying to sell a house in California, and it turned out it was $125,000 a year just to get fire insurance.
Like, what? It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, but I was evacuated 3 times when I lived there. I used to live
It is just luck. Yeah.
I mean, the benefit of your place is you're at least in a helicopter accessible. They're just going to dump all that fire retardant right on top of you.
I literally am kind of at the top of the hill on a bunch of rocks. All right, so the whole fucking place just turns into an inferno on the bus.
And that's a good place as well. You've been there a while. It's probably withstood all sorts of calamity.
Yeah, when I was building Fear Factor, I talked to this guy who's a fire guy for the fire department. He said it's just going to be a matter of time. There's going to be one day where a fire hits LA and the wind is the right way, and we're not going to be able to stop it. It's just going to burn right through to the ocean. He goes, it's just a matter of time. We all know it. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I go, the whole city? He goes, the whole city. He goes, when those big fires get going, it's not a damn thing. Like what happened in Malibu a few years back? Like those are, I always thought Malibu, those rich people.
Well, that was the closest. Yeah, that was like around 93. That actually happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction.
Really?
Yeah, well, there was a big Malibu fire. The big Malibu fire happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction. So we actually set up a TV on the set because Bruce Willis was going to maybe lose his house. And so he was like, so we have the little TV area so we can, like, in between takes, we can watch what's going on with the fire. And they're like, and there was all these reports that, no, Bruce Willis and his family are on top of the house with their water hose. And I go, no, it's not. He's right here.
Well, the thing is, the fires were normal. Like it used to be when I was young. I grew up in California, and so when I was young, fires would burn through Malibu constantly. But now they put all those houses in there where there never were houses. Because the fire is a natural process. It kind of cleans the land, and it's normal actually. But when you put all that kindling in there, suddenly we end up with these like superstorms of fire. I think it's overdevelopment, which is the cause of these insane kind of fires.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size, to their personality, to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Yeah, but it's a cool place to live. It's not going to stop people from developing in Malibu. It's just too nice. Just take your chances, roll your dice.
Yeah. Well, you roll your dice. You take your chances and you roll your dice no matter where you go.
Yeah, it's just fucked up when it happens. Like,
Oh my God, yeah.
I drove home once. We were filming Fear Factory to stop the set early because the fire was so bad. This was like 2003 or something like that, 4. And driving home took me 55 minutes on the 5 to get home, and the entire time the right side of the highway was on fire for 55 minutes. Everything like Lord of the Rings style.
So 3 different times you got evacuated from your house. And so what is like? Okay, so you decide what you're going to take with you, kind of.
Yeah. The last time was the last time. It was like, the last big fire in LA. And I came home from the comedy store at like 1 o'clock in the morning. out the window and the fire's like maybe 500 or 600 yards away, and it's coming over the hill. And we were looking at each other and said, let's just get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, right on.
Let's just get out of here now. Just so we grabbed the kid, got a laptop, took some clothes. I didn't even have underwear. I said, we'll just buy stuff. Yeah. You know, can't care. If you have your life. Yeah. I'm always I don't want to say the stupid guy, but I'm the guy who, for some reason, always decides I'm going to stay. And like, I'm going to, and
Oh, you're that old guy.
I take care of fire department. There's a fire hydrant across from my driveway.
You're the guy in the roof when the flood is happening.
Yeah, that's me. Like, my family went away, and I was like, well, they're going to close it up so we can't get back in. I'm just going to hang out here until I know that it's, and, you know, at a certain point, there was fire, like, cresting the ridge, and kind of watching it. Ran down to the fire department to see, hey, guys, it's coming. I can see it from my house. And they're all there, like, hanging out, eating sandwiches, and, like, not even worried about it. Like, hey, let's go over at it. By the way, my spec ops friend, he's like, fuck those firemen, man. Fuck them. They get so much, like, credit for, like, nothing. They barely do anything. They're on these incredible pension plans. Like, he, like, hates firemen. That's ridiculous. It is a great job, but you can't get mad at someone for having a great job. There's a buddy of mine that I used to play pool with. They used to pump it into another country and kill somebody. Well, they got a real tough job. Not getting enough credit. That's what it is. That's really what it comes down to. That's the reality of our world today. Those people don't get enough credit for the firemen. It is a great fucking job. Everybody thinks they're heroes. They're not heroes. It's funny because they're just doing their job. The firemen are very comfortable with fire. These people are very comfortable with people dying and dying because of them. You know, they just get real. They get blase about murder. Yeah, it's not murder. It's sanctioned by your own country. Yeah.
I had an interesting thing, you know, it's like, you know, when you listen to all these real movies, actually, you know, pretty decent.
I thought we did my man with Saul. Finally,
there's a little thing that comes with it. You know, you get a, there's a reason why
I heard he's a great
you don't wait 2 hours during, when you're, during election. You go to the local elementary school, you're in and out in 5 minutes, all right, when it comes to the election day.
The angle is, I don't believe the government should be able to dictate whether I will wear a seatbelt or not. If I don't, they reprimand me. So the seatbelts do a lot of good, but
you come back and all of a sudden your kitchen is
okay, that is very strange.
and so,
Mitchell 2027 for president. Working in the comedy industry where you're writing for a TV show or a movie, it can be grueling work. It's very hard for comedians to work more than 2 months a year, and they would often get very, very tired. But now with apps and technology and social media, comedians can work, you know, whenever they want to. It's so much more accessible.
the part
29 years old.
so I didn't have time to say, hey, you know, it's okay. It's okay. I think there's enough time to fire truck at my door, and I left them and I go, guys, I'm really sorry. I'm really stupid. You know, I left the room and there was a pot on the stove and whatever. And anyway, and so I'm really sorry I wasted your time. I'm really, really sorry I wasted your time. Having said that, it's nice to see that you guys are here this quick.
Yeah, true. They were like, oh,
I mean, and they were like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, right. Yeah,
And I was thinking, like, oh, it's been a while since I've even heard anything true. He goes, that kind of happened, but it was Mike Wall who came on the radio and said, hey, we got this guy, he looks suspicious, he's looking at us, I'll listen to warning shot to him, whether he did or not.
I think ice cream is done to our guys. That's like I'll go out and buy a bunch of ice cream or some pizzas, just on a random day.
I'm okay with the fire. Well, it was actually funny because it was like one of the things that was attractive was like the local fire department when we worked at Video Archives, the local fire department was a company. Yeah, so they ran different movies, but like it was almost out of 5 movies that they would run 4.
Hotel rates were
Yeah.
insane.
That's crazy. Very unfortunate shirt on my part.
There was a lot of unfortunate shirts in the 80s. Everybody was confused. I cut the drugs off in the 70s. No one knew what to do for 10 years. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you would never thought back then that industry would completely vanish. You thought Blockbuster Video was going to be around forever.
Well, one of the things that
Like, I didn't think film was going to vanish either.
yeah, exactly.
I didn't think the theater experience was going to go away either.
One of the things that was the appeal to video stores that no one ever liked. When they're talking mom and pop, when they're talking old people, they're like, hey, you retired from your business, you got a nice little nest egg. If you want to invest in a nice little business, you get to work with your neighborhood and be in a nice little store with your family. Video stores, that's a good business. Well, I don't know anything about it. Well, people help you, help you choose the title. So there's a lot of people that invested in this stuff, and it seems like a good idea. The reason that it seemed like a profitable idea was the idea of I sent you this video cassette, and you pay for the video cassette, but the minute you rent it past the point that where you pay for the video cassette yourself, then everything else is cheap. All that other money that you make from here on in is just all profit once you pay for the actual cassette. Now, of course, you'll have cassettes that don't rent as well, but that's the way it works out. But it should work out great. Well, again, that sounds like a pretty good business model. If I spend this money and then 5 years from now, everything is profit. Where it all fell apart is the idea that you always have to get new shit. Because life, it's not a bookstore. Bookstores need to get new stuff too, but it's not a library. Life doesn't stand still. Every month there's new titles coming out, and you have to be competitive, and you have to get the new titles. And so, even if that were the issue, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But if you're a mom and pop store, you only have so much room.
Yeah.
So
it's literally a space, shelf space.
Within 3 to 4 years, you're bursting out of the scene. You're just bursting out. You've got no more room. You've got no more room. And so now all of a sudden, rather than having your face facing out, now everything is, sideways.
Spine facing.
And you've got to really, and it just never stops. It never stops. Next month, you got to get this. Next month, you got to get that. Next month, you got to get that.
You need a Costco size building.
Yeah. Well, again, if you have 4 different video stores, or if you have a chain, you can move things around and it's easier. But when you're a mom and pop, that's just it. Mom and pop store, and you have a bike store. You don't have to keep getting new bikes every month. You have a pottery store. You don't have to keep getting new
regardless of your
every
inventory.
single month. Yeah.
You constantly have to grow your inventory.
Every 6 months you get something cool. You don't need to get it every month. And you're defined by you having the new shit.
And then there was another problem when companies that were massively funded, like Blockbuster, came onto the scene. They would go in and they would kind of do this sort of gray market purchasing where they would buy 50 diehards. And a mom and pop store can't afford to buy 1 or 2 diehards, 3 maybe, to satisfy your clientele.
Yeah, the thing is, you spend the money. One of our big titles in the early days of video was Top Gun.
Yeah, Top Gun. Perfect.
Yeah. So you get you'll get even the mom and pop stores. You'll get 12 or 15.
Because everyone wants to see it, and at some point it's going to be out. It's going to be checked out. So you've got to satisfy your.
Well, you'll rent all 15 of those for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be, good. But then now you have to sell them off. For $10 a piece. Once the desire has died
It
down.
largely fell on us because we were a smaller store and we had a Blockbuster just a block away.
Not even a block. We're talking about the same fucking.
Basically,
It's not a block away. It was in the
off the block.
Yeah, in the shopping center that we were in. And you're missing the best, the most interesting thing. It's kind of a both sides. That's what it is. But that's every mom and going to go into this town. Okay, we're going in Manhattan Beach. What's the biggest video store? What's the most popular local video store in Manhattan Beach? Well, that would be Video Archive. They're right they're right across the street from the warehouse. All right, which is one of the big, before Blockbuster. With warehouse, right? And they still.
What up, pimp? How are you?
Across the street from warehouse.
How you doing, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I'm just here.
Excellent. We're just chilling.
Oh, just getting ready to go to bed. And catch some Z's here soon.
Dude, stay in
What are
the...
you up to?
We're listening to the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay in the Discord as long as you can and fall asleep in here.
You keep cutting in.
I figured that. I might have to
You
restart
keep
my...
cutting in and out.
I understand that. I may have to restart my device. Let me see what's going on. Just one moment.
Oh, yeah.
Just one moment.
Yeah, you're chopping up so bad.
Okay. Can you hear me any better now? I don't think you can. Okay. Just one moment. I'm going to restart my device.
Try talking now.
Just one moment. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Just one moment. just one moment. Can you hear me any better now?
Oh,
Yo, how are you, Jake? What's good? Can you hear me?
okay. What are you doing today? Just come and said hello. I got nothing going on.
All right. Can you hear me, Jake?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I look upside down, at least on my screen. Do you guys see me upside down?
How are you doing?
I'm well. Okay. Interesting. All right. You guys, You guys stay
No.
patient. Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me better?
You're no longer upside down.
Excellent. And you can hear me better?
But that's Quentin Tarantino, right?
We're watching we are watching the Joe Rogan Experience. Just one moment. I'm having microphone difficulties. I don't know why. It was working fine. In answer to your question, yes, it is Quentin Tarantino. I'm having just a few technical issues with my microphone. Apologies, but this should work fine. So here we go.
Buy the shaky pizza that is
Yeah, that's
our
Tarantino.
shopping.
Word, dog.
Our
You can't miss that crazy toe sucker.
And they
There you go.
Yeah. Because it's like, wow, with the warehouse and with these video archive guys, this is obviously the place to be. So they just bought out the shaky pizza and opened up, and they still couldn't shut it down.
Oh, what do you want, Kitty Cat?
I'm sure they had that.
What about the cat?
Because they want to be around Rabbi. Why wouldn't they?
Top Guns, whatever it is, it's not as many as Blockbuster is getting. You end up having to focus on, like, how am I going to convince my clientele to watch something other than Top Gun this weekend? And so, it landed on us to basically say, oh, you can't get Top Gun. Well, how about this movie? Well, maybe I don't see it.
But it's the difference between being a cool.
They want to be around Rabbi.
Or a franchise bar and a cool little Joe's bar. All right, the bartender knows you.
Right.
So it's like, look, if you just absolutely positively need Top Gun that weekend, then go to across the street to the warehouse again. All right, we have what we have, but we had customers that like came in every fucking day, and part of their day or every other day, when their parents were here, and they were people of the neighborhood, and they came in.
Yeah.
And not only did they rent
Don't
they
shoot around
they
anymore.
rented new stuff out, but like they came in to talk to us for 20 minutes or 45 minutes, like every other day.
And there's no algorithm to tell them what to do. We're the algorithm. You have to know, this guy, they're on a date night, they're going to want this kind of rom-com type movie. Or
Dreidel,
this guy,
Dreidel.
he really likes,
Dreidel, I made you out of clay. And when you're dry and ready.
And those kids, they're going to want, some skate
Yeah.
stuff, so I've got to learn all
Exactly.
about the Pose Brigade videos and stuff like that. And so, you
My
just got to
Dreidel
figure it out, like, how can I upsell stuff that they haven't heard of? Because invariably, who comes in,
But you're making it sound more cynical than it was. You are making it sound more cynical than it was.
more like the challenge.
You guys are like a married couple.
Yeah, totally, we're like a married couple.
It wasn't that cynical. We're the whole story, honey. We're just telling the whole story. We were just hanging out, and they're coming and hanging out too.
We would pop a movie on and pop the movie on and be watching scenes from it, talking about the scenes, and a customer would come in.
Get some water, big dog.
Parts of conversation you would have, like a chat room in the.
There was like
Go get yourself a glass of water, my man.
15 customers that, like, I talk to 5 hours a week, every week for 5 years.
Yeah.
When you think kind of, it was like, we'd spend at least 40 minutes every other day. And I expected to see this. And I watched what I watched on TV. I saw what I saw at the movies, and they saw what they saw in the movies. They watched what they watched on TV. We all talked about it. They talked about the videos and what else we're going to get, and da-da-da-da-da.
And if you like that, you're going to like this.
About our lives and everything, yeah.
So at what point in time, while this is all going on, you guys decide,
It was always the case.
Well, we were always thinking, well, Roger and Roger had another friend that he was the guy that connected me and Roger together. It was a guy named Scott who took his own life in a church.
His father owned another video store that I worked at as well. They witnessed the coming.
But the thing is, though, that while I was just thinking about making movies, Roger and Scott were like making movies on Super 8.
Yeah.
And they were making little horror films and little zombies.
Just one moment. I'm going to test my sound.
Super 8. And they're like, yeah, that's okay.
Can you hear me?
They're set in their backyard and they're working on it for like 3 months.
Yeah, and
No, you can't.
like
This shit is wild.
all the punk guys, like LA punks, and so they were always in my movies. All the punks were in my movies because they were media literate. They loved movies, so they were easy to pull in and to be in the film. So they were gang punks who beat somebody up or something. So that's been cool working that video store though, because it's essentially like it's like an education. Well, when the time came where we actually wanted to do those movies, where we were having like a movie, I remember when I think it was But I remember you coming to me and saying, the moment has happened.
Jake, can you hear me? No, you can't. All right, let's try it now.
Like I said, I'm a drug lord. I got called with some prescriptions. I got some pills though. I got prescriptions for it.
Okay, that's cool. Can you hear me?
Speaking of some pills that I got prescriptions for, but it's something they did take some prescriptions. Yeah.
There you go.
our time.
There you go. Yo. 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 Okay, is it working? Yo. Yo. Can you hear me? I can hear me. Yo. 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 Is this working? Is this working? Yo. 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 Okay. Can you hear yourself? Yo, pimp. You slaying your dick like it's going out of style, son? It was that fucking cash. Fuck that cash, motherfucker. Yo, can you hear yourself, baby? Yo, are you breaking up? Are you living like a pimp? Sideline to sideline? Sideline to side wall? Okay, how about now? Oh, this shit sucks. Yo, dog. Yo. How about now? Yo, dog. Yo. Why does this shit suck? No one knows. This is the worst. There was once a podcast I was watching. What the fuck is this shit? Why does it keep breaking up? Go again. Try it again. Why does this shit sometimes suck? Who knows? Stupid. Sundar. You gave this to a motherfucker named Mickey. This bitch would work. You gave it to a motherfucker named Tony. This bitch would work. Psych. They would have fucking fell asleep. Yo, what is this shit? Is it working? Test, test, test. How about now? I guess. Kind of sucks, though. What is it? It sucks. It sucks. I wonder if it has to do with that thing. User settings. This is the worst. All right. All right. How about now? This shit sucks. What if I turn this off? Does it work any better now? Does it work any better now? Yo. 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 This is the worst. Yo, can you hear me any better now, pimp? Can anybody hear me any better now, pimp? I think I can hear myself better. Does it have to do with that fucking echo cancellation? Yo, dog. Yo, dog. How are you, pimp? We're just testing shit. Testing shit. This is the worst. This is the worst. Is it working better? I think so. Is it done? Is it done? Yo, pimp. Is this shit done? Yo. It sounds better. Try echo cancellation or whatever. Noise suppression. I don't understand why they have like fancy noise suppression and then regular noise. What the fuck is the difference? Alright. Is it voice and video? It sucks at the beginning. Voice and video, pimp. Dog, I clicked it. Okay. Push to talk limited. What the fuck does that mean? So limited is a thing. Yo, limited brands is a thing. This is the worst. Echo cancellation. How about no, just standard? Yo, yo, yo. Is it better? Or does it still suck dick? Is it dick sucking? Is it terrible? I think it's better. Cool. That was really great. Remember that time when no one could hear me? And then everybody was like, oh, turn off Chris because it sucks. And then everybody could hear me again? Yay! And the crowd goes wild. Yay! Amazing. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Yo, baby. How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Yo. This shit is the worst. The worst. Crisp stuff. Crisper drawer. I'm a default pick, girls. Really? If you want to be. I mean, what? You got better shit? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Is it better? I think it's better. Dog, shout out to Ban. He was kind of nice to me today. Oh, boy. Yo, can you hear me? I can hear me. I think it's pretty sexy now. Maybe too sexy. Alright. Cool, dog. Alright, well, I'm glad that took up half my fucking day. What in the fuck is this shit?
Like a small movie is possible to get made. Like,
This is the worst.
it's happening for us, for guys
The
our age.
worst.
Yeah, man,
I bet if I click this thing, it will have like 15 fucking clips at once.
Like the Seattle band that broke.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. And I still don't think it's enough. I'm like, oh well. That one's good. Is that this one? Yo, pimp. Oh yeah. It wasn't as bad that time.
If you keep one foot in
Because it's entertaining.
yeah, you keep one foot in exploitation in some way in genre.
Oh, this is the
Your
worst.
foundation in genre. Then you can do whatever you want. Like my favorite filmmaker is Stanley Kubrick. I love Kubrick movies. Okay, one could pretty much look
Yo,
at
can anybody hear this?
each and every one is a genre film. Science fiction movies, horror movies, even Barry Lyndon as a costume drama.
This is the worst.
It's a costume genre. It's a genre.
That was a solid, bankable genre.
It's definitely a pulpy genre.
Oh yeah, the book was serialized, wasn't it? It was like Thackeray wrote them in like an episode. It was like a soap opera.
But that was a very popular book at that time.
Yeah, and so it was all. If you can, and I knew this making my first film, and I know Quentin, you were talking about it. This was the conversation we were actively having of. We have to make sure that we make a movie people want to see, like a genre film. And I was calling them exploitation movies at the time. Like, I'm going to keep one foot in exploitation. And then, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I kind of also want to make I want to elevate it as much as possible. So when the time came for me to make my first film, Feelings Out, it was like I knew it was going to be a bank robbery because I wrote it around the location. We found this while they were scouting for Reservoir Dogs, Lawrence Bender, or maybe you also scouted that location. You found this bank location, and Lawrence called me up and was like, "Hey, I'm calling all the writers I know. I found this bank location, and if you have a script that takes place in a bank, we can kick together a couple $100,000 and make a movie here. And this complete, solid, amazing location." And I said, "Oh my God, Lawrence, this is your lucky day. I happen to have a script that takes place in a bank." And it's quickly wrote one. Based on the location. And as I was writing it, I was thinking, okay, I know that it's going to be a bank robbery. It's a bank. And so I know it's going to be a bank robbery, and that's my solid bankable genre that I'm going to stick with. But I knew I wanted to do something more with it, and I had just traveled through Europe, and I've been telling Quentin the stories of traveling through Europe.
Why the fuck?
Takes a trip, and
I still think it should win.
I think it's a different movie. I don't think it's.
Dog, it's the worst. Terrible.
I had been in Paris. I had bumped into a guy that I knew from Los Angeles who was a French guy, and he was like, "Oh, show me the real Paris." And I went out with he and his friends, Henri, Jean, Claude, all the characters from the movie. I went out with him and his friends, and we, he drove me through Paris. And
Is this shit working?
And it's right with you. No, not with me.
Is this shit working? It's the worst.
All
right. Now, what the fuck happened to Issa?
Like he tied his arm off and said, hold my arm?
No. He was the tying off.
Yeah, Roger, hold my arm while I shoot up. So,
but he doesn't quite know that this is all going to happen. That everything else has been a preamble to this.
yes, suddenly that happens, and then
He just needed a heroin partner.
yeah, and his friends are like, "Oh, bring it to the nose, listen to the feedback." Things like that. And I'm like writing these lines down, like this is great.
He said.
And so I came back and I told Quentin like about this whole story about these guys going, driving around the Champs-Élysées. The bags show themselves. Now we go into the nightclub down below. We do more heroin. I'm like, what about the woods? Are the police going to say anything? It's safer here. Than, like you can do heroin anywhere in Paris. And it was like, no, I work at Le Mans. Like all of it was like basically everything in that movie, right? Was stuff that I'd actually seen. And so when the time came to make it as a bank robbery film, I just, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, it's a bank robbery movie, but it's going to be about these guys. And it just became a movie about a guy going someplace and everything that he thought he knew was wrong. Like, you think.
Oh, why would they get rid of it? Douches.
Okay, it's all about that kind of friendship and misconception. He's downstairs at the bank. Johnny Gargano, the bad guy, is upstairs. Chaos is going on upstairs. He has no idea what's going on upstairs. And so this kind of just became what the movie was about. So I just quickly wrote the script, and then we ended up not even using that location to shoot the movie. It came together later when we were shooting downtown LA. Yeah, but it was the seed was planted. The seed was planted. So the idea was, okay, I'm going to make a French film out of it because I'm like in LA. I'm making a film. What can I do that would be different? Like that would make this more than just a bank robbery movie because of the experience I had just had. I'm going to make a French film. Okay, I had no business making a French movie. I didn't even really speak French.
How do you
I
fucking
just thought
talk?
it would be kind of cool. I like, cool French girl and like greasy, dirty French guys, French criminals, and I always loved, Alain Delon and the samurai, the way he wears a suit, and the way he carries a gun, and the way he walks around. And I just just adored all of that. And so, well, let's put all of that kind of space that's in my brain into the movie. And then movies tend to take on a life of their own. They tend to be like children. It starts off as a concept, as a conception, as an infancy, and then you're raising that child to become the movie. And along the way, you're really just kind of protecting it, trying to allow it to grow into what it's going to grow into without forcing it to become something that it's not. And it's a little bit of a balance. You have to be a good parent, which means you have to give it a little bit of freedom to grow into something you don't know what it's going to be. But at the same time, you have to be willing to, be strong with it as well.
So that's a very underappreciated movie. It's a fucking great
I think I'm really good at making underappreciated movies. I think I built a career without underappreciated movies.
Those are the classics that you would look for in a video store.
Yeah.
You would look for the movies that were really good that nobody knew about.
Dog Day Afternoon's not in, but he can get you killing something.
Right.
My favorite moment in the movie. Well, I like it when the guy gets burnt out alive. All right, the hamburger scene.
So that was,
They were trying to fucking cut out of it. They're like, you can't cut that out. I'm taking my name off.
yeah. No, Quentin did that. Actually, Quentin was a great gorilla to have on my side at that time.
But
Why would they tell you to cut that out?
well, they're like, well, like
Everyone is afraid. Everyone's afraid. Everyone operates out of fear. The only people that don't operate out of fear, I think, is the director and the actors. Those are the ones who, if everything's working right, you're fearless.
There's always executives.
But it's
fucking,
just, but my favorite scene is the scene with Hugh and Blonde when he walks into the club.
Oh yeah.
And he's just like, wait a minute. And he's like remembering what he heard, and he realizes.
Okay, so that's a good example of because the movie was shot first.
Explain the scene better.
The scene was shot. I mean, the movie was shot for very little money. We had no money to make it, so I had to shoot the entire upstairs first and then the downstairs because it's like doing a company movie. But I knew that when writing, and this is sort of a kind of a rule that we had was one, make a genre movie. Two,
explain the scene.
I'm going to.
I said explain the scene. Don't tell me what you thought about at that moment.
The scene was a replacement for another scene that was in the movie that was too expensive to shoot. That's the short of it.
What does that do with what I like?
What I replaced it with was, and I had to fight for it, was a single shot. Because originally he goes downstairs and he sees a bunch of guys coming in through the sewer. So he starts machine gunning people in the sewer. Because there was like a little sewer manhole in the bottom of the bank. I was like, well, let's use that. And so I had this whole thing. And the Bond company showed up, and you're behind schedule, and you gotta you gotta cut pages, and I couldn't cut anything, and I'm shooting upstairs, downstairs stuff, and so it's like I had to have something because he leaves the scene and then comes back angry, and so I knew I needed to have something, and originally I had this whole scene where the cops are coming in, and he reacts to that, and so I said, okay, I just need one shot, and this is all I could have time to do for the fucking Bond company. And so I set up, which were actually really cool. They were actually so funny. I just set up a single camera. I asked for a kind of a Kubrickian lens, a nice wide, like maybe a 14mm lens. And I just had John Hughes walk up into a close-up, and I just had him I said, just walk into a close-up and start looking around and just start seeing things coming out of the walls. And is that the shot you're talking about? He does like a little magic trick beforehand, like. Yeah, that's not the one you're talking about. No, that's the great shot. That's a great shot.
No, the scene I'm talking about is, but that's why I want you to explain it because I hadn't seen it in a long time. But it was.
There it is. That's the shot.
Oh, that's the shot.
That's the shot I'm talking about. Look, he's looking into the walls, looking around.
But I thought the whole idea about it is the idea that
I added those lines of dialogue in.
no, but I thought the whole idea is he puts it all together. He realizes there's something going on, that the cops are doing this, or Aristotle is dirty with him. All this, and it all hits him. He's realizing something else, and he walks into a close-up, and it all hits him. But now we, the audience, know what's going on.
Yeah.
And then he's just like.
Well, it just shows that sometimes if you can't do what you want to do, what you come up with is better. And this was an example of it rained that day, and I had to use the rain. That's sort of the example.
The frustrating part for me about what you said is like, I don't care how the sausage was made. I want the sausage. I wanted you to talk about the sausage, well, not the factory.
You don't want to know what's in that sausage.
You
have no
I wanted to hear about the Italian sweetness.
Well, it was very sweet, but it started off sour. It started off sour because I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And so I just came up with something that was, well, he puts it together in his head.
I still think that sequence is exhilarating because it all boils down to an actor's face.
Well, I had Tom Savini on the set because, and I couldn't afford Tom Savini, but I found his number, and before I shot, I called him up in Pittsburgh. Tom Savini's a makeup effects artist who did Dawn of the Dead.
He did all these things, Dawn of the Dead.
And not to mention all the great Friday the 13th, all the slasher movies.
He's the superstar of practical makeup effects of horror films of that era.
He was in Vietnam and saw some shit. And every time I'm talking to him about stuff, he's like, oh yeah, if you're bleeding from back here, there's only 2 small veins, and blah, blah, because when your head gets knocked out. He's seen all this stuff, and so this is his way of processing it. But Tom came in, and I couldn't afford him. I called him up on the phone. I was like, hey, you think I'm a young filmmaker? I'm your biggest fan. I like the makeup effects, blah blah blah. Okay, he blew himself out. We had no money to pay him. I think we paid him like some tiny amount. He flew himself to LA, put himself up, worked on the phone, and he made that burn makeup on that burned guard in the vault out of Vaseline paint and tissue paper. And I watched it. It was the most unbelievable thing how he made blisters and burn effects. It was like watching one of the great artists work. Tom is incredible. Incredible.
Well, you were asking earlier on about, you're working at a video store. Did you ever think, when did you start thinking about making your own stuff? Well, I was thinking about making my own stuff for like a long, long, long time, but these guys were actually doing it. But there's the truth. While I thought about it like for a long, long time, and always figured I would do that eventually, I did fall asleep for a few years. It was because working at that store, I just got caught up in the little life there, and it's interesting because you spend your 20s going to comedy clubs and building a career. So I'm still in my 20s there, and well, it's one of those things where it's like, well, this isn't my dream. This isn't what I wanted to do working at a video store for years. I wanted to actually make movies. It's not my dream, what I'm doing. But it's dream adjacent. It's close to my dream. It's close to my dream. I get to watch movies all fucking day. I get to talk about movies all fucking day. I don't have to work at a pizza parlor. I don't have to. I'm not delivering pizzas. I'm not busting ass as a bartender. I'm not busting ass doing menial jobs. I mean, this is the kind of job I do. If I'd go to this store if I wasn't paid to go to the store. So it's like but for a couple of years it didn't put me to sleep. It did kind of put me to sleep. It put my ambitions to sleep a little bit because I was happy enough.
Yeah.
I was happy enough. And just one of these days I'll where I didn't have the fire. I didn't have the fire. And when I got the fire, when I eventually got the fire back again, and it was a life-changing thing. It was a life-changing thing. It was, we had a buddy of ours named Steve.
Yeah.
And he was one. We had different living arrangements. And at one point in time, me and Steve were living in the same house, renting in the back towards the back of the store.
The dude house.
Yeah. This was where everyone would hang out. And but now Steve was older than the rest of us, so it's like he was about like almost 5 years older than us, but he didn't seem like he was a young guy.
Yeah, like 5 years younger mentally. Or emotionally.
Yeah. And but so he gets 30 and he starts to change. He starts changing like drastically. He's like one of the funniest guys I ever knew. He's just really funny stoner dude, really cool. Now all of a sudden he's like angry about it. And now he's not quite as funny, and now he's got this issue. And so we're roommates. And there's this one night that he's kind of like he's kind of disgusted with his life. And he starts ranting, and he's describing a situation that was very common if you were a kid growing up without a degree or anything in the 80s, especially in California, where it's like you can't get any really good jobs. But like you can work at Liquor's Pizza, and if you're an okay employee, you could like work at Liquor's Pizza for a couple of years, and maybe you could even become assistant manager or a manager. Maybe they send you to another store, and maybe you work there for 3 years, and that's really great. But then, all of a sudden, the district manager doesn't like you. You run afoul of somebody higher up in corporate, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're firing your own district.
Again, it's management.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you spent 3 years at Liquor's Pizza. Now you can get a job at TRW or some place that's like a real job. Or, those are kind of hard to get. You can work at Warehouse Representation tomorrow because you just had 3 years at Liquor's Pizza. Same thing with Wild West Clothier, same thing with Miller's Outpost, same thing with any of these kind of stores. Next thing you know, you're 28, and the only jobs you've ever had are minimum wage jobs behind a counter that were designed for kids to pay for their gas.
Right.
And you like spent your entire 20s doing that.
And then you start getting bitter.
And you start getting bitter. But he was not just bitter about the job. I knew, man, he's telling me the truth. I'm learning something here. Because he goes, Quentin, do you think that we're this really great team? We're this really great crew? Well, we are. I mean, that time in your 20s, we're like your group of friends or your family. And well, we are. Quentin, at 20, I worked at South Bay Cinema, and I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you, and some girls there too. But a bunch of guys just like you. And then I stopped working at South Bay Cinema. Then I worked at Miller's Outpost. I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. We did everything just like we do. We went to movies together. We went out and we dated amongst the girls there. Everything. Yeah. Then I worked at Laser Pizza for 4 years with a bunch of guys just like you. I wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you. And they all go away at a certain point. And I realized this guy's kind of telling the truth. He's showing me a truth about this is coming from somewhere. And then all of a sudden, he still hung around us. He still liked us. But then he started making it a point to touch base with some of his high school friends that were still around. So he's not just hanging out with guys 4 years younger or 5 years younger than him. Anyway, I'm turning 25 already. So I'm having my own little, okay, well, what have I done with my life so far? So far, fucking something. So I'm having my own little anxiety hitting 25. But I've seen what it's like 5 years from now. When you turn 30.
A window to the future.
When you're 30 and you're in this situation. And there was like one night that I had what I used to call, I would do it every once in a while. I haven't done it in a long time. Thank you. I would have a collected test where I'd stay up all night long, and rather than give myself excuses, I would look at everything that I'm fucking up in my life, or everything I'm not doing, or whatever, and just not give myself any fucking excuses. I'm just like nail it. And I would spend like all night laying out everything I'm doing that's wrong, and then I would spend the last 2 hours figuring out how I could change it. And as opposed to just doing it and then going to get some sleep and then you forget about it and fall back into your routine, I decided to change my life. And I was like, look, the problem is that I'm living in the South Bay, and even though I drive to Los Angeles, I gotta not worry about this job anymore. I gotta just move to Hollywood. I gotta get involved there. I gotta meet other people that are in the business. And if I have to work manpower jobs, where you just work like 4 days at this place and 4 days at that place, well, then that's fine. And by the way, I shouldn't be making money until I'm making money doing what I want to do. And that was ever a teacher. All right, but then the next thing I knew, I moved down to the South Bay, and then I couldn't move into Hollywood. I couldn't afford Hollywood, but I could afford Koreatown. That was close enough. And literally the minute I kind of moved out there, I met a guy who wrote low-budget horror movies, and then through him, I met other guys that wrote low-budget horror movies, and this guy who directs a few low-budget horror, this guy who produces a couple. And well, you meet one person, and that introduces you to 3 other people. Now all of a sudden, I actually knew people who were actually making movies. And the other thing about it was like, also, well, look, these guys can do what I can do. Because they weren't too special.
Right. That's the weird realization that you end up having.
Yeah, and then literally, it wasn't like everything changed, but like within a year and a half from moving out of the South Bay and moving into the Hollywood area, within a year and a half, I was finally able to make a living as a writer. You're getting like a $7,000 for this rewrite on the script over here, $4,000 for this polish over here, another $10,000 for this rewrite over here. I mean, I make $10,000 a year for all my
you're actually doing it, so you realize it's possible.
It's realizing it's possible, but it's also a situation where it's like, um, as opposed to talking to your buddies about comedy in Minnesota, your buddies who like comedy, you're at the comedy store and you're dealing with comedians every fucking night.
Yeah.
And you're in the place where the shit happens and you're hearing how the laughs work. But also like you know what's going on. Oh, Caroline's Comedy Hour is doing a tryout for this.
Yeah.
And Chuckles is doing this thing or that thing. Oh, and there's the sitcom going on, there's the funny neighbor guy.
Yeah. At any moment
You're plugged in.
at any moment there's a circle of people rising in any industry.
Yes.
And it's just a matter of finding those people, and those people will all gravitate towards the same things.
Yeah, they have the thing where they're like, hey Benny, we have a spot for you that could be really, I can't do it. But my friend Joe could do it. How about we give Joe a chance?
Yeah.
Okay, will you back Joe up? Yeah, I'll back Joe up. Okay, yeah, let's call your friend Joe. Can he be down here at 9? Yeah, he can be down here at 9. Well, that's how you get a fucking gig.
This is exactly what we tried to do when we built the mothership here. What we done. We decided when we left LA, like we need a place where comics have a hub. And when we were all in Austin, we all just moved to Austin because of the pandemic. Yeah. And all of a sudden we were allowed to perform indoors. It was crazy. In November of 2020, we were doing shows indoors. And you couldn't go on Twitter because they would call you a big super spreader, a fucking monster. But everybody started moving here. By the time 2020 rolls around, there's like 15, 16 world-class comedians that didn't used to live in Austin who are here now. And we were like, let's build a club. And so we gone to Ritz Theater, where some of your movies played.
Yeah.
That was crazy. And when we put it together, the whole idea was like have a place where people can come. We have 2 nights of open mic nights, Sunday and Monday night. So there's always a chance to get on stage. There's always a guy that's a real Adam Egan is a real talent coordinator. He's really gonna watch you. He's really gonna give you advice. And you're around the best comics in the world all the time. And everybody knows it's possible. And everybody treats you the way you would want to be treated if you started. So you're just one of us. You just started, but we're not better than you. We're not. There's nothing special about us. We're just telling you. We started walking, and now we're 15 miles in. You're 15 feet in. Just keep walking.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. When I watch some of the things on the comedy circuit, I really love going to the comedy.
Yeah.
And they treat me really great. All right. But the mythology of the place. You go down there and open mic night. And if you have friends to offer, then you work your way up and then do the doorman, and then you work your way up. But it seems like that was then. That was a long time ago. Now it seems like people are almost saying 10 years, all right, or 8 years before they actually are getting up and getting paid.
Not necessarily. Like Tony Hinchcliffe started at the comedy store. He started as a doorman, and worked his way up to selling out masses for art. I mean, it is possible to still be a doorman. I met him.
I'm thinking that that's the spot, but it seems like if you have to wait 5 years,
well, you don't get good for 10 years. It takes forever. Comedy is like making a mountain out of layers of paint. It takes forever. You have to fail. Yeah. You have to have the opportunities to fail. Well, there's also no along the way how to do it. Yeah. Like writing a film, like you have a protagonist, you have the antagonist, you have a plot, you have a bunch of stuff that you can kind of create.
Yeah. Would you really say that it takes 10 years to be a solid comedian?
It takes 10 years to be a real headliner. Like
that's a little different.
Well, that's when you're a real comic.
Yeah,
when you can do an hour. You can do an hour, and then you can write another hour.
Yeah.
Like you kind of know who you are. So years to build that.
You have to be enough of a name of a draw to actually draw an audience.
Yeah. And you have to usually go on the road with a headliner, and then the people get to see you. Oh, I remember he was here when Tom Segura was in town. That guy's really good. We saw him then, and he did 15 minutes. Now he's going to do an hour. This should be great. It's sort of that kind of deal. But it's the same sort of situation where most people don't. Like if you're in Pittsburgh, you don't know what to do. You go up. There's a couple open mic nights. Everybody sucks, and there's no inspiration.
It's not set up for comedy, and it's not fucking pizza flyer.
Exactly. And it's good on the weekend. show, and you kind of like get a feel what it's like to perform in front of a real audience and there to see a real comic. But you gotta be around. Like comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. There's no great comedian that lives in some small town by himself. Like you can find some great blues artists
Or a great novelist.
Novelist is probably the best one because you gotta live in your own head. You have to be around the other people that are doing it, which is exactly why Clinton moved to Hollywood. Exactly.
Get away from these pictures.
You have to do it, but you really do have to. I recall living in Hollywood as well.
Yeah, you did.
Freaking Franklin.
Yes, you
Came from Plumber Park. Your bit of friend gave you a valuable little piece of information.
Yeah, he did. No, very much.
You need those. You need those moments.
Oh, I knew I was hearing the truth. And I knew I was hearing the coming attraction.
Yeah.
Because I was already feeling it at 25.
Right.
I'm throwing my topsoil years away.
Right. The topsoil. Exactly. When it doesn't come back.
It doesn't come back.
You never get to be 21 again. It's a reset. Yeah. You get one weird march through this life. And if you don't,
you can throw it away till 23, but from 24 on, you need to be thinking about what you're doing for the rest of your life.
Get it going. Yeah, get it going. I think these conversations are so important for young people to hear. Because there's a lot of people out there that do have ideas. Sometimes they have a little bit of a fire, and then maybe they have a job that's kind of cool, like yours was, and they get sedated. Almost the worst thing that can happen is which I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah. But, I mean, it all worked out. Okay, it all worked out really, really good. And the thing about it was, I did get comfortable, but I got comfortable in a cool place. And also I did have the energy and the wherewithal to ultimately get dissatisfied with it and want more. The alternative would have been me working at a department store for those 4 years.
Right.
And I would have been like really miserable.
Right.
Here I'm able to, in this instance, I'm still involved with, the part, the sedative part, but the idea that it was close enough to them.
Right.
It's close enough. I could get,
There's guys like that at the comic store. There's a friend of mine at the comic store that he was a bartender in the back bar, and he wanted to be a comic. Yeah. But he was there. He was like 5 years after I met him. I'm like, hey man, you got to quit this fucking job. Because you're here with all the greatest comics in the world, but you're not going on stage because you're making good money. And that's the velvet curtain. Let's pull over your eyes.
I worked on Lords of Dogtown, the movie about Zephyr surfboards and skateboarding, polyurethane wheels and surfing. And I'm not like a surfer or anything, but my entry point into that movie was Zephyr surfboards was exactly like video archives. And I imagine it's like this in a lot of places where, you have a shop, they make they do skateboards, and they've got a shaper guy there, Skip Ingram, who's a surfboard shaper. He's sort of like Lance, the guy who owns Video Archives. And he started a shop, and he's selling to all the kids locally, and all the kids who love surfing, like Stacy Peralta or Tony Alva or guys like that, they would just go hang out there, just like we would go hang out at the video store. So I looked at that, and I was like, okay, I don't really know anything about these guys other than growing up in the beach community, but my real entry point was I understand gravitating towards what you love and wanting to be close to it, and that if a video store is the closest thing to Hollywood in your town, that's where you go. Or if it's not a movie theater.
Well, it was funny because when I started at the video store, I was like, it was great because, like I said, I got to hang out in a place that I enjoyed, and I'm surrounded by movies I'm talking about with
Access to all those type of
but then also there was also the situation of, I became like a little film critic in that. It was like I was like the store was my little village voice, and I was the Andrew Sarris there. I was like straight A stuff, and people would come in, and at a certain point, I'm like, oh, what should I get? And the thing is, I'm not just like holding court on my own personal taste. Pretty soon they got a really good idea about my taste. But the thing is, I'm gearing it towards people. I'm not gonna, get some housewives to watch some Gonzo movie that Gonzo movie that I really like. I'm gaming. I get to know her. It's a Taylor, and so I'm putting something in her hand that I think she's gonna appreciate it. I kind of know what kind of comedy she likes. I know who she likes, stuff like that. And so I'm like, really kind of scary in a certain way. And that felt really good. It felt like I said, I felt like a film critic.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I forgot I was going to go somewhere with that, and I forgot a lot. My train of thought. All right. But one of the things that ended up happening, and I hope I didn't say it last time, that ended up happening is we became really famous in the neighborhood. We were the video guys.
Yeah.
And, our store was a little different than most of the businesses that were in Manhattan Beach. And so everyone kind of knew us. We were the video guys. So in a strange way, it was a precursor to what it would be like to be famous with the whole world kind of knows about you like that. In Manhattan Beach, I'm like walking down the street, people are like, hey, Quentin, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I remember working at the store, I'm walking to the Jack in the Box to get a Coke and come back. And then, we'd walk into the man's movie theater, or that was by the theater, and me and two of the guys would walk in to go see a movie, and we'd walk down the aisle, and we'd get, hey, man, the VR guy.
Yeah, I was in San Francisco once, and the guys from Red Cross, the punk band, they were customers of ours. I was like, oh, they're doing a signing at this local record shop. I'll just go show up. I'll show up there on Haight-Ashbury. And I walk in, immediately the McDonald brother guys were like, hey, it's the video store guy. Hey, man, come back behind with us. I don't think they talk like that.
They kind of talk like that.
It's good to get that slow drip, get a little bit of a taste of it before you actually get famous. Just get a feel of what it's like. It still doesn't give you the full. It's like, I'm just going to smoke a little weed compared to I'm going to mainline.
Welcome. How are you?
Dude, that's fucking crazy. That's a cool ass link.
It made me feel part of it.
What is?
Which I had never felt before. I actually felt part of the
Right.
Manhattan Beach. Yeah. I felt part of the Manhattan Beach.
That's a cool ass link. Holy shit.
The people
What
knew
link?
me there. And I was an
Look at the
upstanding
invite.
member inside of it.
Oh, that it just comes here?
The same thing is
Yeah.
Cool, man. How are you?
These are like a group of people that get together
Uh,
and get famous. Say, hey, listen,
Fuck, I
we're famous already. Let me tell you how
I'll change my
fucking
name real quick.
You're good. You're cool.
So, like, what's this server about?
Great question. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming going back to the pandemic, which is more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. How are you?
That's crazy. I don't believe you. No way. You have like you have a catalog for your fucking life?
Exactly.
Where? Where's your catalog? So you have like a fucking YouTube channel?
I've got like 13 YouTube channels simultaneously going right now.
Dude, why do you do this, dude? Are you like schizophrenic or something?
Not at all. I'm very, very sound mind, my friend.
What, are you Muslim?
No, I'm Jewish.
Oh. Man.
Here, I just sent you a link. Check it. You can see all my live streams. We're just watching the Joe Rogan Experience. Do you know what Joe Rogan is?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, he's got Quentin Tarantino on, and they're just talking about movies and stuff. Well, I don't know what that was.
And I don't know if you're prepared for this. When we were first trying to make True Romance, it had this amazing screenplay. It was like we were going to try to do it Coen Brothers style. We had just seen Blood Simple, and we were like, okay, I'm going to produce Quentin
that whole dream failed. I was doing it that way.
Yeah, nobody knows what it's like to actually be successful until you are. But in the beginning, did you guys feel like pretenders? Did you feel fake? Did you have imposter syndrome?
I didn't have imposter syndrome because I did a movie and I was really happy with the film. But the thing is, what I felt like, I'll tell you exactly how I felt. I didn't feel like imposter syndrome. Well, I guess a little bit. So there is that, all that, like, waiting for somebody to tap you on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Fuck you doing?
Get out of here.
Right.
They will let that guy in.
Right. But what I had was, I felt like I was a reporter deep undercover. All right, on the opposite side of the line.
Right.
This isn't really me. I'm like those people over there.
Right.
But I'm deep undercover.
Right.
I can give you reports from the front of what it's like here on the battle line.
Right. Well, maybe that was a good thing, though.
It was a really cool thing.
Because I think that's one of the things you did with your films is you did shit that was very risky. Like we were talking about executives and all these different management people that are going to come in and fuck with your thing and don't do that, cut that out. But you had a sensibility, not of a person in management, but of a person that I know what I like. I know what I like, and I think I can think differently than these people do.
Oh no, I was not. One of the things we talked about, we had a little theory about it, was that gave us a bit of a superpower when we were first brought into. Well, once we established ourselves, people knew they read our script, so you knew we had something to offer. We would walk into rooms and we would realize that, and look, I'm not here to make fun of Hollywood executives. Those guys, look, you don't know how bad some of these movies, these scripts are. Oftentimes they actually make the best. They're really, really terrible. All right, when they go to the
I sing karaoke. I answer questions of people. Watch podcasts. I have my own podcast. I do interviews. That's about it. Welcome.
Yeah, what's your favorite drug, Dave?
All of them. All of them.
So, like, do you have money? Like, do you have wealth? How do you maintain yourself?
I'm a certified project management professional, so I complete projects for companies.
Do you have any NDAs?
Yeah.
How do you get through those times of life?
I haven't. Well, usually, at least when it comes, I mean, I've signed NDAs in the past. The projects that I complete for companies or like a lot of times cryptocurrencies ask me to do something. They know that I'm streaming, so that's actually how they find me. So I don't have to sign NDAs with some of them. So I find ones that work for me. I basically get my pick of the litter because I do really well as a project manager. And I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play successfully. I have completed major six-figure projects that I get paid six figures, but multi-million-dollar projects for Fortune 500. So I have a track record that allows me to be able to live my life as freely as I wish. I hope that answers your question.
3 years?
Yeah, more than 3 years, dog. Yeah, it's more content than any person has on the internet. And if you didn't know, content is king.
Nah, Christian. You can't be Christian.
I have 10 times more content than that person. I'm live 24/7 on 14 different YouTube channels and 33 different platforms. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. whatever person you're saying can't compete with that.
Not too hot. Shit, man. I'm way too high for this shit.
That's cool, man. Getting
Have you ever had like? You ever had like a group of people ever go after you before?
no,
Been gang stalked?
no.
Gang stalk, but like, man, like different trolls. You never had trolls around?
Oh yeah, I get trolls.
Like they try to.
I get trolls
Yeah,
every
like,
day.
Like a certain group that sticks around.
I mean, yeah, I do. I've got some people from Australia who like to come in and yell the N-word at me, and I've made friends with them as best I can, and they listen to me sing karaoke. They listened to me sing karaoke like 18 hours ago. I mean, when you really get to know me, I'm a pretty nice person. In fact, I'm a very nice person, so I'm kind of hard to hate.
Where's your?
Welcome, welcome. How are you, Ludacris? Hope you're having a good day. Did you see all my live streams on YouTube?
What was that?
I was saying to what is your name here? BBC. I was saying to him that I have live streams on YouTube. Hey, I'm the king of BBC uh, on TikTok. That's one of my names. I have that. I'm at the king of BBC.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. Here, I'll show you.
How big?
I'm giant,
How
baby.
big?
I'm
How big?
giant. No, I'm average. Just ask.
Like how many pieces?
I'm average. Just ask LeBron.
So you're under 10. You're under 10 inches.
I'm average. Just ask LeBron.
That's crazy.
Hold on, I'll show you.
All right.
Here I am. I have 974 followers with like no content. I'm the king of BBC. This is my account.
The king of BBC. No way, that's your.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's his account.
Yeah, look here. This is the.
Can you explain to my what your purpose is?
I don't want war anymore. So more than 3 years ago, well, frankly, I want to be rich as fuck, and I'm going to be. If you didn't know, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, "Content is king," but I could make money in many different ways through technology, through project management. But if I want to make super big amounts of money, one of the ways to do it is through data. Data is our number one resource. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, they stated that data was more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, diamonds, platinum, and I have more data than any person ever. And it's very important data. It is human data. So essentially, people will be able to study this in the future as a time capsule for human society. We talk about things that aren't normally discussed in general society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark matter, dark energy. We talk about de-extinction, like bringing back animals back to life, everything from the woolly mammoth to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, perhaps, or raptors, or the brontosaurus, or whatever. We can bring those back with science. We talk about things like life extension technology. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about things like human growth hormone and stem cells and ambrosia therapy, which is using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We talk about things that are perhaps controversial, but have a long-term benefit for humanity, like nootropics or perhaps cryonics. And then we get into some really exciting topics. Jake, Luna, Chris, and BBC, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
Shot myself in the head. No one has ever told me that.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Well, let me explain why. I get that. But basically, when I go viral, I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way. And you three are included in that. You guys are basically time travelers in the digital world. And I've archived all of my life for the last 3.5 years. And I'm going to be able to pay for your wildest fantasies. And one of those should include a type of technology, in addition to all the things that I said in regards to life extension technology, moving into mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically saying to you is that there's a chance, a very good chance, that you'll be able to experience perhaps digital immortality, which is a very exciting opportunity.
Sounds nice.
Word, dog.
Dude, I want the shit you're smoking.
Exactly. Isn't it good, my man? Bravo. Bravo, my man.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Really, what my life is basically just archiving the world. I've got a radio that's going 24/7. So at any single point for the last 3.5 years, you can go to an individual day and know exactly what was going on in the world, in world history, and world politics, in world economics. And then I've really been able to archive much of, if not all of, perhaps the major works of the global art scene. So that's every major Oscar winner, every major motion picture we've literally watched on this, or every major television series, everything from The Sopranos to Sex and the City to Seinfeld to Friends to The Office to Parks and Recreation to Family Guy to like 30 seasons of The Simpsons. I mean, it's all been archived. Additionally, some of the things that we've archived are every major book, every major religious text, every major audiobook. Additionally,
So you made a Smithsonian of data.
Exactly.
Multimedia.
Exactly. And I'm starting to.
The Smithsonian.
I've had this Discord only 6 months or so, and I already have 1,500 people in here. Every single night, generally, I sing karaoke till like 8 in the morning, like very early in the morning, with like 40 people from the Philippines, and I'm starting to get popular in other Discords as well. I've been live in Aiden Ross's. Oh, excellent! I've been live in Aiden Ross's Discord for like 8 months, and I'm the #1 streamer in the history of the Aiden Ross Discord. So he knows who I am. He's been in my YouTube streams on Kick. Everyone on Kick knows who I am, if you know what Kick is. So I am the #1 best known person on Kick. And the reason why is because I created robots that automatically spam all of Kick for me whenever I want. So essentially these bots create accounts and then spam hundreds of people and then create another bot. And it's been going now continuously for like 8 months or so. And it's to the point where the owner of Kick.
I was wondering why you became so prevalent on my shit.
There you go.
Wait, so you're just viewbotting?
No, I'm not viewbotting.
You're not viewbotting, but you're changing the algorithm with your bots. You're definitely doing that.
Yeah, definitely doing that.
Like, that's crazy. He's like a heart palpitation for their fucking. Like, so you haven't been doing this naturally. You just haven't been you just been using bots?
No. Actually, most of it has been natural. So the bots that I've created are like, they're manually created, and all they do on Kick at least is, I mean, it's fucking brilliant. It creates an account for me automatically, and then it goes to the front page, and starting with the most popular just chatting person, it creates a clip of them. Within the clip, it puts my Discord link, then it follows them, and then it spams them with join my Discord for world peace. So, I mean, you ask anybody who's a popular streamer, if you know who Amaranth is, Amaranth knows who I am. Aiden Ross knows who I am. Action Man knows who I am. Oh, absolutely. Do you know who Amaranth is?
That's fucking crazy.
Right.
That's ironic, seriously. Yeah.
And basically, it's this growing wave that's coming of people who are interested in what I do, and other people understand what I'm doing. They're sick of war as well, and they want someone who basically has a neutral stance to be able to speak on behalf of the people of the world, to say that we need to put down our arms, release hostages, and come to diplomatic negotiations everywhere in the world. There's no reason why I should put my hands on you, nor you put your hands on me without consent. And we treat other people the way that we want them to treat us, we can find a lot of peace in this world. And then from there, that's when we
So
can.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Where do you live? Do you live in the U.S.?
I do.
Do you live in the U.S.?
I do. Yeah,
Which state?
I'm based out of Irvine, California. Welcome to our new friends. Welcome. We're just chilling with some new friends here. Feel free to get comfortable. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Oh, like 8.
Is anyone here looking for hot East X with me?
I'm looking for big BBC, and you look white as fuck.
So yeah, we're just.
Rabbi.
Yo, dog.
Yo, Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, now I can hear you. How long did you just sleep for, dog?
Like actually a little less than 8 hours.
Oh, damn, I thought you were sleeping for like 14.
No, sometimes that happens, but no. I was up very late singing karaoke all night with a bunch of people, with like 40 different people. I like to sing karaoke.
I seen the live stream. Did you break the record?
Oh yeah, I've got the record by like years. Nobody has as much data as I have. So essentially, like, to the people who are in here right now, just one moment. I'll send you my main link where you can see my life in 360 degrees. I have cameras all over, including a ceiling camera, and I got cameras on my computer. Just one moment. I'm glad that you're all here. Thank you for joining. In Discord, I'm live. I'm live in like 14 different Discords concurrently. So in addition to mine, they're all
different. What computer are you running? Like, what's your?
I have like 33 different devices.
Rabbi Roth. What's your computer?
Oh, I have a lot of small computers, nothing major.
Oh, just a bunch of them. I thought you had like one master system that controlled everything.
No, I don't think that would be as effective, because usually you can't be in simultaneous, like for instance, like Discord. You can't be in simultaneous Discords from one device usually.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, virtual.
Okay, I mean, I'm not essentially going to be able to do that in addition to 14 different YouTube streams. Even with virtual machines, I potentially have to have different IPs.
God damn. Nigga, you need like one of those FBI fucking 13 giant monitors on your wall type shit.
I mean, I basically have that.
That's crazy.
Well,
So what happens when? I know it's like an interesting question. What happens when like you want to jerk off or something?
yeah, that's a great question. Perhaps I retain. Perhaps I just do it under the covers, and anybody who has any questions can just wonder what I'm doing under the covers. That isn't to say that perhaps I've not done it in the open as well. I have, but when I do that, I lose my account. If you want to see it though, I have really no reservation. Yeah, go to Rabbi Rothschild 18 on Instagram. It's the pinned. You can see it. It's average. Just ask LeBron. So just perhaps. So just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18.
So you're saying you accidentally got? So you telling me you accidentally fucked up your whole bot system because he showed you dick?
In the beginning, yeah.
But
So
you had to reset everything.
I got a bunch of different accounts banned because of that. So but I do have a bunch of the content that was archived on redundant streams that I have. So I have a bunch of it on Instagram. So you can see it on Instagram. Yeah, I don't fuck around, man. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. Frankly, I am someone who advocates for women. Here you go. So if I am a man and I do this, nothing's going to happen to me. But if I were to do that as a woman, I would lose all my accounts. I would lose my ability to provide for my family, perhaps, and provide for myself. And I think that that is de facto discrimination. I don't think it's right that we discriminate based on the color of someone's skin, nor the content. Yep.
It's not popping up.
You have to be 21 to be able to view it.
Boom.
Wow, look at that cloud.
12.
Jake, that was amazing.
And I got a bunch of these. I could send you. I have multiple of these models.
Very
I could
cool.
send you one.
Very cool. Well, I'm good
Jake,
for.
did you want one? Yeah, like 6 years ago. Shit. What happened? I shot myself in the head. Was it like a or what? Huh? Was it like a suicide attempt? Yeah. Oh shit. That's wild. That is wild.
Well, Jake.
Oh, wow, that.
Well,
You
Jake.
just wanted to fart in like a mason jar and just keep it around for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I got a collection of farts in mason jars. I just had to label them, you know, with the date.
Yeah, one for like everything you ate. Like
Yeah.
farts, you got Subway farts.
Yeah, exactly. The same thing, wake up in the morning.
Morning wood farts.
Yeah.
Jake.
That fart before you piss.
Jake, if I heard you.
Piss farts.
Jake, if I heard you correctly.
We got walk. We got this one's walk farts. We got blue dream farts.
Oh, there's a fart.
Yeah, we got pizza farts. We got this important
scary fart. You guys put things up your butt.
So we're just chilling, watching Joe Rogan interview Quentin Tarantino. So feel free to watch along. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. Well, he's even more of a trip in this.
Quentin Tarantino's a trip.
He's even more of a trip in this interview. Here we go.
But the thing is, though, you'd walk in there and you don't become this super successful executive by being doubling down on your own opinion.
Joe Rogan looks so fucked up.
You kind of want to get the temperature and get a consensus going on. You're not the master.
He does do drugs a bunch.
The
That's the fun part about
doesn't become the head of the development process by being the punk rock person who's shooting for the Flintstones. They're looking for Rolling Stones, but film people, the film geeks, film film buffs. The one thing they have is their opinion, and they have spent years defining their opinion, and they almost have nothing to show for their dedication to cinema other than their highly evolved opinion. So you put them in a room and say, well, what would you do? Well, it's about time you ask me. You can do it in the open if we ask.
No, I didn't say that. That's your fantasy, my man. If you want to see it, just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18.
But I'm only 13. I won't let me view the Discord.
Dude, if you're 13, then you're going to get kicked out of here. So you better... how old are you?
Yeah. Invariably they hire you because
he's not
scared.
How old are you, Ludacris? And what year were you born?
I'm 19.
Okay, that's fine. But just make sure you're 18 to be in here. I don't want any children in here. From the fact that we talk a lot about sex and sexology and things, and that's not for children.
So, I got a question. You think BBC's a Jewish psyop?
I have no opinion on that matter. I have no...
It's promoted on every porn website. Every porn website is owned by a Jew, right? They just want to breed dumb humans. They want to be on top, you know?
My birthday's next month, and I can finally get my haircut.
Punch in the fucking throat.
And the way he answered it, he realized the difference between him and that director. And realized.
How old you got to be in there?
18.
He's a real director because he sees the movie.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Go ahead, my man.
The question I asked.
Well, what is the age? Like, what's the age limit in the server?
18.
And he could actually answer it. Flower pot is green because he sees the entire picture. And I don't.
Is that what happens when you buy a guard dog off
I see
Marketplace?
it written, all right, but I don't see the movie in my head. I'm just doing my best with the written material.
He's the Comedy Central executive.
No, like, you gotta try to get something vicious, and you end up with something like
What you were saying is exactly what happened to Chappelle. The Chappelle show, like, they love him. He's this wild dude, and then all of a sudden, this is too wild. This is becoming really successful. We can change you. They want him to stop saying the N-word. They want to stop a bunch of different things on the show.
And we'll give you all this money if you roll over.
They gave him literally
I need to stop saying the N-word.
$50 million.
Don't say that, man.
What are you going to get? And he's like, well, no.
I need to stop. No. Don't say you're going to stop saying the N-word. Don't say that.
Stand up for 10 years.
Oh, I never said the N-word ever. Does that work?
Don't say that you won't say the N-word because you'll understand it.
He's an artist.
Yeah, Nick comes right?
You know, when I was young, one of my first jobs was by
That's
our cousin,
that the N-word.
John Langley, who did that show, Cops.
That's the N-word.
And so, like, he was, getting his power turned off and stuff like, constantly, and he was struggling to get by. He was things with Geraldo with their
Doug, I don't need donations. Keep your money. Just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18, and you can see the whole show.
So that Dolph could do aerobics on that little.
So you have
And so, I'm a PA working for him. A driver, I'm running around town. My car is like transmission is going out. Figure out what am I going to do? That's not what I want to do. I don't want to work on cops, but like I need a job. And so I go in and I meet with John, and he's been a customer of ours and father. And I go into his office.
So what's good with y'all?
And the cop was
just
Big bucks, what y'all doing?
it started because of a writer's strike.
What's up, what's up?
Writers Guild to Fox News. That show has no writers. So they ordered this thing. He went from nothing to.
We're just chilling. I'm gonna sing karaoke pretty soon, but I'm just watching this Joe Rogan, seeing what's good in the world.
Up with the idea with his partner Malcolm Barber. Yeah.
Alright. So do you like religiously watch Joe Rogan?
No, I just turned him on.
Before cops has ever been made. Yeah. And his first idea was it wasn't called cops.
What?
It
We're
was called
getting Jewish
the
language.
real Miami.
Why is there Jewish words on this screen?
It's Yiddish.
Yeah, Jewish.
In case we have any Yiddish people who are watching this in the future, it will translate for them.
Is this a long time? He was an AD for a long time. What kind of advice can you give to a guy?
Yiddish. You mean Jewish?
No, I mean you can call it Jewish. That's fine. It's Yiddish. It's essentially a combination of Hebrew and German,
Just be a director. And,
or as Billy Crystal calls it.
You're live on
and
YouTube.
like started to talk.
Yeah, I'm live on 8 different YouTubes, or 12 different YouTubes right now.
Just tell people you're a British. Put yourself in that. Otherwise, people will just pigeonhole you.
Can you say racial slurs on YouTube?
You're not supposed to.
Just tell people who you are. Thought about
Like, what's the line of like what you're not allowed to say?
Really, you can go to YouTube and read their terms and conditions, and you can tell us.
I mean, I gave him
Shit, man, I might just have to do that.
Hey, whatever floats your boat, big dog.
If a black guy says the word, yeah, like if you're how do you get skin recognition?
Dog, just go to YouTube and read what they say. And frankly, once you figure it out, tell me, because there's no rhyme or reason to what can be said or what you can and can't do. Basically, up to their censors.
I told people what I was and what I was doing,
What?
and eventually it stuck.
Hey, you know what'd be really funny is if at like random times you just jumped out of bed
and pitching your idea and saying, no, well, they see you at Cannes running around, trying
and
to do
start
courses.
jumping around, bouncing off the walls, breaking shit, doing backflips, and then jump back on the bed and fall back in.
When no one else was
Now that's a real patriot right there. This is how sharks glass. This is how sharks glass.
Yeah, or just wake up at like 2 a.m., grab a bottle of vodka next to your bed that's full of water, and just fucking chug it like you're drinking vodka, and then fall back to sleep.
When I got the deal in Reservoir Dogs,
Now that's a patriot right there.
they started.
I would pay for that content.
But he got his movie off the ground. He's actually making a movie. He's not a civilian.
Add like uncovered out in the open action.
Do you have a gun? You own a gun, Rabbi?
No.
Yeah, shoot the fucker at your ceiling at like 2 a.m.
Do it for that.
That's actually happening. It's actually happening. Yeah.
I'll donate you $10 to shoot your dog.
I don't need your donations, so I'm good.
Raise your glass. To Quinn. He did. Good for Quinn.
No, I did.
Raise your glass.
Rabbi,
If I donate you $10 to your butt,
I just have to say.
If you want to see my butt, go to Bible Rabbi 13 on Instagram, and you can see my butt. Doug, where have you been? I told you I have 200 different Instagram accounts.
Yes, like a lot of different accounts. There's gazillions. He was talking about like I lost count.
Yeah, so I've got 100 different YouTube accounts, 200 different Instagram accounts, 300 different Twitch accounts, 1,000 different TikTok accounts, 2,000 different Twitter accounts, and 10,000 different Kick accounts.
I kept a really super detailed journal about like everything that's going on around me, and it came out really. I mean, that was it was a very intense experience.
Yo, how do you like go in general chat? Yeah.
I don't allow people to go in general chat, not because I don't want people to talk, but when I allow people in there, they just post like, well, not. I had an incident that happened where somebody posted a GIF of somebody circumcising themselves, which was very bloody, and they posted it all throughout my Discord server. So I stopped. Yeah, there you go. So if you want to see, if you want to just type anything you want, go in. There's a free speech channel and a self promotion channel. Put whatever you want in there.
I've never wanted to write then when everything was taken away, and I've never felt.
Where do I have to go again?
It's called Free Speech Channel.
Yeah,
But if you look where all these VCs are, if you look at the chat, there's all kinds of stuff in there.
All right.
You're in a cell.
I cannot find them.
Just go to the search.
Very smart. Very smart.
But I really, really became my escape.
Oh my god, I found this penis.
Able to fall into things and able to travel into another world. And then also, people find out you're a writer and they're like, hey man, would you write my, essay, would you write my girlfriend? I want to write her a love letter, I need your help. So I wrote like a ton of love letters.
Hey, do you guys want to see this?
Super. That's actually good practice.
Sure, send me it.
No, totally.
Guys, look at my screen.
That's your way to get out of
The shot.
Well, there's a book card.
I don't see anything.
You know, book card mostly.
Yeah, I can see your screen, but there's nothing there. It's just a black screen. Oh.
Clive Barker.
Oh shit.
Wait, hold on, let me see this.
Oh wait. Wait, go to
An old version.
that moment you fucked up. Damn, we really weren't lying about having the BBC.
Thanks, big dog.
Are you a left-hand worker?
Fuck no.
Are you a left-hand worker?
Fuck no.
You're not?
No.
Fucking lying.
You mean like the stranger?
You start using it.
How he sees the other, the wretches that he has to leave behind, because they're too wretched to even come out. Like how bad the prison is and what he's seen inside and his observations. I was shaking after reading it. I'm shaking thinking about the entire experience now, but it was such a
Perhaps.
I'm adapting this because I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling like what it's like. I'm feeling what it's like to have authority and boot on your head. Rightfully so, but nevertheless.
I'm terrified.
And so I started writing, my version of Robin Hood. And with
That's not average.
pencil,
down, bro.
paper,
That's
and
below
as
it.
I'm writing it,
Okay,
I was looking at pages the other day, and there's like all over it. Like on every page, it's like, holy crap. It's like, when you're writing like that and you're feeling that much, it's not a bad thing to cry when you're writing. Yeah, it's like, thank God I'm feeling it. Like I'm feeling something and it's traveling into the page. And also, because I've been a working writer in Hollywood for a long time, just by speed, I had fallen into the very bad habit of composing at my computer, at my laptop. Like one of those assholes who goes to Starbucks. And,
you should put a camera in your bathroom.
and so I'm sitting
Cool, dog.
I had writing my hand.
You can start searching on like database.
It reconnected me.
Cool. I am on adult sites.
Pencil to paper, and I
Because
reminded
like
me
if
that
you do on there, you could like people pay like $1,500 to like put
Yeah, I understand. I don't need their money, so I'm good.
And also, when you type it into the computer, that's a process of rewriting. And so
What do you do for money? Go groceries.
I am a certified project management professional, so I complete tech projects for companies and different organizations.
Do they know that you post videos you masturbate?
I mean, it hasn't come up. Actually, some of them do. Yeah, at least a few of them do, because they've been cryptocurrencies. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $300 million. And yeah, they know all about it.
So there's more thinking. And more thinking, I feel like when you have more thinking, there's more different ways you might ultimately branch off your ideas. I don't think
Do you actually like have sex with females, or do you just masturbate online?
Doug, I lose count at 42.
Can't you masturbate?
No, bitches I fucked. After 42, they all just run together.
Are you talking about masturbation?
You're saying, and then you get your story. Right, and maybe you say,
Yeah, what the fuck?
record, or maybe you do this.
What are you
Probably
are we talking about?
He literally said 42. What are you talking about?
42.
42 times. Wait, 42 times a day? Or
No,
that's
no,
insane.
the most amount of times in a day is 28. And that's all on camera. Yeah, 28. It was unbelievable. But and it was on camera, so it's verified. But no, it was more than once an hour. So yeah, it's all on camera. But when it comes to chicks, I lose track of the amount of chicks who I fuck at 42. After that, they all run together. Pardon me?
And when you say that you fuck chicks, are they prostitutes?
No. No, these are consenting women who I meet at bars. Guys, I can't. I'm just gonna turn you down. I can't hear when I'm trying to talk to you guys. You just interrupt me.
Either typing or whatever. Is it you doing that 8-page thing on transportation, or is it more likely that you're just pacing around, doing a running monologue on public transportation while sitting still?
Right. The thing about typing is I type good. So not great, but I don't have to look at keys. I can type it good. And if I have a good laptop with a keypad that I go on finger travel and feel it, and I get into like a zone. And then it's just about like
You actually feel right here.
yeah. And then it's just about truck, but they don't always come out the same way. Because sometimes when you bring them out on stage, the moment lets you know this is not the way to go, it's this way. And then all of a sudden you're like, God, how did I not see that in front of the computer? Because you weren't in that vibe of the crowd. Like it's like, you don't do it on your own. You have to do it with them. It's like the one art form that literally cannot be practiced in solitary. You have to do it. So when I write like that. But I also write things down on pieces of paper. Or I also write, like whenever if I have an idea, I got to catch it.
Well, they're not going to give you that computer intro.
That's true.
You're going to be forced to write it on pencil, and that's going to be an okay experience.
But what is it that it makes it to you, like the hand of God? Like, what is it about writing on paper?
My little analogy of it is you can't write poetry.
Why not?
Well, because I'm going for a rhythm.
Right.
I'm going for a rhythm, and there's a connection between my chicken scratch and this paper and this pen, as opposed to this other thing. And the more unintelligible and only I can read it, the more legit it kind of is. And the thing is, and it's bomb. It's absolutely bomb. Okay, when you write by hand, you overwrite. You way overwrite.
Yeah.
Because you're just getting it out there. You're getting it out there. Then after all the bombing, then you sit down with a typewriter, or then you sit down with a thing, and now you take the vomit and you paint it yourself. And now you make the sentences work. And now there's more creativity. This so bad. Okay, now you make, and now you come up, and now you make it work like a writer. Now you make the page work. Now you make the sentence. Can you stop for a second while we're in the record?
Yeah.
Hey, you have a cigar?
Yeah, you want some?
Yeah, I'll have some cigar. He doesn't do anything fun.
On Joe Rogan's show, I will have a cigar.
Okay, it's true.
Really? Well, maybe I should talk about it. Are we on? Can I go? Yeah, I don't do anything fun. Don't do anything fun. No, well, that's the one.
Cutter. I thought that was a cutter. That was cool. I was going to say, is that a cutter or is that brass?
after what happened to me, I should probably tell the whole story. Maybe I eventually will. But I went to jail for a DUI related incident that caused manslaughter. One of my passengers died. And after that and going to jail and whatnot,
I'm not the funnest guy to get drunk with.
yeah, I don't. That's kind of what it is. If I go to a party or something like that, I don't want to be seen holding a drink with, even with water in it.
Got me thinking, but I get it. Yeah. Of course.
And
Who wouldn't fucking get it?
But then you have the fact that he's a vegetarian. I like all this.
all the,
You're a vegetarian? Why did you do that? That happens. Yeah, that happened to a friend of mine.
it's,
Sneaks out burgers with mom.
I also have a kind of, it's kind of like an animal thing. I had a pig as a pet, and man, when you look at those eyes, these are human eyes. I looked into it. It looked into my. I had chickens before that, and you know what it's like. Chickens are like cats. They want back scratches and stuff. And I just couldn't. Like after a while, I just couldn't do it.
Yeah. There's people that are feral. You ever met a feral person? You don't want to let them sleep in your house.
Yeah, right.
You met a wild, crazy person, you're in jail. So push that thing up. You had it right. You had it right. Did I? Yeah.
This thing right here?
Yeah, push that up.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. Push it down. Pull it down. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Hey,
Like, yeah, they're great. Foundation Cigar, shout out. You've been around feral people, right? You don't want feral people living in your house. You don't want to take some murderer and give him your car and let him come and sleep in your room. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, I just think you're around some wild pigs. Wild pigs are like little demons. They make like orc sounds.
Wild pigs are wild pigs. I get it.
They fight each other.
There are people who are like that also.
Exactly. That's my point.
But you're
My point
looking
is,
forward.
domesticated people are awesome. Yeah. Domesticated people like yourself, myself, we're fun to be around. We're nice people. We know, not gonna rob you, don't kill you. There's a difference. What the wild is. Yeah. It's different. So I understand that you wouldn't want to eat animals, but they eat each other. And it's just this bizarre cycle of life. I think it's where you're getting your animals from. Are you getting your animals from this mass factory?
Well, that's the other part of it. That's the other part of it is I think there's a line in Highlander 2 where Sean Connery says, "I don't eat anything that I cannot identify," and I kind of feel like that as well. Like I don't have a lot of trust for large industrial.
You shouldn't. Okay. But you can get meat from like a farm. Like you can get it from a ranch. You could go to one of those. They have those. What are those farmers market type deals?
Oh yeah.
You have to meet a rancher.
And
you
I
buy
am
beef
not
from them.
I am not like one of these people who are like, oh, never. Like, if I am in the right place, in the right environment, and the right food is there. Like if there's on an island in Greece, the guy comes up from the boat with a basket of fish. Which one would you like?
Right.
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
Like,
You at least eat eggs.
oh yeah.
Okay, so you eat eggs. Yeah, that's good. So you're like getting what you need. As long as you eat eggs, I tell people, like, eggs are free. No one's getting hurt. Especially if you have your own chickens. That's the greatest thing in the world. We have 15 chickens.
There's nothing like egg straight from a chicken.
Oh, it's great.
Nothing
but it's
like
also, it's karma free. Like, the chickens are having a good time. No one's getting hurt. Like, they're all like treated like pets. Like, hey, girls.
I actually believe that. I've always actually thought that an exotic pet would be to have like a chicken. Like one chicken.
Yeah.
And just like treat it like a dog and treat it, hey, that's my chicken, he hangs around.
You gotta get a couple of them. They need to have a pecking order.
Yeah. They like to hang out with each other.
Goebbels figured that one out.
Yeah, the
chicken farm.
Was he really?
Oh, yeah. Chicken farm. That's how he. Let's work out all of his policies in the camps.
We shouldn't talk about that.
Don't want to connect that to chicken farming. It's just,
It's like just the name Adolf, right? You can't use it anymore.
you can't have that little mustache anymore. Right?
You can't have that cool mustache.
Remember when Michael Jordan tried for a little while?
Yeah.
Like, that's how competitive that guy is. Like, fuck that. I wore that mustache. He had a Hitler for a while.
I think I can make it happen. I'll make it happen.
He just decided he's going to force it through.
You know, as far as writing in jail, I'm just thinking about it right now. One of the other things I had to contend with was they would confiscate anything that I wrote. So, you know, like once a week or once every 2 weeks or so.
Why would they do that? Was it illegal to write?
I was considered a security threat by what I was writing. And
Because you were telling
when
the
they
truth
first
about what was going on.
that, and then when they sent me in, like I was placed in this like solitary confinement thing, like the hole, and you know, you're in there. I had never been in anything like that before in my life. I was thinking, this is like fucking Guantanamo. It made me think about it. I've got due process in me. And so I'm in this like crazy Kafkaesque, mechanized, totalitarian environment. You're in a room where you have no window and the lights are on 24/7. And, you know, I don't care what anybody says. You go to a room 3 days deprived of sound and the understanding of time, you go crazy after 2 days. You're insane. They broke for 2 days. I was like, oh, I'll just yoga, I'll meditate, no problem. No, after a while, if the lights are on 24/7, and you can't hear me, it's like being inside of a seashell. You go slowly nuts.
Is that by design?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like you're placed into so about once a week, like when I was in population, about once a week, the middle of the night, or the lights are down, something like come on bright. Lights are always on. Lights come on bright, and suddenly a bunch of guards come rushing in through the doors, storm into the tank, into the section, and they pull everybody out of their cells and strip everybody naked and put you up against the wall. So you're up there with essentially like everybody's suddenly you're all one moment you're being kept separate, next thing you know you're all naked together standing up against the wall, and they're going through everybody's cell. They're just ripping your cell apart, looking for anything. Usually they're looking for heroin, shank, or a weapon of some kind, or cell phones, anything. Like they're looking for anything that's considered contraband. Okay, for me, they were looking at my writing, because when I was in solitary at that time, I was like literally on kite. So kite is a requisition that you send out to the guards. You're not allowed to talk to the guards. You don't want to talk to them. You tell them what you want on a kite, and you give them the kite, and then they take it off. Maybe I never had that. And so they come in, they strip everybody naked, they take all your clothes, and they're under the guise of we're doing a laundry exchange. So everybody gets new clothes, and you get a big baggy pants, something too small for you. And they would look for contraband for everybody. Well, with me, they would look for whatever I was writing. Because when I was in solitary, I was writing, like maps. I would map the place like a fucking idiot. Like I still was, I'm writing about Eisenhower's regard. I saw him watching, literally saw him watching on little TV Nazi propaganda, like Triumph of the Will, playing on his TV, and he's watching it. I wrote that down. So they didn't want me writing all my stuff. They were like, that guy's a fucking threat. You get whatever he's written. And so I noticed that whenever I was taken out of my cell, showered, to the yard, or whatever, that they would come in and just take whatever I had written. So I learned that they couldn't take or open letters to my attorney. And so, because it's privilege. And so what I would do is I would just write, and then whenever I had to leave my cell, like to go to the yard, or if they were raiding, taking everybody out, looking for contraband, I would just quickly seal the envelope. My writing would go in, I always left it when I was working, in the letter to my attorney. And then as soon as they would raid it, I would just seal the envelope, and then that would go out. And send that letter to my daughter, who would then type up the pages that I wrote. So that's how I wrote several scripts. It was like that.
Wow.
And yeah, because what did you read from Roger writing when he was in prison? What did you read?
Where did you publish it? I don't remember where I was reading it.
Well,
Was it on
I had several. Okay, so first of all, I was sentenced to go to a low security, like a country club facility. I went to a low security facility, and I went in there, and you have access to stuff. It's more like a camp almost, and you're there and you're incarcerated, but it's a light incarceration almost. And I had access to a cell phone, and so I started tweeting. These were the early days of Twitter. And so I started tweeting, oh, they found Parker someone in Pudgy's cell. They dragged him off. Oh, they, this happened over here. Oh, they, so-and-so, Shake so-and-so. Oh, they rolled up so-and-so and taken away. I was like tweeting this stuff. And this is the early days of Twitter. And Roger Ebert, who was like, at that time, the biggest on Twitter, was following me. And he put me on blast. Like he suddenly decided that he would tell and like all of a sudden one day overnight, like the story kind of went everywhere in the world.
You put you on blast in a positive way?
Well, he just told everybody that this is happening. Roger Avery, a Academy Award-winning writer, is tweeting from jail and is tweeting from behind bars. At the time, now it's like nothing. People do it all the time. People like
Suge Knight's doing podcasts.
I got a friend who's one of those January 6 guys, and he sends me like tweets all the time. Like
you got a friend who was a January 6 guy now. Yeah, you got a friend who was a January 6 guy.
Well, he's still there. He's like hundreds of days in jail without any kind of without trial.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but like that's not how it's supposed to be, is it?
It's not how it's supposed to be.
You're supposed to have a due process of some kind.
Well, especially when you watch the actual footage of how it went down.
Oh, I watched it live, and there was that guy, the Antifa guy, waving people in, like moving them in.
Yeah.
They were moving the blockade things. They were moving that, and cops were waving people in. They were opening the doors for people.
I want you to think about it this way: in the most heavily armed nation the world has ever known, why would you have an insurrection with no guns?
They gotta have guns. Machine guns.
Those guys weren't planning on an insurrection.
No.
And then you have the factor that there was agents in the crowd, and we don't know how many. There's government agents in the crowd that were inciting people to go in.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
And I want to know who that cop was who shot that one.
Yeah.
What about that?
Yeah. The whole thing's crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing's crazy. And then there's this thing that cops died. No cops died that day. That's not true.
Yeah.
The cop who died, he died of a stroke. And I believe it was a stroke or a heart attack. But
well, like everything, there's a lot of misinformation being given to us by the mainstream.
But it gets attributed to it, sort of like when, anything happens to anyone 4 years after the vaccine, they attribute it to the vaccine. Oh, the vaccine. Yeah. Could have been the guy who just had a fucking heart attack. But this guy who was a cop, he did not die. He was not killed by the protesters. And you watch the video of the shaman dude with the fucking buffalo hat. They're walking him around. The cops are
showing him around.
They're guiding him. How would you ever think that is going to let you wind up in jail? How would you ever think that if you're an unsophisticated guy who was wearing fucking face paint and you're kind of a kook, and you think you're part of a movement, which is really scary, People get a part of a movement and they, the fuck is that? We're all doing it. And then you've got literal government agents encouraging you to do it, moving barriers, letting you in. They were playing chess, and these idiots were playing checkers, and they all got locked up.
Yeah, because nobody was doing an insurrection. It wasn't an insurrection.
Yeah, you don't do an insurrection without weapons. The whole idea is crazy.
So there was no presumption that there was going to be any kind of that you were going to get thrown in jail for 1,000 days. So my pal Jake Lang is he's been there forever. And every now and then I get a picture of him. Like he's been in look, I deserve to go to jail. That guy doesn't. Right. And most of those guys.
Yeah, I think it was a bad decision, certainly to go into the Capitol. It was a bad decision to smash windows, but I want to know who
people have been smashing things for a whole year before that.
Right. That's a very good point.
It's like we were a culture of smashing things at that point.
It's also, as soon as you find out that there were government agents that may or may not have incited people to go in, the whole thing fucking changes. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you there to serve and protect, or is there some other weird shit going on? Because it seems like there is, and no one wants to talk about it because you don't want to be that guy. But at a certain point in time, you should be that guy. You should go, what's going on, man?
There comes a point where men of good conscience must stand up and speak out against things that are obviously wrong.
Yeah.
And that is one of them.
Yeah, that is one of them. It's a big one. It's a weird one. And, there's all this pushback about Trump getting into office. He said one of the first things he said was he's going to release all the January 6th prisoners. How long do you think they should be there for? Who's opposing this?
They should at least be going to trial.
Yeah.
You should at least be going to trial.
Right.
It is unconscionable to hold somebody for over a year, 2 years.
Well, the thing the government has always had a situation where we talked about when we did our episode on the Andersonville trial.
Yeah.
Is the one charge that the government can put against you when they don't need direct evidence is conspiracy. If they arrest you for conspiracy, that means they don't have direct evidence, so they don't need direct evidence.
Well, by the way, whenever
When that's how they got Manson.
Right.
oh yeah,
That's true. Right.
All right.
Well, they knew what Manson's done. They were helping him.
Yeah. Well, I believe that too. Because
Did you read Chaos?
Book's one of the best.
Well,
Believe me, I read every Manson book that there possibly could read, and then I read that one. I throw the rest of them away.
Yeah.
Fucking trash.
Chaos is
Chaos is just fantastic. And he helped me too because my first AD is a friend of his. All right, Phil Clark.
Oh, wow.
And when I was writing the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood book, I go deeper into the Manson stuff. And so I had a couple of little questions in my head that I always kind of wanted to know the answer to. So I got Tom's number and I called him up and I was able to ask him some really super direct questions that could really help my book.
It's a crazy fucking story.
Oh,
when I was in jail, they found out we record everything. They're just constantly recording. And so somebody's in there and they're like, well, that's conspiracy. And so they'll wait and like, oh, you're about to get out. And they'll literally start walking around like, stop.
Oh, God.
Remember that thing you said about conspiracy? Let's play that back for you.
Oh,
Or
God.
what you said about killing the DA? Well, that's, you're going away. You're going back to trial. That happened a lot. But it's also
they put guys in your cells to get you talking about shit.
Oh yeah, that happened right away. They're trying to get you to incriminate yourself even constantly. Like a fun game.
What a fun game. What a fun game. Serve and protect. Incriminate you deeper.
Well,
Yo, dog.
I
Yo.
had as Quentin will confirm, I have my authority issues. I always have. I'm suspicious of anyone in power, and it's intoxicating.
People are like this. Okay, so when Rothschild, because part of the thing on our show, I'm getting back to what Rothschild said. That's chasing the subject. When we do our show, the thing is, when we do our show, we talk about three things, like pick 3 video cassettes.
The show we're talking about is the Video Archives podcast.
Yes. Which are the second season.
Patreon.com/video.
But the thing is, all right, so it's like there's like the main movie, then there's that second movie that's like kind of like the main movie, but probably you don't know that much about it. It's some wild exploitation thing that I, look at this was watching. And one of the things is about our show is I don't say, hey, Roger, so find these movies and you watch them and I'll watch them and we'll get together and we'll do it on the phone too. All right, all right, we get together to watch the movie together.
Part of it is the experience of being together and watching the movie together. Watching it through his eyes.
The reason we came up with the idea of the show is like when we reconnected, started doing what we used to do
During the pandemic.
Yeah, and then we were sort of like, well, hey, let's come up with a way we can get paid. All right, so me and Roger will get together and we'll watch 3 movies, sometimes even 4. And then we'll get together, we have a day off, and then we get together on another day, and then we record, and we're always in the room when we do it. But the thing is, when Roger comes over to watch the film, I've kind of learned that it's like, Roger, I'm starting, it's 3 movies we're going to watch. I'm starting the first movie 20 minutes after you get here, because Roger will
when people come over, sometimes we have some of the best conversations before the podcast. So now I have to be rude. I'm like, stop. Let's not talk. Come on in. Just catch that. Yeah, you gotta catch it because it is weird. It's a weird thing. It's a beautiful thing though because it's so open. There's no one like there's no studio people. Yeah.
No, even the idea. I mean, what the idea? The idea that this has replaced the talk shows that we grew up watching, and then it's like, oh, yeah, the teams.
Yeah.
The fact that podcasting, you're king of it, but the fact that podcasting has replaced that, but also the fact that anybody that has got something intelligent, it's got a cool little setup, it's got an interesting personality, and it can still an interesting conversation. Theoretically, you can start a podcast.
100%. Yeah. The barrier to entry is so low. I think about the barrier to entry when you wanted to be a director.
Oh, gosh,
It's fucking crazy.
Not only that, like the old days of television, like Desi Lou, we own our content. Like you own your content.
Yeah.
And never mind that it's a podcast. I'm okay with that. I like the fact that this is something where, for the first time in my life at least, I'm involved with something where there is nobody else. It's me and Quentin who decide everything.
Yeah.
And, if Quentin wants to do it, we go there. If I want to do it, we go there. Well, I talk to Quentin. If Quentin allows it, we go there. I mean, basically what we're doing is the same thing we used to do. That's true. At the video store. We do what we used to do at the video store. We're talking about...
It's completely terrible. I have to kill switch, but other than that...
No. I didn't mean it like that.
I never used the kill switch.
The kill switch is always there.
No, not really. Well, I guess. Theoretically.
But you know what?
You want a theoretical sort of damage.
You know what? Most times when you've used the kill switch, you've used it on your own.
I do it on myself.
You've used it on yourself. You actually haven't used it on any of my things that I've done, which is really cool. But basically, we're doing the same thing we used to do. We sit around and talk about movies. And so during the pandemic, Quentin called me, but we hadn't talked. We had bumped into each other. But we hadn't really, he had a little bit of a, we had a falling out. And I call it a sort of a business-related falling out. Maybe if I had been a little more mature, I was young as a filmmaker, and probably unprepared to deal with the complexities of agents and attributes, Hollywood, money, fame, the press's agenda, and all of that. I was just approaching it like I'm a SoCal Gen X punk filmmaker. That was how I approached it. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do. I'm going to make the movie that I want to make, and with that attitude of, I know what I want, I know what's right, and nobody can tell me I'm wrong. Because you have to be a little bit of a maniac to be a director. You have to be willing to say, no, I'm right, even when everyone is telling you you're wrong. And
Is that how Joker 2 got made?
I like Joker. I know you.
I like Joker too.
I haven't seen it. I'm just fucking around.
I will defend Joker.
Yeah, I'll defend the movie as well.
Now that I need more fucking press on that.
I can't wait to watch it and talk to you about it afterwards. Tim Dillon says it's the worst fucking movie that's ever been made, and he's in it.
That may have colored his perception.
Oh, but Tim makes 670 sucks. That's like the beauty of Tim. No matter what everybody's saying is amazing, like Tim loves to talk shit about Austin.
The funniest thing that I've heard for a while on YouTube, when I was listening to you guys talk, he's a guy, I never really listened to his show or anything like that.
He's fucking brilliant.
But when he was on
as a singleton operator, as a fucking lone person out there without anybody to bounce ideas off of, is a rare talent. And he's the best at it I've ever seen. Bill Burr's really good at it as well, but Tim Dillon is the best at it I've ever seen. He's so fucking good at it, and he's just basically performing to one person who's his producer. And he's just ranting. And so because of that, he's got this crazy muscle that he's developed from years of doing that, where he just rants about all these different things, but it's fucking brilliant. I like ranting. Oh, yeah, clearly. Well, that's the great thing about you guys doing a podcast together. Well, can I get to it's like, in the beginning, you talk about replacing the talk show. Well, fucking, you guys replaced Siskel and Ebert, right? Because Siskel and Ebert. Thank you. That was actually the agenda that Quentin proposed to. Well, both those guys are gone. You know what I love watching? Is videos of like outtakes of those guys like dishing at each other. They fucking hate each other. They were so shitty to each other. And then they had to be smiley and what a bullshit way to live. Do you remember when Vincent Gallo wished testicular cancer on Roger Ebert and then he got it? Oh, wow. Do you remember that? Okay, cancer. Now that you bring it up, right? Like he lost his jaw, like they removed his jawbone. That was Vincent Gallo cursing it. He apologized after you. Oh my God! You can't. Boy, I think that Brown Bunny is the worst film to ever play in the history of concepts. That's exactly what happened. And then he cursed him, and then the curse came true, and then he regretted it. I talked to him, he was like, I wish I'd never done it. It's crazy, it really worked. That movie, Brown Bunny, I want to talk about that because I've always thought it's so strange that we can show violence, but we can't show sex. And I know they tried to do that with like, you ever see the lines outside the movie theater when Deep Throat came out? Oh, yeah. Carson. Johnny Carson went to see Deep Throat in a public theater. I heard stories about Bing Crosby who arrived at midnight. Because people didn't know what they were seeing yet. It hadn't been defined as a genre. There was nudie movies that people watched at stag parties. And there was that little moment in '73 where there was porno chic. Yeah. You know, well, Stallone did Italian Stallion. Yeah, but that was a popular thing. This was. Right. And everyone had to kind of see it. And like, oh, hey, maybe this will be a thing. Right. Maybe this will be a thing now that like, one or three or four horror movies will come out every year that'll be like kind of considered like real movies. You know, a couple will go see. Yeah. And that was the whole thing, was promoting the idea of a couple going to see either porno films or just heavily erotic movies. Right. You know, like for sexy nights. Yeah. Not like the Spickle. No. It's a sexy night. Now we're gonna have a sexy night. We're gonna go out and see, and then we'll go home and we'll take care of business. Right. Yeah. But and it didn't really happen. But there was this hope in the early '70s that could happen. Well, it's fascinating that it didn't happen because what I was going to get to is like violence. We don't have any problem with it, but we all agree that consensual sex is way better than someone getting shot in the face. But people get shot in the face in movies constantly. You see heads explode and arms get lopped off. Bread and butter. Game of Thrones. Bread and butter. It's constant. I think it's actually gone too far. I mean, it's fine for me. Well, it's not that violence has gone too far. It's the meaningless violence. It's been violence without purpose, almost. And I started to recognize this during Walking Dead. But really, Game of Thrones, though. You mentioned Game of Thrones. I loved Game of Thrones at first. And then I started realizing, wait a minute. Like, they're getting off on me falling in love with characters. And then the moment I've fallen in love with a character, suddenly they're vivisecting their genitals. You know, it's like... and then the cycle begins again. You fall in love with a different character. And then they're killing them. And they're just doing it, like, sadistically because... There's nowhere to go other than that. They're pushing the ceiling higher and higher. Sort of, but also, if you were living in that world, that would be reality. Nobody lived forever and became the hero of the fucking movie. There's no heroes back then. Everybody's getting gutted. They're getting usurped. They're like thrown into a dungeon. Yeah. People get you're out. It's just you're getting eaten by dogs. This is real. And now you have to fight for the next 5 years against the rats. But television, at least the television I grew up with, was all about like the familiarity of returning to the characters you love. Yeah, but there was plenty of characters. Yeah. And you did get to return to the ones that stuck around and didn't get their heads off. I just wish they killed other characters. I love
And what's the difference between television and a good movie? Because a lot of the tough TV now has the patina of a movie. All right, they're using cinematic language, all right, to get you caught up in it. And obviously I'm talking about good shows. I'm talking about shows that you're
Ozark.
Shows that you're compelled to watch.
Right.
All right. And so okay, I'll use an example of a show. I'll use Yellowstone. I didn't really get around to watching Yellowstone the first 3 years or so, and then I watched like the first season. Wow, this is fucking great. I'm always been a big Kevin Costner fan. He's fucking wonderful. All right. And I got really caught up in the show and everything, and all of a sudden I'm like having a good time, and I've got a couple seasons I haven't seen, so I'm watching it. And in the first season, I'm kind of talking like a movie. The guy who writes that is a good writer. It's a good, like, punchy monologue and stuff. So then I end up watching like 3 seasons of it, and then I even watched that 1883. And was, oh, this is a good Western show. Like Western. But then after I've watched like 2 or 3 seasons or 1 season of 1883, look, while I'm watching it, I am compelled. I'm caught up in it. But at the end of the day, it's all just a soap opera. They've introduced you to a bunch of characters. You actually kind of know all their backstories. You know everybody's connection with everybody else. And they spend some time selling that up. And then everything else, is just the compellingness of the soap opera. Right. Of what's happening to this character.
Shoot that instead of film.
Well, I'll tell you. Because the thing is, if you watch Edge of Night, Monday through Friday, you get caught up in the dramas of the family and everything. Right. But you don't remember it 5 years from now. You're caught up into the minutia of it at the moment. Mm-hmm. All right. So the difference between is I'll see a good Western movie and I'll remember it for the rest of my life. I'll remember the story. I'll remember this scene or that scene. It built to an emotional climax of some degree. And once the story is good, it's not just about the interpersonal relationship. The story is good itself, but there's a payoff to it. But there's not a payoff on this stuff. It's just more interconnectional drama. And while I'm watching it, that's good enough. But when it's over, I couldn't tell you. I can remember who the bad guy was in the first season of Yellowstone because it was Danny Houston. I remember him in it. But I don't remember any of the details of it, and I don't remember any of the bad guys for season 2 or season 3. It's out of my head. It's just completely out. And same thing with 1883. When I watched the whole thing, and that seemed like a movie, except I don't remember. Sam Elliott, but the only thing I really remember of it when it was finished. But now, Red River, I remember for the rest of my life.
Isn't that though because it's a different thing, right? Because when you go to a film is designed for one sitting. You sit down in the theater, you're going to get the entire encapsulation of what happens to these characters.
Okay, I'll give you an example of one that is more than a soap opera. And here's the difference. Okay, yeah, you can say that. Look, they're in the soap opera business, but I'll tell you one that's not. Okay, if you watch that first season of, here's one that really works like a movie. If you watch the first season of Homeland.
Oh yeah.
That first season of Homeland.
First season's incredible.
Okay.
Yeah, so, very good.
When it gets to that final episode of the first season, and he's got the suicide vest on, and he's in the room, he can kill the guy that he's been waiting for to do it for the whole movie. And you don't want him to die. You kind of are into him, and you kind of want him to pull it off. And then his daughter calls him on the phone. Before he does it, she doesn't know what he's going to do. But she gets that little sense from him that something's weird. Dad, you need to tell me that you're going to come home right now. You need to tell me right now that I will see you later tonight. And the entire series has been built to this scene. And it's one of the most emotional scenes I've ever seen in a movie, in a TV show. I've ever seen dramatized. I've ever seen dramatized. Now, that was a movie. Right. That was not a soap opera. That built to this moment of him being in that fucking room with the suicide vest on. And there was complexity. She doesn't know what she's asking, but we do. Right. She's stopping this major thing, and she'll never know that. but we do.
Right.
And he's still committed.
That's
But he's more committed to her. And we know that. That's just great shit. That's a movie.
Right, and you can't. Can you do that every week?
Now, I say you can do it every week, but
I
I'm
mean,
saying,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
when the season's over, I need to walk away with more than just the soap opera.
an impactful moment.
Exactly. I don't expect you to do that every week, but at the end of the arc, if you're telling a continuing story,
Right.
at the end of that fucking season, you need to, bam, drop the mic.
Yeah.
You need to tell me a fucking story, not just dot.
I see what you're saying.
And look, while I'm watching it, I'm not asking for that. But the fact that it all just disappears
Right.
once it's over, and
Right.
it's just stand on the beach.
Right. It's a different thing, right? I mean, this is the weirdness.
Well,
this is the weirdness
here's
of
where
the
it's not-
theater experience.
Here's
versus home.
where it's not a different thing. Part of the thing that makes it different is the fact that everyone's watching these continuing stories.
Right.
Continuing stories. Okay, if it were Bonanza, where it's just a setup story, Charles Bronson shows up. He's a half-breed Indian, and he's working at the Ponderosa for a while, and he gets involved in an adventure, and then at the end, it's done. Well, on that show, you have the episodes are maybe not so good, or the episodes are whatever they're
It's not one continual story.
but then you'll have this great episode with Charles Bronson. Or they have a great episode with James Little. That could have been a movie.
Yeah.
They could have expanded that to a movie.
Right. They're standalone instead of so long ongoing.
And well, the difference is that that's
It's a long ongoing
episodic.
story. It's a long ongoing story that leads to the soap opera.
Well, it's episodic, and television now has become completely serialized.
Yeah.
And so, somebody's going in and they're pitching their show, even a really, really good show like Deadwood. Okay, Deadwood, I know what they probably went in, they pitched, and what they knew that they were going to make was it Wild Bill? The Wild Bill story. And they've got Carradine, and they know that story. And that show is fantastic as long as they're telling that story, which is like 6 to 8 episodes. Once he's gone, I don't think they had a plan. That was what they pitched, and it was like they pitched a movie spread out over a number of episodes. But it wasn't even the full season.
Yeah, but by that point in time, they have all the town characters.
Well, they've got everybody, but I would maintain that for the rest of Deadwood, after Carradine's gone, it's just things are happening. Stuff is happening. But I don't remember anything about that show, other than the town and the various actors that I liked and the show. But really, all they had was those first 6 to 8 episodes that were exactly what it was.
And the thing about it is, I don't say all this, and the sum up of it all is useless. It is very compelling while I'm watching it, but it just doesn't compare to a movie, story that stays with me for the rest of my life. In some cases,
Right. I know what you're saying.
And we'll watch a lot of, I try to watch at least one movie every episode that I haven't seen. And sometimes it's like, well, I haven't seen it since I was 12. Or I haven't seen it since
Those are actually the scariest ones to watch because if you loved something when you were young, it's almost
well,
like
and I'm expecting not to. I'm tougher on stuff now than I used to be. All right. I was a big champion about stuff. Now I'm not such a champion. Now I see all this problem. All right. But now I'll watch something I haven't seen since I was 22, and I felt like the day it opened. And I watch. I watch it again. I think I just lost my train of thought.
well, actually, I can jump in really quick if you want.
I'm talking like I'm stoned and I'm not.
Cigars. Yeah, strong cigars. One of the movies we saw that we had seen a million times, and we didn't even think that it was going to be anything, was Dressed to Kill.
Okay, let me set this up.
Yeah, set it up.
And then you can take it.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where we were doing a thing, a special episode with Eli Roth. We were taking the Italian giallo thriller and saying, okay, what are the American versions of the giallo thrillers? And we figured out there was like 4 of them. And one of them was Dressed to Kill. Yeah, and so we get together with Eli, and we're going to watch 4 movies. And then it comes down to Dressed to Kill. And I can't even think about how many times I've seen Dressed to Kill. I can't even think how many times he's seen it. How many times that Eli's seen it. I mean, we're just huge Brian De Palma fans, just Nancy Allen fans. So it was like, how many times? And so I almost
about
We've
it.
got 3 movies. No, let's just watch. That ended up being one of the greatest screenings of Dress to Kill I've ever seen. All right, but in my living room, watching it with
On
Roger-
VHS.
on VHS, pan and scan. All right, the old Warner Brothers video. We watch them on we watch them on the actual video cassette, the video. All right.
Literally the tape that we used to rent and handle and shuffle and put back and forth into the drawers and rent to customers, and it's been sitting on the shelves with the number on it and everything for the.
We've seen the movie a bunch of times. There's something about watching it with the 3 of us and then just sitting there, and it's so good. But it was Roger who was adding to it. It was Eli that was adding to it. And I was adding to them.
Yeah.
You know, and like we just have this like appreciation for the movie, watching it with the 3 of us in this situation. The fact that we considered not even watching it was just like sacrilege.
And we saw things in it that we had never seen before. That was the other thing. It's like I saw things during that screening because of feeling watching the movie with you guys that I had never thought about before. And so it opened up all sorts of avenues. And, you know, most frequently you watch a movie and it doesn't live up. I'm afraid to watch movies again, a lot of the time. That was just one of those happy incidences where the movie really lived up. It stayed strong. Even when we've seen it hundreds.
I know. I mean, you could not. It'd be hard to pick a movie that I've seen as much as Dress to Kill.
See, this is the better version of Cisco and Ebert. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The completely unproduced, uninfluenced version.
Well, I told Roger when we finished the first season, I go, you know, Roger, if we do this the right way, in 3 or 4 years' time, we could be considered like Cisco and Ebert.
100%. It's just a matter of getting it out there. I think there's just a bunch of people that aren't aware of it yet.
They will come.
Yeah.
They will come. But what I love about the way we're doing that, because our first season we just put it out, and we had a partner with Sirius XM back then. And this season,
they kind of went out of business for their podcasting thing a little bit.
Oh, did they? I thought they Pandora now, right?
Yeah, they kind of turned into a different thing.
They just changed their whole podcast deal with the caller damages.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah.
So I guess they're trying to get back into it.
Well,
There's some other people as well.
They paid us a lot of money to do it, and like we actually did pretty good for like our little archaic little movie show that goes on about 2 hours.
It's a real niche type.
And we you guys do Jaws? No, we don't.
But that's the best part of it. Do whatever the fuck you want to do.
That's exactly it. But the thing is, they were like, so we actually had about like 2 million listeners, which was like, hey, that was pretty good for us doing our little stupid movie show about VHS. And it's all about VHS. It's about the VHS.
So we're talking about the box art of VHS things.
We talk about the trailers that are in front of them. All right. We talk about the transfer.
By the way, the movie VHS is one by Joe.
That's a good one. Yeah.
The one with the devil lady?
Yeah.
Turns to a devil.
The 4 different stories, the 3 different stories.
But that one is worth it. Just sit through the other 3 for that one. The devil lady is fucking amazing.
But I think they were expecting us to do like
Citizen Kane.
They were doing like Jack Shepherd kind of numbers. Like,
right.
We're never going to do that with what we're doing.
Right. Yeah.
And and so we're talking.
You could though. People want to see it. They want to listen to it. It's just a matter of just it fitting out. They'll realize they want it. They want to hear it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like, oh, we want them to only talk about Citizen Kane. No. It's got to be whatever the fuck they actually want to talk about. And then you'll learn about that movie that you never heard about. Maybe you go see it, and then you'll have a deeper appreciation of why these guys love movies.
But one of the things that was interesting when we did it was, okay, so when we made our deal, we're thinking, okay, well, maybe we'll do it here for 2 years. And we own the show, and then we want to take it to Patreon so we don't have to do commercials.
Right.
Okay. And now, when I did commercials, I did it with a 70s DJ announcer voice, all right? Because I felt like such a sellout that I'm not going to do it in my voice.
Right.
The Dodson 750 is coming, and it's coming soon.
Yeah, I did like the real Don Steele. That was my whole thing, right? Like doing it like the real Don Steele.
I just did those readings like myself, and people started commenting on Twitter. They were like, "Man, Roger Avery." saying, Roger Avery will sell you sour milk from a sick cow. It's like, well, I don't know if I want to like be shilling stuff like that anymore.
I think you have to only approve the ads that you want to do. Like I approve ads. I don't like just let them give me every ad. I'm like, I can't do this.
Well,
And I say it all the time.
we're not even under that kind of pressure.
Yeah, the thing about it, I thought of it, that would be kind of cool. Is like, we'll go to Facebook, we'll lose a whole bunch of we'll lose a whole bunch of listeners, but we'll put a 40-minute version of the show out there for free. If you want to get the whole show, then you've got to you got to subscribe, and if you subscribe, you get the show. If you pay $5, you get our show. Boom, boom. And if you pay $8, then you get an extra special show that we do. And
There's still a truncated version of it available for everybody to listen to. You like the first part of it, come for the rest.
But the thing is, though, is what I like. Some people are sort of like, hey, what's good? Oh, okay, fine. All right. And look, hey, I get it. I'm the guy that in my 20s would go to happy hour at the bar, all right, and nurse a beer while I ate all the pizza and chicken wings. And that was my dinner.
Yeah. Right.
So I get that. And by the way, if you want to wait till the end of our season and then join for a month and listen to all of our shows that way, you can. That's an easy way to do it. You can get everything for free for a month. You can get everything you want in a month. But that's not who we're doing it. We're doing it for the people who care about the show and are subscribing to it. And those people, those are our audience.
Right.
And then they write on the message board and we write them back. And so we're doing it for those people. And as long as we can make enough to just do the show, we're cool.
And the general feeling is, wow, this is like a $5 film school, because you've got a couple of guys talking about movies and talking about how to watch movies, how to appreciate films, how to read a film, and then
hopefully just genuinely compelling discussions.
And using our experience as filmmakers to discuss even deeper into the movies and to better understand them. And it's largely something has happened in culture where people, they don't know how to argue anymore politely. They don't know how to enjoy an argument with each other before. And so Clinton and I, we don't have to like the same movie, just like Siskel and Ebert. We don't have to like it. But we can argue about something, and then afterwards it's like, okay, let's go to karaoke.
It's not a recommend show. We want to pick 3 movies and we want to discuss them.
Yeah.
And
you don't have to like it.
Even if we don't like the movie, if there's an interesting point of discussion about it, well, that's good. That's all we need. We just need an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
To have about it. It's not about who recommends you watch this movie.
Right.
Personally, I don't care if anybody watches any of the movies that we talk about. I want them to listen to the show and enjoy our back and forth. And you understand
how you appreciate movies.
Yeah, if you want to go out and check the movies out afterwards, fine, go ahead. But I don't care if you do or not.
And we have a really dedicated group of people who have come and they've signed up, and they what's funny is I really care about these people now. It's like they're there and they're in the club. It's like a clubhouse.
Yeah.
And the people who want to be there, and they're talking. They're on a message board with Quentin, and Eli Roth is there, and Edgar Wright, and everybody's we wanted to create something that was like video archives, and that people could come in and talk.
And I want to release one of the 3 movies, not every movie, but at least they're not easy to find. I want to come up with that's not streaming anywhere. How am I supposed to get this? Well, it's on VHS. Get VHS recorder and buy it on eBay. All right. And now all of a sudden that little group is like, well, maybe we can buy it. Hey, maybe if we buy VHS and then we'll burn it and we can trade it with everybody else. Yeah. And now they're all doing the work to do that. Well, good.
My daughter Gala is one of our producers on the show, and she's on the show with us. And one of her things is we get together and we watch the movies at Video Archives, and then we know the films, and then she doesn't have that access.
She doesn't have she's not there with us.
She represents one of the people out there. She's got to find it. So if Quentin finds something that's pretty difficult to find, she's got to track it down, and she usually has a little timetable to do it on. And she kind of is doing her proof of concept on she'll find it on VHS, she'll find it however.
She tracked it down.
And so It's on YouTube. Check the videos.
However, which was Quentin, I just couldn't track this one down. I go, I'm like, yes!
Yeah. I think that's the real reason he likes to do the show.
Eat shit! Gotcha!
Is everything on YouTube now?
A lot of things. Not everything, but a lot.
A lot of things. Yeah, there's some certain things you can't find on YouTube still.
And if it's up there and it's not there, it'll be up again somewhere. It's like whack-a-mole.
Right.
It's like whack-a-mole.
There was the Gore Vidal film, the transsexual movie with Raquel Welch.
Yeah.
Well, we watched that. We didn't do an episode on it, but I had the video of that. We watched it. That's what Myra's recommended. I like
Yeah,
that.
it's a crazy movie.
Well, the
When
idea
she
that
fucks the guy in the ass, that's the best fucking thing. When she fucks the guy in the ass, that is the best fucking thing.
Wow.
But the idea that I like that movie so much, I read the book afterwards because I thought it was like so cool.
I never liked Rex Reed, and I am not gay, but I was actually like, wow, Rex Reed's kind of hot.
Well, that's what he was trying to do. That was
You
the
did
whole
it.
movie.
You did it.
Gore Vidal was trying to turn you gay.
Give me that one.
Yeah.
That's one of those weird ones that's difficult to find. I had to buy a DVD to get it.
Oh, I like that line. The line she has that keep building up with you. Which she's gonna probably show her pussy. She goes, when it looks like the moment of truth has finally arrived. I think Raquel Welch is fantastic.
Did you ever see those debates that Gore Vidal did with William F. Buckley?
Oh yeah, well,
Those
they
are
almost
legendary.
fight.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, but this is, you used to.
Gore Vidal.
Oh yeah, well, he was right and he was better.
Yeah, he's right and he's better.
Yeah, he was
So
right.
then you have Gore Vidal fighting with fucking Norman Mailer.
Yeah.
Oh no, they get on like they get him on like the Dick Cavett show together. And he would talk to him like a Fonzie Bastard. The other one would talk to him like a Neanderthal.
I'm sure they had dinner after.
But just you used to be able to have those kind of conversations on television, which is really fascinating.
Yeah.
It's like now they exist in podcasts. And like the Siskel and Ebert thing, what I was talking about is like you can't manufacture a friendship. And you can't manufacture a real interest. You can't be a guy who was a local news reporter who auditioned for the role of the guy who reviews movies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like this thing that you guys have is what this is the whole new media movement is based on authenticity, right? And this is like the whole thing that you want people to not be able to find these movies. You want to just review movies that you want to review, and that's the beautiful thing about it. It's like the perfect show in that regard. Like for a film review show, a film discussion show, it's the perfect show.
And also, when a customer used to come into the store, they had basically three requirements. I want something that's new. That was always the first one. That's good, that I haven't seen yet. And I was like, well, if you haven't seen it yet, it's new to you. So that takes care of two of those. And no, we don't have that new one, but let's show you something interesting. And so it was always a matter of,
Well, the thing is, one of the things that like, and there's a lot of movie shows out there on podcasts, and they talk about stuff. And the idea is, to just say, oh, we're better than others. We're not coming to that place. But I'll tell you what bugs me about a lot of the other shows is the fact that the people are sincere. They're completely sincere, but their film knowledge is fucking abysmal. They really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And especially when they're trying to like talk about movies from like the 70s or something. Well, they were usually born in the 80s. So they don't know what something was like when it opened up, and they don't really have any context. Right. They definitely don't have context. That's what they don't know. They don't have context. They just know whatever they've learned along the way, and so they just yank stuff out of their ass and just and say stuff that's just wrong a lot. They just misinformation a lot. We actually fact check our shit. All right, we re-record it. All right, to make sure that we just don't yank shit out of it. And there is a little bit of yanking stuff out of your ass, but when I'm not sure about it, we look it up, and then if I'm wrong, then we change it.
well, then also there's the fact that
You can count on what we're saying, that we're telling you the true fucking shit. We're giving you. I consider it as a film expert that I would be. My show wouldn't be worth listening to if I don't give you the truth.
Right.
If I don't give you factual information that you can
you were there during the opening of the film, and we're going because we were, we have the context to talk about. A lot of these people, they maybe didn't see these movies in theaters.
And the thing is, it's like, my writing guru as far as like film writing, because I think writing in general was the New Yorker film critic Pauline Kael, and she had one rule, one rule for film criticism, and I think this would apply to all writing. You have to give the reader a compelling reason to read your writing. It's that fucking simple. There has to be a compelling reason for you to engage in reading analysis. And the same thing about talking about them. You have to give a compelling reason. Now, yeah, I like the guys. That's a good start. I like their personality. I think they're kind of funny. That's a good start. But there has to be something more than that.
Well, that's what's more than that, what you just did. This passion for it, right? That's what's more than that. It's just this like severe commitment to it. That's what's exciting.
And then when we talk about the movie, we talk about everything that's good about it. We talk about the things that aren't good.
Right. Honest.
Yeah, very honest. Yeah. And I can be wrong. I know I don't have to be right about it.
You might be wrong about the Joker. I'm sure.
See, you just auditions. You're doing it because you haven't even seen it. You're just jumping on the fucking band. I'm just talking shit.
I just trying to wind you up. I'm just trying to wind you up. Sorry. What's like an example of a film that you love that other people hate, other than the Joker?
I don't know. I love it. Okay, I like this one. I have a ton of them. As a matter of fact, so I have so many. But when I was younger, particularly, I was the champion of like the movie that that all the critics put down and said was a fiasco. And I wanted to
because you're contrarian.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Ishtar?
Well,
You like
I can say Ishtar. I won in 1940.
He was like one of the champions of Ishtar.
I'm champion. Ishtar champion 1941.
Pushing that tape on so many customers.
How many of them came back angry?
No, it's a funny movie.
Is it really?
Well, the problem with Ishtar, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. The problem with Ishtar is that it suddenly became not about the movie, but about the production. And so people have formed an opinion about whether they liked it or not because it was expensive. It's like it doesn't change your ticket price.
No, that is the kiss of death. If you feel like a film is over budgeted,
Especially comedy. It's like critics have a thing about like spending a lot of money on comedies. It seems obscene to them.
Yeah. What happened with this film? Like, where did the budget go south?
Well, where the budget kind of went south for the most part was the fact that like Warren Beatty and Dustin Hoffman kind of like had their full freight on the movie. So Dustin Hoffman got his big salary, Warren Beatty got his big salary, and so now
all the accoutrements that go with
and
it.
everything that goes with it.
Right.
I need a plane to fly me back from Morocco to New York every weekend.
I'm sure.
I think that's not unrealistic.
It would be like if when they did during the time they did Ishtar, Tom Hanks is famous, but he wasn't the superstar that he is now. Right. All right. So if that had starred Tom Hanks and Kim Solari, like the two guys from Wasn't Funny, well then that movie would have cost a lot. That would have been just as funny. Those guys were terrific together, and they would have been really good at that. But it still would have been for what it is.
No wrong.
When a film does that's a bloated
If you're tripping off on something,
I feel like sometimes when these fuckers talk to me, I'm like, John Lennon, I'm just like on another level. And it's just like, dog. Yo, what up, baby? AFK. You're amazing. I love you. Oh, hi. I don't know if you see this, but if you can, man, do I have a Discord for you. Hello. How are you? I'm typing to you. Hello. Go to discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. Oh, dude, you're real dog. Discord. There you go. Discord.me/rabbi. If you want to see what it looks like like this. Discord.me/rabbi. When you click on it, it takes you here. And then you press join server. And then you have, and then it'll take you to my Discord. Rabbi Rothschild's Oh Hell, a place for world peace. It's the place to be. Wow, I'm glad to know that you're out there. Hope you're living like a pimp. I'm going to sing some karaoke soon. But come on in, we're watching Joe Rogan and Quentin Tarantino and this other guy who's a director. No offense, it's not as big. Avery something? Last name Avery? Anyway.
I think it's great. I love it. I love it. I brought it up to all the. I had a dinner once with.
How did you find out about me?
I started going off on it. They all sat there at the dinner watching me go crazy over there.
How did you find me?
One of the producers said, "Well,
we have two people watching us at once." No, just one now. But that's okay. That was a record. We had two fucking people watching us. Cray cray. The Discord server you have a cam on. Amazing. Dog, join my Discord. Send me a friend request. Oh, are you? Hold on. Did you just send me a message? Are you the Wizard of Oz? Are you the Wizard of Oz? Well, I'm just going to take a guess. I'm going to send it. You are the Wizard of Oz. Dog, I just sent you a message. So you've got my Discord, but then check out my YouTube. You'll see all my different accounts. Like, whoa, it's crazy amounts. Oh, Wizard of Oz is amazing. You are the Wizard of Oz. Well, that's fantastic. Well, if you want to come in and chill and talk to me, feel free. If not, we're watching Joe Rogan. The Wizard of Oz is here, friends. Shout out to the Wizard of Oz. Let's see here. Oh, you found me from E-Girl World. Tight. Do you know if E-Girls are electronic girls or girls who like electronics? Or is it something else? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. I sing karaoke. Might do some pretty soon. If you have any karaoke requests, let me know. If you have any George Michael karaoke requests, or the Beatles, or any Rolling Stones song, I could basically do them from memory. Psych. But I can do a lot of them from memory. All right, big dog. Well, I'm gonna just type to you in here.
For the first time, because we're minimum wage kids, for the first time, we actually had fuck you Coke. All right, we actually had access to Coke in a way that we could never afford. Like for about a few months, because those relationships don't last that long. No. Okay,
I respect the grind over 4 laptops. Well, I should have more than that.
Where's the fucking, where's the
If it's only 4, something's wrong.
There was a party once that he came to, and he brought
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, I mean, I'm rolling, dog. Thank you for respecting the grind. Shout out to the Wizard of Oz, the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, that's hilarious. It became like your Fugazi. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. When I worked in Boston, at Nick's Comedy Stop, they would offer to pay you in cocaine or cash. There was guys who just took the cocaine. There's certain comics, they just want to get paid in coke. Yeah. Wild time. That's the 80s. Yeah.
That was actually even kind of an interesting situation because, like,
There he is.
it was also one of those things where, like, I was actually really kind of proud of us because we all kind of like, woo, we all kind of went nutty.
How you living, Darius?
With this kind of like more access to coke than we normally have.
We're spinning your neck of the woods.
More access to coke than we ever had. Yeah. And like, we can't afford shit. All right. And so we all kind of went nuts for like a little bit about it. And then we all kind of like.
What up, Darius? How you living, pimp?
Yeah, let's bring it together.
That's great.
Let's bring it together.
I hope things are good for you. I hope everything in your life is amazing. We're just watching. Hey, what's up, pimp? How are you? Can you hear me, big dog?
Who?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm doing a bit. Oh, I was doing a bit until my chair broke.
Oh boy, how'd you break your chair, my man?
Oh no, it's fine. Oh yeah, my wheel on it just broke off completely.
All right, sounds like you have a little do-it-yourself project to work on. Do you have something to fix it?
Yep.
All right,
I
DIY.
got tape and super glue.
Oh, dude, you're amazing. That's probably what I would use too. There is a saying that
All you need.
exactly if it's supposed to move and it doesn't, you need WD-40. If it does move and it's not supposed to, you need duct tape. So it's basically all the DIY information you need. If I may ask.
All right, well, I'm going to go cry about my chair and masturbate.
Hey, happens to the best of us. Take care, man. Enjoy. Come back whenever you want. You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Peace, man. I'm going to send you a friend request. Just 1 moment. All right. You do you, baby. I already have.
Yeah. Same sort of thing. You go, oh, I know where this is going.
And so we all like, okay, let's pull back. Let's get control of this. And we all did. We all collectively, we all put our shit together and put it in the rearview mirror.
Right.
Doesn't mean we didn't do it, but we controlled it.
Contrary to your goals. Yeah. When I was growing up, a bunch of people that I knew got hooked on coke, and that's what kept me from ever doing coke.
What stopped me? I had children, and suddenly it was like, oh my god, like I have to be on call 24/7.
Right. I can't be out like coked up.
Yeah, like that's not gonna last anymore.
That gets in the way of.
It gets in the way.
Mushroom trips.
And pretty soon, my Saturday mornings became more important than my Friday. Pretty simple.
Yeah. My thing about her was I wanted to have access, so I didn't. Oh, I wasn't that interested.
Yeah, you want to take it to 12.
No, I wanted to have a big pile of it, and we're doing it all fucking night until
this is gone.
until
people, they have that thing and they do coke a little bit, and then they just want to keep doing coke. Yeah. So that's scary. It is scary. That's scary because you're captured by a demon. Yeah. And it's literally, and I think it's literally a demon. Yeah. No, I think in the classic jinn sense, sure, it's whispering into your ear. Well, in a sense, it does all the things the demon would do. You know, you could say the demons are real. Okay, but I think they are. They might be real. Right? Like, there's pretty good evidence. I think there's pretty good evidence. So there's a lot of we live like legitimate evil in the world. You know, and where is that coming from? What's that energy? What begets that? What is the reason why people are willing to mass murder? Like what is it? What is it? People are willing to launch missiles in the cities. What is that? Where's that coming from? There's got to like that would be evil if you defined it in the classic sense of the word. You know, when a invading army comes to a village and hacks people, that's not demonic. That's not evil. You're lighting children on fire, throwing them on thatched roofs. That's not demonic. Seems pretty demonic. Like a demon would do that. Whether the physical demon exists is almost like not even important. It's like demonic behavior is 100% documented. What would Jesus do? Yeah, right. This has to be something. But it's unlikely he's going to raise a fist. Everybody wants to be smart, and you want to be secular. You never want to say that you believe in something that's superstitious or ridiculous. So you don't believe religion. You're either agnostic or you're atheist. That's how you get respect. And it's like this weird thing where you're not willing to consider, like, okay, well, what are the actions? What are the actions of good and the actions of evil? The actions are real, right? And we all know in our heart and our soul when you do a good thing, how you feel, versus when you do a bad thing, how you feel. Like, so what are those forces?
Now, when Brando Kurt tells the story of going into the village and inoculating all of the children in the village, shooting their arms with flu shots or something like that, inoculate. And then the soldiers came in and hacked off all the kids' arms. And then there's like a little pile of arms. And Kurt says, who did all that? And we came back to the village the next day with a little pile of all the little arms. And they were hacked. And I cried like a baby. And I started thinking, because these are not small kids. They're not kids. These are men doing a job. And they have the force of will to take the job and take it to its logical conclusion of what they had to do. I'm not condoning what Kurt is saying. Kurt's fucking crazy person. But I'm interested in his perspective. But of course that would be Kurt's perspective.
He's speaking about true power.
Where he's a god. He's a god. He worships. By native. Yeah.
Clearly lost his fucking mind in the fog of war.
He completely lost his mind in the fog of war. But he's talking like he can come.
Yeah, exactly. Like they all come.
Yeah.
But this is the thing where you're suspicious of power, right? Like, why are you suspicious? Well, you should be, because you see where it ultimately leads. It ultimately leads to a curse, or it ultimately leads to the way to really be in control of people. Like, you have to use violence. You can only use words for so long. Strong men hold civilizations together. That's just a fact of things. Both of us have become friends over the years with John Mullins. Who wrote Apocalypse Now. And, John is the kind of guy who's like, conquerors! And he wrote a script about Genghis Khan. And, that I worked on with him to help turn it into a series. My daughter and I helped him after he had a stroke. And, you look at his Genghis Khan script, and he's realistically talking about these horrific atrocities that sewing people up in felt and lighting it on fire and throwing it in the river. Just however you can kill somebody, he figured out a way to do it better. And but at the same time, he invented paper money and invented the Silk Road. Trade thieves. Hold that whole region of the world together under one empire. And over the course of it, you start out as almost like Conan the Warrior,
Conan the Conqueror, Conan the King. Eventually,
King
you're
by his own hand.
a king by your own hand. And eventually, you start realizing,
And John Millais also wrote and directed Conan the Barbarian.
and so he rightly recognizes that it's strong men who conquer, but also who hold together and maintain order. And there's a balance to be had between force and strength and and compassion as well. Too much compassion, countries fall apart.
Yeah.
Too much introspection, countries fall apart.
Right.
And when things are too good,
When things are too good.
things are too easy, and you think they're supposed to be easy, you don't understand how they became easy and what keeps them easy. Yeah. And that's kind of what we're right now.
Weird times right now.
That's like we are. We're in a Conan movie.
Well, it does feel a little like we're in kind of neo-feudalistic times. Where,
Welcome.
Yo, Rabbi.
What's up, pimp?
Then you have to contend with when you go out.
Yep.
Everything's
Yo,
a little
you
more
play Naruto
casual.
still?
Well, there's also this.
No, but I'm not against it.
The internet and social media. There's this new thing that has overcome our minds,
What do you mean?
and it's affecting everyone in this very.
I mean,
bizarre way.
I'm very pro gaming. I just don't game. I mean, I game some, but it generally has to be pretty cheap and playable on a pretty slow computer or a phone.
No shit, you don't have a good computer.
I sacrifice one good computer for 14 other devices.
I mean, I guess for what you're doing, that's worth it. Not even Xbox.
I have an old Xbox.
I go on a show and I say,
Bruh.
like,
Do you go outside much?
Yeah. Every day, try. I was outside. I was outside earlier today.
now there's
Shit.
150 articles.
Well, you just go on walks and shit.
All these cannabis
Yeah.
articles.
Sometimes I have picnics in the park. I've had people who visit me, fans, and like we'll go have a picnic in the park or something. Live stream it.
Why am I fucking
Fuck, you're dedicated to this.
100%, man. I wouldn't be doing it.
Though? I don't understand why.
My friend, data is Earth's #1 resource. It's like gold.
Well, I understand that, but what do you mean by that? I mean, the only data you're getting is like just your own data giving it out.
It's a time capsule for society. People will be able to essentially see what every single day was like from now until whenever I want to end it, which I never want to end it. I want to keep it going forever. And it's essentially like a new Bible. I mean, there are stories in this. There's entertainment. There's really knowledge that really isn't being discussed today. Like things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, all that good stuff. No one's talking about that.
Yeah, but all that stuff is already documented, though.
No, it's
People
not.
who are actually like researching that field.
It's not. It's not very well documented. A lot of this is hypothetical technology.
What do you mean hypothetical technology?
Things like female sperm and male eggs. That's hypothetical. It's not a realistic technology currently. But in the future, women may be able to produce their own sperm and men may be able to produce their own eggs. And when that happens, you might be able to self-replicate. No one's talking about that.
I mean, some people are. It's just not a really big topic. You know?
Name one person right now who's talking about female sperm and male eggs. I'll wait. Of all of the creators hold on. Of all the creators of all of them, all the celebrities all the podcasts, all the movies, all the books, all of the songs, none of them are talking about that. That's just one example.
Well, yeah, of course, you're not going to have Moist Critical talking about... Well, he probably has talked about it, to be fair, in one of his live streams. But you don't hear him, like, just talking about it. You know?
And
it's such a niche topic.
It's not. It could eventually become quite common amongst all people that you no longer reproduce with someone of the opposite sex. You self-reproduce, or
yeah, but isn't that all that stuff is just being researched right now?
Not many people are researching female sperm. Of all of the doctors and all of the nurses and all of the scientists, less than 1% of 1% might even think it's a reality that it could happen, let alone people who are actually paid to study those things. It's really not. It's not very common at all.
I mean, relatively not common. I've heard of it. I've heard of it before. That means I know someone's talking about it.
Who do you know who's talked about it, aside from me?
I can't think specific names, but it's probably been in the news before. It's just not really a hot topic.
I've never heard of it in the news. I can tell you that it has a Wikipedia page that isn't very thorough, but it does just talk about it as an hypothetical technology. I mean, that's just one of many different things that we talk about. Let's talk about mega projects. What about now? This one is talked about, but not very much in the mainstream. A Bering Strait
What's
tunnel. A mega project is generally considered a project that goes above what are general terms for projects into needing international cooperation in order to be completed. So arguably, like the digging of the English Channel over 100 years ago, or the Panama Canal, those
I
would,
know what you mean.
so like super projects, really, really big ones. Another one would be perhaps the Suez Canal, certainly would be. And then maybe thousands of years ago, you would consider the pyramids to be a mega project. But what I'm talking about is a Bering Strait tunnel. I talk about a lot of things when it comes to mega projects. So basically, I'm a huge advocate for building a tunnel. It's only 51 miles that needs to be dug between Asia and North America. And then you could take a car from Los Angeles to London or New York to Cape Town. You could drive. That's a really exciting opportunity. That will unite the world much better than many of the things that currently make up the news cycle that divide us.
Man, you actually research into this stuff?
Oh, I talk not only that, but I talk on it at length. I mean, I don't want to say I'm an expert in the Bering Strait Tunnel, but I know more than the top 1% of people on it.
You invest in the stock?
Do I invest in stock?
Yeah, you invest in the stock?
I have, yeah. So, like the first stock, perhaps, I mean, like one of the first stocks that I ever.
Well, just a general question. Like, not really focusing on any specific stock, just generally. Like,
Yeah.
You do stocks?
Yeah, but I'm more about returns, and you don't get as good at returns on stock as you do on cryptocurrency. So basically, like, you can.
So you also do crypto.
I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. Absolutely. It's right here. It's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. If you're like, oh, is that why you're wearing like Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas? Yeah. But it's a very serious cryptocurrency and it's worth $300 million. These pillows that you see that are like cartoon characters, when I started, they're NFTs. When I started, they were worth like nothing. Like months ago, they were worth $800. They're worth $8,000 now.
You want to donate some of that money to a little Mexican?
No, but I can tell you that when I go viral, that I'll be able to give you more money than you can ever count. That you'll be able to have so much money that you'll be able to help all your friends and family and start your own charities. I have more data than any person. Essentially, I'm sitting on a gold mine, and just little by little, people start to find out about me from any different. Go ahead.
What do you mean you're sitting on data? What do you mean by that?
Data, according to The Economist magazine, data, specifically human data, is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, platinum, diamonds, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever.
I mean, okay, I understand that, but what's the use of that data? What's the use of your data? What's the use of it?
Well, essentially, we could follow somebody's life back, every single moment of their life back, more than 3.5 years. Imagine in 20 or 30 or 40 years when we have that much data that we can just essentially delve into someone's life. Now, that's just from a two-dimensional perspective. Hey, I want a cool story. Let's follow the rabbi. There are many other aspects of this that are much more important as well. And as technology advances, things like being able to know a lot about my body, what my breaths per minute are, my eating schedule, my sleeping schedule, my behavior patterns, knowing what my blinks per minute are, knowing what my heartbeat per minute is, knowing what the humidity is, knowing what the temperature is. All of these things will be seen, and you'll be able to essentially track with augmented reality. Additionally, it will be studied from an academic perspective. Basically, we have one example of a person with more data than any other person, and we can study that. We can perhaps in the future remove different layers of my skin. You could be able to see my you'll be able to see my epidermis, my skin layers. You'll be able to see my muscular structure, and then eventually you'll be able to remove aspects of my cranial cavity and see what my brain looks like, and then eventually actually see what
Okay.
what I'm
So
thinking.
another question.
Okay.
Another question then. So you're telling me by all this, it's worth the investment. It's worth your investment.
100%.
All of this
100%.
just for a chance for someone can dissect your life like 1,000 years in the future. Or even then, storage and like hard drive storage, additional storage overall is going to decay. It's going to be forgotten. You know how much of YouTube has been deleted?
Oh yeah, I know.
Already?
A lot of mine has been deleted. That doesn't mean that I just can't win.
Pretty sure it's like 60% of YouTube is just gone.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't win an appeal with them when I'm a famous person and just say, hey, give me these accounts back, and they will, because that's a newsworthy event. When things are a newsworthy event, they drop all of their policies because the newsworthiness of it makes it more important than anything. So all they have to do is say, hey, we have somebody who's been live streaming their life. Did you ever see the movie The Truman Show?
No, I've never seen it. No.
Okay, so it stars Jim Carrey, and it's basically a very similar story, except we have my consent in this story, and in that movie, they did not have his consent. But essentially, the entire world becomes fascinated with one single individual whose life is always on camera. And people start to want to dress like that person, want to have the same interests as that person, and they want to really mimic them in every way possible or mirror them in any way possible. That's fine for me. All I care about is no more war. Somebody's got to start the discussion of world peace.
I gotta let my cat inside.
All right,
I gotta let my cat.
you do you.
I'm not plugging the movie. I'm not doing anything. All right, I'm just saying I like it. Who gives a fuck what I like? Right. What do you care what the fuck I like? Right. And also, but then I'll say I didn't see something. Well, you fucking asshole. All right. I didn't see it. I care what the fuck I see and what I don't see. What do you fucking care?
front of him to say that. He's an idiot alone with his phone. If he just said it out loud amongst reasonable people, they would turn to him, what the fuck are you talking about? But he doesn't get that check, which is also part of the problem with social media.
But still will say something like, well, I think he's still missing out. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of shit I can say that you're missing out on, and I don't care if you miss out.
Also, you have to be missing out. Otherwise, you don't have a life.
Yeah.
How much information do you think you can absorb in a day? How much things do you watch and listen to? You have to miss out movies a day. Yeah, that's a lot of time, man. You have to miss out. There's going to be shit you miss out on. Well, the other thing is, if you're a film fan today, you're not just dealing with today's film. You're dealing with this insane archive. That
So,
goes
do
back to
you have any mental?
you know, goes back to
Nope.
On the waterfront, goes back to the 20s. Good lord, there's
So,
so
Rabbi,
many films.
I answered your question. No,
That I saw that was like very meaningful.
Oh, I didn't.
you're good.
Is I really like the story of Joe Chess, the
I was sitting DC, just like play my
That's a really cool story, and I really like the whole story of the three brothers in there.
Just chill, man. We're watching a podcast.
With the Gary Cooper version, the 1939 version. But I've never seen
I've only ever been on Discord.
Well, like live 24/7, like 8 months.
No, just generally overall, you know.
Oh, like I think my first account was made like 3 years ago.
And we have a little micro cinema in the theater I have, the theaters I have in
Only 3.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't use social media until I started this. Not a lot.
Video archive. Yeah, it's like video archive. The video archive cinema.
Shit, I hope
It's like literally like
it'd be like a vet during that.
like a little parrot.
Yeah, no, I mean, I worked a corporate job, so I wasn't into social media then.
How old are you?
38.
Last week we showed the silent version of Bone Jazz.
Sorry.
And
38?
and I wasn't there at that screening, but I asked the guy who
38 years old?
Yeah, that's an age.
Shit, you're like a dinosaur.
It was so
Well, thank you.
the end of it, and it is.
No offense, dude. I was like,
He was talking. It was emotional. He could hear a pin drop, and then it was over. And everyone was still kind of in this collective.
so like, what did you do before all this?
I'm a
This
cert-
is the fucking. This is a dramatic life, bro.
I'm a certified project management professional. So I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And additionally, do you want to tell me what I did?
My question is,
Do you want to tell me what I did?
my question. No, I gotta. I want to tell you something. I want to change like the question, like the answer to it.
Why are you changing the answer to the question that I'm giving you? How about you just shut the fuck up and let me answer the question? You asked me like 50 fucking questions. I'm answering them, but before I can even tell you what I've done, what my profession is, what my career is, you're
Well,
all
no, I've heard your profession. I've heard your profession.
okay. So then why did you ask me? Did you think it was going to change? It's been what it's always been, as I have been a professional. It's a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've worked for Fortune 500 companies. If someone has a project and they need assistance with completing it, I'm your man. Hope that answers your question, big dog. Apologies, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you repeat that? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. In my youth, I went to graduate school. I graduated from college. I graduated from high school. But Doug, Yeah, I mean, that's what people do. I don't think you understand what it is to be an adult.
Oh, I can take that. I mean, I can do that.
You DoorDash, you smoke weed, and you basically live a simple life. I get that. Those of us who shot for the stars, had careers, had the ability to change careers if they needed, had different types of careers, big goals. I'm not saying you can't do that, but like you're basically interrupting my life to be like, hey, what have you done with your life? It's like, dog, why, what's with all the questions about me? Look at yourself. You could be doing exactly what I'm doing. I make money right now as a streamer. Not a lot, but enough. You could do this. Why don't you stream your life? There you go. I understand. And that's a legitimate statement. I respect that. A lot of people do. I'll tell you before I started this, I liked privacy as well. But I recognize the power of data and essentially, while it is a gamble, it may be the most valuable gamble I've ever had. I mean, I would literally be doing the exact same thing in my normal life. I would be watching a podcast, just chilling in my bed, surfing the internet. And that's exactly what I do, but I just live stream it. I recognize that. And your curiosity is not a bad thing at all. It's just, it's frustrating when you're like, hey, what do you do for a living? And I'm telling you, and then you're already interrupting me for the next thing. It's like, you know, you don't even care about what my answers are. You're just literally seeing how many questions you can ask me in a minute or so. I know, but then you ask me again, what's your career? And I told you, and then you interrupted me.
I mean, I meant to say it to you. Like, what was it? That's what I meant.
Okay, that's a different question. I mean, I got an education. I got an education and essentially went to the corporate world. That's what you do. And I moved up the corporate ladder. I got promotions and then I got certifications. I continued my education with through continuing education programs and really developed as much of a knowledge base as possible. And you can do it too. You don't necessarily need a college degree to be able to make six figures.
No, I just don't care.
Okay.
I don't care about having wealth. I just care about doing what I like.
Hey, that's very respectful. And I understand that. I shouldn't say respectful. Pardon me. Respectable. And I think that that's a very good thing. Hey, if you don't want to get into the hustle and bustle of the corporate world, I get it. But if you want to make money and you want to make a lot of money, I know you don't, but literally doing nothing, cryptocurrency is a perfect place to do it.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I mean,
thinking that, but I'm not thinking about the money doing it.
well, here's the thing. Like, let's say, okay, you do DoorDash, which is cool. Hey, there he is. Welcome, Ass Muncher. How you living, pimp?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm well. So, hey, this is a person who's in cryptocurrency. Ass Muncher, what are some good...
I'm in crypto.
You're in tons of crypto, dog. You have your own...
No, ask Muncher, what would make me $1 trillion in a single day?
There's a project called Bitcoin Ass Vision. You can send me a link for it. And then other than that, sure.
Shit.
There's no fucking Middle East war coin. No. No, one day, not today, but eventually there will be. It's one of those things where you gotta give it time, for sure.
And Ask Munch is right about that. But look, if you just are doing Uber or Uber Eats or DoorDash or something like that, if you were to say, look, I'm just going to take one tip, like whatever, somebody tips you $5, one tip per time that you do Uber Eats and put it in cryptocurrency, within a year, you'll have perhaps thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Like, I'm not even talking.
Not wrong. So okay. So who's more intelligent with crypto? Out of you two?
Ask Muncher.
Rabbi.
No, Ask Muncher.
Okay,
Ask.
so you guys are both fucking intelligent.
No. I'll tell you, Ask Muncher.
Long-term
Ask Muncher.
sanity of like Bitcoin and all that shit. Like, it's just like USD. So like at the end of the day, it's just USD.
But it's not.
For someone that doesn't understand crypto either.
That's okay. It shows that you don't.
What are you saying about like Bitcoin is always just going to be USD at the end of the day. People get Bitcoin into cash money.
No. So at times you've been able to buy Teslas with Bitcoin. You can use it to buy things online without ever transferring it into USD. And you have to understand. Let's talk
but that's like.
Let's talk about USD for a second. Okay, so we're talking about the United States dollar, Federal Reserve notes, the things that people have in their wallet. That has lost 99% of its purchasing power since it was brought into effect December 23rd, 1913. 99%. So what does that mean? That today's $100 bill in 1913 was just a dollar bill. Okay, that's known as inflation. Basically, practices that weaken an economy, that weaken a currency. With cryptocurrency, it is essentially an insurance against inflation. Let's say currently inflation every year is about 2%. In bad years, it's 6%. That means that in 2023, if you had $1, today that dollar is worth 98 cents. And it could be as low as 94 cents or so. That means next year, it's going to be 96 cents. And the year after that, it's 94 cents. Now you look at basically any cryptocurrency that has some larger holders and isn't just a small shit coin or meme coin or something. Given time, these things have not just 1x, meaning essentially increasing, but 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x. Then you get into 10x, 20x, 50x, 100x, 1,000x. And what am I saying? I'm saying 1,000 times whatever your initial investment was, you can make on this. So what am I saying? Let's just say we take $5 every time that you make a delivery. Not just every time you make a delivery. I'm not saying that. Every time you have a session that you go, let's just say on Uber Eats or something like that, you take $5 of that and you say, I'm going to just buy a cryptocurrency, whatever one I want. It could be a very popular one or it could be a new one. That $5 in a year has the opportunity to be $50,000 pretty easily. And you may make 50 different investments like this and they all don't pay off for you. But 50 times $5 is only $250 that you would have invested when the opportunity for it to essentially candle, as we call it in the community, but for it to have long-term economic and fiscal success is a reality. Meaning, if you take that dollar, the United States dollar, and you just say, I'm going to put it in my bank account, it's going to lose 2% this year. It'll lose 2% next year. It'll lose 2%. With cryptocurrencies, there is a chance that you can lose them, but there's also the opportunity that they can explode. It's like it's similar to the lottery. I mean, it's a risk like anything, but very rarely do you have the opportunity to have like 1,000x opportunity on something. So, for instance, if you have like it's like a stock. Let's say you like Xbox, so Microsoft. Let's say Microsoft stock is $100 per share. So the chances are that it turns into $200 within a year are very low. It's not necessarily going to double. But the chances of a cryptocurrency doing the same are much higher. Let me give you an example. This coin, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, when I started with it, it was worth less than $1. Now, it's worth $300 million. This coin has made millionaires out of just random people working a job who just were in early. And if you really want to know how to do it, if you really want to know this.
So what should, in your opinion, you think I should just go gamble my money for an extra hit of dopamine?
I mean, there's that.
Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, any kind of investment is a risk, so you could consider it a gamble. What I'm telling you, though, is that if you really want to make a lot of money and put in very little effort, all you have to do is listen to Twitter Spaces. On Twitter, every single day. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Well, you're familiar with Twitter. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like an audio format. All you have to do is go into those and listen to people who have good plans for their cryptocurrency and then invest in them. Will all of them pay out for you? No. But there are very few things in the modern age that give you 100x. Like you could go and bet on a sporting team and you're only going to make 2x if you win on your money. Maybe if you parlay it or do something crazy, you might get 4x or 8x, but there's a very good chance that you're going to lose that money. In cryptocurrency, it's basically not a huge risk. You take $5 or $10 and you get 1 million coins. I mean, like for $5, you can buy 1 million coins. And if that coin gets to be worth $1, then you've got $1 million. And you bought it with $5.
That's crazy.
It is, and
I would say
it seems like it should be illegal.
How much?
It seems like it should be illegal.
Aren't like most of the things? Isn't it illegal?
No, that's exactly how it works.
Like rug. I mean, yeah, but that's just rug pulling. It's just you early to the party, or you just got rug pulled. But I mean, yeah, I guess $5 is $5.
Exactly. You can't buy stock with $5. You can't even pay the fees on stock with $5. But you can buy 1 million of a certain coin with $5. The barrier to entry is very, very low. So, like, I'm serious. Sometimes people are going to give you a $5 tip. If you just say, every time I do a delivery, I'm going to buy cryptocurrency, it will grow on you. I can tell you that I don't buy cryptocurrency. I mean, I've bought Bitcoin in the past. I've owned a Bitcoin. But at least as I've done this project, people just want to give to me. They donate to me. And they donate cryptocurrency to me. And that cryptocurrency goes from being worth dollars to hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars. And I don't have to do anything. It just sits there and grows. So, at least from that perspective, my advice to you, if you would be, you keep doing whatever makes you happy. You keep doing whatever makes you happy. But just take $5 every time you choose to work and invest it in a cryptocurrency, whatever cryptocurrency you want. And if you're like, look, I don't know what cryptocurrency to buy, I would tell you get on Twitter Spaces and just listen to some people and their projects. There will be people who just give you their cryptocurrency as well. They just want more holders for the cryptocurrency. So they'll just be like, hey, we're doing what's called an airdrop. And all you have to do is link your wallet and you'll get free tokens. Now, if you're like, well, why isn't everybody doing this? Well, the thing is, a lot of people are, especially in the last 3 years. And you just don't really recognize it, or maybe not you, but people don't recognize it. But the other big issue is you have to be very careful the links that you press, because people can drain your wallet, and you don't want that to happen.
So, have you ever been on like the good side of a rug pull right now?
Well, no. I mean, I've never sold any cryptocurrency ever. So I'm what's called a diamond hand investor. Basically, I just hold the whole time. And that's the best kind of investor anybody wants. So I've never pulled out my money. The most I've ever done, I'm in a cryptocurrency. And in order to join the fantasy football league of the cryptocurrency, you had to pay like $50 in the cryptocurrency to join the fantasy football. And I've done that, but I've never spent money on cryptocurrency in other ways. I just hold it. It's basically like a retirement fund for me that just keeps growing.
So, how would you mind like saying how much you've made so far?
Well, without getting into specifics, I can tell you this. I've seen like a 30x on the donations that people have given to me. So let's say somebody has given me $100, that has turned into $3,000 without me having to do anything. I mean, literally, I just sit here and people recognize the value of cryptocurrency and the value of me being a holder. I mean, even though like I mean just the coin that I talk about all the time, that with their merchandise, that has seen like a 50x over the course of its lifespan, and it's only like a year and a half old. So basically, you can think that if I had $1,000 invested, it's now worth $30,000. If I had $100,000 invested, it's now worth $3 million. But I've basically seen a 30x return, and because I don't sell it, it just keeps growing for me. And that's not even how I make money. But in addition to that, I get paid to stream from different platforms. So me just being here talking to you, I make money off of it.
Shit, what platform sponsored you?
Rumble. And I mean, that's what everybody wants. They want to be able to just sit, hang out with their friends, play games, and get paid for it. And I'm telling you, there's a way for you to do that. I hope that answers your questions, my friend. If you don't mind, we're going to continue the podcast. Feel free to ask more questions if you have them.
Okay. So I'm just chilling.
Please do. Please do. Honestly, if you really want to make a lot of money, you just stay in here. And why? because you're going to become a celebrity just by being in here. You're with the person who has more data anywhere. You know how many people I randomly get who come into this Discord a day? Like 10, 15? Do they all stay? No, but some do. The person who's in here, her name is Alframsha. She's from Poland. She likes what I do. She likes that I sing karaoke. She likes that I have a positive message. And, even though it's nighttime in Poland, she's just chilling in here. And I get lots of random people who do that. And frankly, all it's going to take is just one person to be like, wait, you stream your life all the time? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm going to tell all my friends about it. And then they do, and all their friends are like, oh, let's go make fun of this person. And then they recognize, wow, that's a lot of data. That's a lot of social media. And literally, you can't go through it. With any other influencer, like, let's say Kim Kardashian or Aiden Ross, you go to their Instagram and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you've seen it all. You go to on YouTube, you just type in their name and you'll basically watch all their videos within perhaps 20 or 30 hours. They don't have that much content. With mine, just with one of my streams, it's 3.5 years of content. Now, I've got at least 8 different streams going at any given time, and I'm making content throughout all of that. So my content builds on itself. It becomes almost an unlimited amount. It is limited, but it's more content by far than any person has in human existence. I mean, I just personally have been on camera publicly, live streaming on the internet, more than any other person ever. Good questions, my man. You're good. Chill, man. Just chill. Get high, chill, and be cozy.
And you have a different perspective on the movie. Maybe you like the movie. I hated when it first came out. Did not like the film. I thought it was awful. Really? Awful. Like, boring.
I'm glad you're here.
Muddled, like, everything was wrong. Suddenly I see Kubrick shots in the air.
Hey, I have a question. So when you made your name, like, you didn't know that I was king of the king of BBC on TikTok?
No, I don't use TikTok.
Wow, that's
I don't fucking TikTok.
that's no, I recognize it, but that's wild. I mean, I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts, one of which is exactly the same name that you have in this Discord. I just think that's wild.
The Shining, like Roger would say.
My fucking
No, I was really hard. I was really hard on movies. I was a really angry young guy. And Frank about shit. He's a completely different guy. All right. Now he's like bent over backwards to be nice about something. I go, who the fuck is this guy? Almost my life. Well, I now look at having been a filmmaker and and knowing the struggle that goes into getting something on screen. But I know how hard it is sometimes to get what you have up here on the screen, and it doesn't always work. And sometimes you're faking it by the time it gets to the cut. But it's not an easy thing. It's not. So when I watch a movie now, I'm applying all of my life experience to it, and I'm like, okay, this movie may not be the greatest movie, but this is somebody's, vision, and I'm going to give that, I'm going to value that and give myself to it and try to find in it what I like about it. And so I always give every movie a shake, a good shake.
What's happened with our show that I think is really cool, again, for the fans that follow it and everything, is in our first season, we ended up like covering about 70 movies, all together. We mentioned a million movies before the show, but we covered about 70 movies altogether, and the 3 movies that we did over the course of 26 episodes, and we kind of created new classics, at least amongst the people who followed the show, because they followed it and they liked it. They watched an old Mexican horror movie like Demon on it. Hey, that was pretty cool.
Demon is amazing.
And then everyone would put it down. If you try to look at anything about it, it would all be shitty reviews about it and everything. Then we talked about it with passion, and then we gave the right context in which to appreciate the movie as a killer hand movie. And we gave
So do you play any cool games?
Because the movie is old, and because maybe
Well,
the money.
I'm kind of limited in what I play. And I feel like if I get really into any game, it will take away from my streaming. I play Fortnite. I play chess. I play mini golf. I have played FIFA and Madden. I really like the game Civilization, Sid Meier's Civilization. So I play that. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I play Rome Total, or well, all the Total War games. Pardon me?
I said I know it's
Excellent. What else do I play? There's some Fortnite and I said Fortnite. Like Roblox and Minecraft. I have accounts for those. I don't want to get too into a game because if I do, it'll take up all my time and I do other things.
Bro, do you ever hear of Hearts of Iron before?
I think so. Is it a good game?
Oh, World War II strategy.
That's baller as fuck, man. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Hearts of
Fucking.
Hearts of Fire.
It's crazy, bro. You have to worry about with this Hearts of Iron.
Hearts of Iron. Beautiful. I'm gonna read all about it right now.
It's a yep. It's a crazy game.
It looks baller as fuck, man.
You control a country and you play its history.
Looks
You
good.
can be communist Germany.
Are you saying that? I mean,
You should go for
Germany was never communist.
well, it's alternate history for that.
I got you. That's what I was wondering. Is it an alternate history? Very cool.
Yeah, you can go alternate history. You can go like.
Amazing. That's really neat. I'll have to check it out.
I play like fucking democratic capitalist Mexico.
There you go. Do you find success?
It's fucking complicated.
Okay.
It's a hard game. It took me like 100 hours.
Oh wow. Okay.
Sometimes you find success. Other times you just like try to simply fuck up. Then you wasted 8 hours.
Right.
I think the longest one I had was a 10-hour game.
Wow.
It gets dragged on. Then like you'd be in the middle of a game and then a hacker just went. You could play with up to like 30.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Oh, so close.
You're perfect.
Actually, that actually has the best sound effect.
Well, yeah, that movie in particular is actually a tough one because it's. Is this you?
Yeah, right. There's a killer hand that's
Yeah. Up. I think that's just the best, like, hand on the loose movie.
It's an exploitation movie. Okay, we're a Mexican exploitation movie. But the one that's great about it, one, she's fantastic, and it's Samantha Eggar.
Samantha Eggar is
become one of our heroes. All right, for the show.
I love
Samantha. But the movie was hilarious. But what's nice, but what's really cool about the Mexican horror genre is they take their tacky horror very seriously. It's tacky horror, but they take it really seriously, and you appreciate the seriousness that they're delivering their payload.
And I know how hard it is to do some of the things that they're doing. This is like computer graphics. They have a limited budget.
No,
but their vision is so big, and you're watching it, you're like, oh my god, this is, if you just, like, if you try not to judge it on what a movie looks like today.
No, but not only just that, but what's interesting is when you see some of the effects that they do, there's a couple of the effects. Well, how do they do that?
Yeah.
Like, it's all not practical. And then some of it is like, oh, well, I can see how they did that. Oh my god, that's so fucking clever. They figured out how to do it in such a clever way. I can see how they did it, but that's so neat. Because they just figured out how to do it on camera in a way that's seldom.
Yeah. And it's a crazy movie also.
That's crazy.
It's like you're inside of some sort of crazy Mexican's head making a horror movie. It's fantastic.
Well, the horror genre is hard to do to not make ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, the best thing about the horror genre and science fiction is that they're the best vehicles to kind of study
Welcome.
culture and sociological issues.
Welcome.
Because you have that abstraction layer that makes people think, oh, I'm just watching a science
Okay.
fiction film, or I'm just watching a horror movie.
right.
Like you watch Dawn of the Dead, and yeah, you're watching a movie about zombies in a shopping mall, or are you watching a movie about the vanishing middle class being drawn to the consumer temple because it's what they remembered from their lives? It was an important place to them.
Like literally quoting the movie.
I'm actually quoting my liner notes that I wrote for the.
Let me start goes back. The coffee is making me take a joke.
No worries. We can keep going.
Okay.
So, when you first got into this, like, did you have like a film that you aspired to create something like? Like when you first did you say I got like
It's a composite.
comedians be like I want to be the next Eddie Murphy.
It was a composite. It was a composite. I have like a kind of a top 3 filmmaker. When you're a young filmmaker, and when you're a young child, you look to your parents to learn how to behave. You're a child. You look to them. Like they teach you how to be. Sure. And so at the beginning of your life, you're copying your parents, and because that's who you love. That's what you're copying. When you're a young filmmaker, very frequently you kind of copy your parents, your cinematic parents. And so in my case, many filmmakers, like for instance Stanley Kubrick, who's one of my favorite filmmakers, who I'm always thinking about his zero-point perspective, his reverse tracking shots. I just love the intention of his shots and how he assembles his movies. I like everything about his work. Kubrick, if you love Fritz Lang, you can see that Kubrick that's how he felt about Fritz Lang. Like when I watch M, I can see the Kubrick shots. It's Fritz Lang, Metropolis. Yeah, he did Metropolis. He did some of the greatest. Metropolis is wild. Metropolis is super, super powerful kind of movie that's exactly talking about everything that's going on today. That people should see. The movie I was thinking about was M, which is his movie with Peter Lorre about the pedophile and the movie's made in just before the Nazis took power. And so he's making a movie that's really about kind of the rise of Hitlerian fascism in Europe, and he's doing it through this movie about the pedophile. It's Peter Lorre's fantastic, and it's actually his first sound movie. Like Fritz Lang hadn't made a sound movie, and so every single shot in the film is based on sound. So he'll have shadows talking and the backs of people's heads talking, or even the device of the movie is Peter Lorre whistling Peter Giant here. That becomes like the device by which they find the killer. And so the whole movie is about sound. So as a young filmmaker, if you want to learn how to use sound in a movie, that's the movie to see. Yeah. Because every single shot, like it used to be, you would show an empty frame and it would just be a shot of nothing. But now Fritz Lang is able to juxtapose a woman who's lost her daughter. She's calling for her daughter. So she's looking for her daughter. Elsa! Elsa! And they cut to an empty shot of a stairwell, and you hear her, Elsa! And they cut to an empty playground. Elsa! And then you see the balloon that she was carrying trapped in something, like whipping in the wind. Elsa! And it's super he's using sound juxtaposed with images, which he couldn't do before.
Crazy, they just called it that.
Yeah, for murder. And this is an amazing. So Kubrick, see, that's a Kubrickian shot. That's it. This is where he's Elsa or Elsie. I seem to remember more Elsie. But well, it's okay. But anyhow, so Kubrick had his forefathers who he used to watch and that he used to look to, and so those would be like my grandparents in a way. And so there's this like lineage of cinematic grammar and vernacular that gets carried on from filmmaker to filmmaker. And eventually, after you've made enough films, you start walking on your own and you start coming up with new ideas. But for me, it was Stanley Kubrick, John Borman, he's the guy who directed Excalibur, Open Glory, Point Blank, Hell in the Pacific, and a number of them. I don't think I'm such a big fan of John Borman. Some of his films. I think you're a fan of his writing more than you are this guy.
No, I have nothing but respect.
Yeah, and John Borman, and then Roman Polanski. I think those three guys for me and their work, not the guys, but mostly their work. Like, I am a composite. If you watch my movies, I'm a composite of those things and other people as well. And those were the filmmakers who were people. Those were my parents. So Kubrick was such an oddball. Like, his films were so different.
And he was a weird guy, too. He did, like, complex mathematics in his spare time.
Nothing wrong with that. No, yeah, he's a weird guy, but he's also, I think, thinking 3 steps ahead of everybody at any kind of given moment. I mean, to be honest, I was just thinking, I just pulled my script from Eyes Wide Shut. I had a script that was from set, and I was reading it over the weekend, and I saw that it has this, known this for a long time, but I started really thinking about it over the weekend. It's missing a narration. It's missing a third-person narration that was originally in the movie. That's because the movie was recut and changed after his death. And they will deny it, but as a student of Kubrick, I'm watching the movie and I'm like, oh, Kubrick wouldn't do that. Kubrick wouldn't do that either. Kubrick would have tricked this.
I didn't know they recut it after his death.
Okay, so apparently
They finished.
well, that's the party line. That's the party line, but I think that they changed the notes, the close-ups, the inserts of the notes. I think those are changed. It's missing a narration. It's definitely missing a narration. A third-person narration. Like that scene where he sees the prostitute who's died, who's at the morgue, and he's looking at her, and he's like leaning over her. It's a bed for narration. There's this whole thing. What they do instead is they couldn't say that Kubrick finished the movie because they hadn't done the recording of the narrator. And so maybe they just kind of clutched it together, except there's an entire thread that's kind of been squashed in that film, and that's the 2 men that are throughout the movie that are constantly in the background of the film, who eventually, in the final shots of the film, you see like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman in that final scene in the toy store when she's looking at the Rosemary's Baby bassinet. It's totally Kubrick saying something. And they never take their eyes off their daughter until the moment they take their eyes off and the final line of the movie is coming up. You see those 2 guys walking off with the daughter. They're taking her away. They've given their daughter to the pedo cult. That's what's happened at the end of the movie. And there's an incident where when they first screened the movie in England, people who were outside of this is all second. There are people who are outside of the theater who can hear inside of the theater Kubrick yelling at all the executives and saying, I know you can't cut it. You can't fucking cut my film. Blah, 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 blah. Big argument going on. And he dies like 4 days later. So somebody went in and finished the movie, but I think when they finished the movie, they hid. The movie got changed into something else. And I would love to finish that. Have you ever made it? I thought about it, and reading the script over the weekend, I started seriously thinking about it. Well, somebody should recut this, or somebody should.
So it's just a matter of recutting it with narration.
Well, yes and no. There's obviously missing. There would be missing footage. It was removed.
And is that accessible?
Not unless you crack it open and there's no way anybody would think. They would never. But hold on, here's the thing.
Now we have AI.
Well, I know. That's what's the matter? What's the matter?
Because
I've actually been experimenting a lot with AI.
the newer versions are pretty stunning.
I've been working on Runway.
The curve is insane. Like the exponential curve of improvement.
I'm literally, as I'm working on things, I'll be talking to the guys and, I'll be saying, well, if you guys be able to, okay, we got that tool on Tuesday, we're going to do that tool. And so it's like literally whatever you think you can't do, ask us because we probably will be able to do it in a couple of days. And so it's advancing so fast and so rapidly that I, without putting pointing, I made a little claymation version of it. And I have the copy kind of hide it.
I've never played the version.
But it's a claymation version of both you and me.
How bizarre that something that would have cost like hundreds of millions of dollars, like you want to do a film, like a pixel type, one of those crazy movies where you have all this like insane animation. That shit took forever.
The best work that I've seen of it. Like, there's the first time I've been kind of ignoring AI and like, I know what it is. It's more information with visuals. I get it. I understand it. You'll see. But I like that kind of like that, and I do. But I was Beowulf. I made Beowulf with Robert Rothschild.
Oh, okay.
And like that was a big, video puppetry CGI thing. My original
motion capture.
Yeah, my original plan for that movie, because I was going to direct it myself, was to make it like in Iceland, under $10 million, just really dirty. I wanted it to be like like an early Terry Gilliam film, Jabberwocky. That was actually the Neil and I were thinking about when Neil Gaiman co-wrote on that film. And the movie ended up getting made much bigger. Suddenly it was like whatever budget I had was probably our craft service budget. Nothing like making $100 million movie. Sushi every day, champagne, fly the plane to England, whatever you want. It's like it's crazy, but that was definitely not the movie I planned on. However, when we made it, and it turned into this big performance capture thing, it was fun. Like working with Zemeckis, and he's such a excitable, creative genius. And even before you were able to do stuff like what he was doing in that film, he was constantly taking, when he made Contact, take that eyebrow off of Jodie Foster. I like that eyebrow thing she does, and so put that on this tape. And so he was messing with her face and doing all sorts of performance stuff. And even when you go back to his earliest stuff, I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand is almost a visual trick. Having the Beatles there but not be there, and even though he's not using computer graphics. I think he's just a really super inventive guy, and it was so much fun making the movie with him because we were inventing technology. That was 2010.
Jamie, when you came out, Beowulf, let's watch some of that. Well, I want to remember what it looks like.
It looks probably like a video game pre-cut scene. That's what's crazy, right? I thought about taking Beowulf and putting it into my system, and then just painting over it. Let's fucking go, Roger. Let's fucking go. By the way, you can do easily.
Yeah.
Easily. I thought about fixing
with the Beowulf. Oh, geez.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a video game cutscene at this point.
Yeah, but it was kind of cool because everybody looked like that, not just the monster. Yeah, that was kind of cool about it.
I mean, the difference is that this was actual performances, and so we could take Ray Winstone and have him. Ray Winstone doesn't look like that. He looks a little heftier, and
That's his own arm.
That's my arm up. Cut my own arm up. It's funny because our original script was much more modest than this, but then Zemeckis was like, "Okay, boys, it costs $1 million a minute. Do whatever you want." Stab the dragon in the heart. Oh no! This movie is kind of I mean, it's a little. It's an interesting experience. What happens?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was going to make this movie myself. I had set it up initially at Image Movies with Zemeckis producing, and then it fell out. The rights kind of reverted back to me. I had to cover the turnaround on it, but the rights reverted back to me, and I was going to go make the movie myself for nothing. I was trying to set it up, and it was really, I was broke at the time, and I was not going to make money. I had to cover the turnaround expenses myself on the film, which was considerable. But I wanted to make the movie really bad, and I was working on Silent Hill, this other movie I wrote, and I suddenly started getting calls, and it was like the producer of Polar Express, this guy Steve Bain, wanted to buy the script. Like, I want to buy it for Zemeckis, and I said, too little, too late. I'm making it now. And I kept saying no, and I was working on this film in Canada, and was trying to finish it, and every now I'm getting calls from agents at CA, and they're like,
Jack after
oh, yeah, it was actually, yeah, it was Jack. How do you know it was Jack? Did I tell you that?
Well, no, because he was Zemeckis' agent. He became Zemeckis.
That's right. That's right. And so I was getting
the guy gets shit down.
Yeah, he is the guy who gets shit done. Well, I was like, no, and no, I won't. I'm doing it myself. No. And Steve Bing, and I said, if another agent calls me, I'm firing the agency. And they're like, well, you at least meet with the producer. So I went ahead and I meet with him. He says, if I don't make this film with I'm going to miss the moment. I'm going to lose the movie. It's going to be over. Just put your price. Just tell me what your price. And I said, I don't work like that. He said, listen, everything. I said, well, I make it, but I'm not going to tell you. So why don't you just tell me, just discourage me? So I said, okay, you want me to discourage you? So I started like making shit up. I don't do something like that. I want this. And I tried to come up with how much money had anybody ever made on a script. Let's add some money to that. I went over the top. Oh, that is. And I had grown a beard to make the movie, grew my hair long like a Viking to learn about, why Vikings had beard, etc. All that kind of stuff. I'm making the movie. I'm a Viking. I said, well, Roger, that is really discouraging, but we have a deal. And I was like, well, okay, then. I started driving home. I'd never done anything. I'd never done something for money before. I'd always done it for passion. And when the money came, this was the first time in my life that I'd ever made a choice based on this titanic amount of money, and I understand growth. And I went home and cried, and then the check came, nothing drives tears like money. And then Zemeckis invited me into the process, which was really great of him. He wanted me and Will to be at his side and collaborate with him, and it was a fabulous experience. But to be honest, I was like, who am I now? What does it all mean? I just gave away something I wanted to do my entire life. I've always been chasing this John Gorman film, Excalibur. I think it's one of the most beautiful movies ever made about the Arthurian legends. And if you watch Beowulf and Excalibur, they're very similar, thematically. And so I was like, who am I now? What does it all mean? I don't even know if I want to make a movie anymore. Like, what do I have to tell now that I just completely sold out? And then I was at a dinner, and big dinner, and driving home that night, and I was giving somebody who was at the dinner a lift. My wife was in the backseat of the car, and I told my daughter I was going to be home by midnight. We lived in Dodge. And so I was speeding. I have a red phone. And I was speeding to get there without getting into the details of what happened. I lost control of the car. There was another vehicle that I lost control of the vehicle. I think my tire blew, but I was going into a ditch, and I knew I was going into this deep ditch because it was right near my house, full of rocks and stuff. I knew if I go in there, you'll die. So I turned into the, and I turned away from it to try to car spot out. I ended up on the other side of the street where I knew there was a cow down there. Take it out there. Well, that was a telephone pole. I hit the telephone pole. My passenger took the impact, and my wife was thrown from the car. When I came to, all I could hear was the horn. Here he's going to have glass in my mouth, and I'm injured as well. I climb out of the car, and it's dark. It's really dark. But somebody's already arrived, ex-DA, from Ventura County, with all the drunk driving and all that. And he was the first person on the scene. I was right near the fire department. They showed up shortly. But when I jumped out of the car, I came running around to see what happened. I saw my wife on the asphalt in the truck. And I threw myself onto my knees on the pavement, and I found myself in that moment asking for the one thing that mattered, which was life. She was dead, and she went, and I just, in that moment, I dug down, I begged her to come back to life, and I will give anything for life, just in any form, I'll take it. And in that moment, she came back to life. It was like, the life came back into her. Okay, it was completely fucked up scene. The passenger was down in the car, they're dead. The police are suddenly there. And next thing you know, I'm in jail. And suddenly, like, suddenly I found myself in jail.
The more that I think about it, the more that I come to believe that this invention is responsible for the suburbs as we know it. This unassuming little piece of metal, it's called a gang nail plate or a truss plate. Its job is to fix pieces of wood together at their joints. What's really unique about it, though, is that it can securely connect wood members positioned in almost any angle. With the aid of these plates, houses made of standard 2x4 studs can have open floor plans, cathedral ceilings, and complicated roof shapes, all constructed at once. You might recognize all those three traits as the common features of modern suburban homes, especially the so-called McMansions. This video is recorded by them.
that has created such a profound effect on the way that we build. Geraint has been compared to Henry Ford for how he ushered in a new era for housing by shifting a significant portion of his construction to an assembly line. Not only did Geraint go into business making these plates, he created an entire new operation strategy that delivers finished trusses to the job site. Geraint's final hurdle for wide adoption, though, is to get these new plates and technology approved for use in the building code that he used to work on. So since Geraint was on that committee, coupled with the fact that the nail plate was simply performing better, the case was pretty simple. By the early 1960s, the plates were approved for use within building codes across the U.S. They added a new line in the building code in the section on wood construction for trusses. By the 1970s, pre-manufactured trusses became the norm in suburban residential construction, and this impacted the design of how houses looked and functioned. You can probably spot the difference between a house built in the 1940s and the 1970s. You might not attribute them to the truss construction, though. So let's look a little bit more closely to see how those add up. First, trusses make it more difficult to occupy the space that's underneath of a sloped roof. So attics become less common once trusses are adopted. This was often offset with storage in the basement or in large garages like you see in this one, depending on the regional building practices. Another feature is that you can have a deeper floor plan without the need for multiple roof slopes, because the truss can span further with smaller pieces of wood. The higher strength to weight ratio also means that it can span the entire width of the house without the need for any internal support walls. All the weight of the roof is carried down through the outer walls. Since these exterior walls are carrying the majority of the load, they might be built with larger wood members, maybe 2x6s instead of the standard 2x4s. That just gives more space for the insulation to occupy. Meanwhile, there are no interior walls that bear the weight of the roof. So let's say you want larger spaces on the first floor with a series of smaller bedrooms on the top. That's more difficult to do with the older system, where the internal walls probably carry the weight of the room. The walls of the bedrooms may need to align and carry down that weight down to the first floor. But when these don't take any of that weight, the floors work completely independently. The first floor can be completely open, while the second has lots of walls in it. While you might not know that all these features are made possible using trusses, you can probably just feel the difference in the openness or the lack of attics and things like that. But of course, these are all just a small price to pay for all of the benefits. Then, during the 1980s, things started to take a bit of a turn. Home builders started to become the main characters, and they recognized that larger homes were more profitable than the smaller ones. They started to prioritize size and complexity over things like quality and sustainability. And at this time, homes started to shift to become more of an investment vehicle than just a place to live. At the same time, the oil crisis eased and financial markets boomed in the wake of new technologies. There was more money, cheaper gas, and an incentive to build big, often by the people who weren't even planning to live inside of these homes. I think it's no coincidence that the company that Geraint founded, it was among the first to use computer-aided design for building components. They bought a $1 million room-sized computer to calculate the truss forces and designs. And it was a good thing, too, because they were about to get crazy. Enter the McMansion.
McMansions.
McMansions. A McMansion. McMansion.
What people here are calling a McMansion.
These things are built even further away from cities. And they took all of those things that we discussed as being features of the 1970s homes that we attributed to the truss and exaggerated them. Huge, complicated, often uninhabitable roofs, along with sprawling open floor plans. The multitude of roof peaks everywhere became almost a caricature of a house, a supersized symbol of excess. When I view these in this lens, I think that these houses almost look like they're specifically designed to showcase what trusses and gang nail plates made possible. Just look at how many trusses are up there. That's probably what these two dudes are talking about. Trusses also make cathedral ceilings affordable through something called a scissor truss. Imagine the bottom part of the truss angling upward like an open pair of scissors. Even those gigantic foyers that we associate with these kinds of buildings became possible because of the truss plates. So here's the big irony. The invention that's meant to make homes stronger and more efficient also played a huge role in creating less sustainable living patterns. Instead of pocketing the savings that the truss plates offer, our houses ballooned to fill the gap, using even more energy and materials in the end. It shifted our values from the handcrafted to the mass-produced, from the unique to the uniform. It stretched our cities outward, consuming landscapes and altering our ecosystems. It changed how we interact with all sorts of things, just like our homes, our neighbors, and our environment. and not always for the better. It is crazy to me that an invention for our roofs could lead to such a wide array of unintended consequences. If we just look at the sociological studies of things like open plans, we can find all kinds of ways that these changed our behaviors, none of which were part of Geraint's original plan. Research like the UCLA study Life at Homes of the 21st Century shows that the open floor plans do facilitate interaction between family members, but that comes at the cost of added stress, as everyone is exposed to noise and activity all the time. While open spaces make it easier to be together, they also make it more difficult for individuals to withdraw for solitude or to feel like they have any control over their individual environments. Shared spaces also just tend to accumulate clutter, contributing to the feelings of disorganization and stress overall. And if psychological trauma isn't enough, by the 2000s, rapid home construction, accelerated by the efficiencies that were made possible by the truss plate, contributed to overproduction in the housing market. The trend towards larger homes increased household debt, while the construction surge contributed to this misguided perception that homes were just going to increase in values forever. Berkshire Hathaway purchased Geraint's company in 2001, and 7 years later, the housing market collapsed, and Berkshire Hathaway became the company that bailed everyone out and pocketed billions. So look, I am not blaming the last 60 years of suburban sprawl, aesthetic erosion, and the biggest economic meltdown since the Great Depression solely on Calvin Geraint and his trust plate. But sometimes it's hard to untangle cause and effect. Did we start wanting open floor plans and elaborate roofs just because they became possible? Or was the trust fulfilling some innate desires that we had for our homes that just wouldn't have been feasible before? Was the
I find myself guilty of manslaughter, and something that is absolutely irreversible happening, which is, someone lost their life at my hands. And so after that, I found myself doing time, and suddenly everything that had come was gone. Like everything that I had made, gone. It all went, out. All that money made, all that to the settlement. You didn't have time to spend it. You didn't have time to register that it was there, and it was gone. Because it doesn't. It was like it was not real. And then you find yourself in trouble, and suddenly everything is gone. Career is gone. Everybody stops calling. It's over. Number 2 hit film doesn't matter. It's all over. In fact, it was right in the middle of the publicity, just toward the end of it, and it's the most horrible thing that has ever happened. And I found myself then alone in jail, incarcerated, alone with my remorse and regret, and really getting existential. Really, like, coming to appreciate, simple existence is the best thing there is. It's people don't appreciate what we have. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. And it can go like, first of all, we didn't invite life. My wife was horribly injured, and and it has been a decade to not just rebuild our lives, but to for her to come back to health. What it did though, as because I would do anything to reverse that, to reverse what happened. I would give anything. And I don't say this lightly, but having said that, I'm kind of grateful as well. Because I was like asleep walking through life. And it wasn't until that happened that I completely, like, it changed how I see everything. It was like my third eye. I don't view anything the same. Once you've been incarcerated and you've been deprived of everything and you have a lot of time to think, the existential, you come out of that, at least I came out of that experience, and, I looked at a tree and I was like, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. I hope I never not feel this, this appreciation for the cloud. To be able, like, when you're in prison, to be able to pet a cat, for example. It's so simple. It's such a nothing thing. That, okay, to be able to pet an animal is like a gift. The simplest thing, a gift. When I was in jail, it was also a little bit like comedy. You have people walking in circles. Everybody's trying to control the outside. So you start really seeing human behavior up front. I mean, when I was in jail, they're literally during the Academy Awards on the TV in the tank, and I'm watching him win for Jenga. I'm like, so while Quentin is like at the height, I pretty much
Lucky for bars.
And not only that, but Greg Shapiro, who produced the Rules of Attraction for me, my producer, he was basically with Robert Rothschild, followed. He won for 0 Dark 30. And so I'm like there, like to be taken from one point where you feel like you're at the top, and you're like, oh, you think you understand things. Yeah. But let me tell you something. In that moment I was sitting on the asphalt, my wife came up to life, I immediately knew what I had to say after that. It was like whatever cynicism I'd had, about the movie and not making it, it just went away. It evaporated. And the ecstatic experiences, they were ecstatic that I had in jail, were like, you see things under for real. When you see somebody, get hanged by their cell in a cell, or when you know that, that El Salvadorian MS-13 hitman guy, he's going to kill that baby. He's going to kill him in the yard. I'll go lock myself in my cell. Literally, I'll go lock myself. You shut the door because you know shit is going to go down. And so, like that was like every day. And so suddenly, it was, and also you really know who stands with you after something horrible happens. And like John Langley, our customer from Video Archives, ended up being like when I was in jail, throwing me money. We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security threat.
There we go. Thank you, Yo-Yo. I was about to flip shit. Uh-oh. WTF happened here? Yo, dog. Bullshit again. Kiefer Sutherland.